Hello! Oh, I didn't connect that. Here a second. Oh, a second. There we go. And hello! There I am. There I am. There I am. My bad. There, that was silly. Hello! Hello, everyone. Yes, I was glaring. I was glaring at you. I was glaring at you. How is the Mancer? How is the Mancer? I'll give this shout out to Nyanomancer at Nyano. The Nyan who mances. I keep on thinking that's funny. I don't think you think it's funny. But hello everyone, hello everyone. You've been awake for 30 hours, holy moly, holy moly. As a person who does that fairly regularly, I still recommend against doing that. Like, I still think that's a bad idea. Like, I do it, but like, it's still bad. It's still like not a good thing. Like, you should endeavor to be awake less than that. That's oh no, that's what that happens to me. That's exactly what happens to me. Yeah, I understand. I understand. I do understand that that's if I am staying up for over 30 hours and it's not like purely by accident, like that's the main reason why, is that like my sleep schedule like got rotated, and it happens like fairly frequently to me, which is awful. Only 3 more hours. I am very sorry. I am very, very sorry. I don't know why you're adjusting your sleep schedule. I don't know if you want to share that. My initial suspicion is that you got employment. So you got employment. You got uh-oh, you got job. Yeah, okay, dang. Then I don't know, we'll be semi-lurking. Okay, gotcha. Yes, for the folks here, the plan on the schedule is to paint. The plan on schedule was to paint. That's what I wrote down on the schedule. I am having a little bit of a carpal tunnel flare-up, and I'm trying to figure out what the interaction is there. I think that... Well, it's not super bad. It's just like I can kind of tell. I can tell. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Anarchy and Bones. Here's the thing. Is that I think it might be from... So, like, my previous chair broke, and so now I'm on one of my backups. And it might be a little bit lower. And I also have lost my ergonomic mouse, so I've been using just, like, my normal gaming mouse for everything. And I think it might be possibly, like, I'm a little bit lower, and my gaming mouse, the combination of, like, my gaming mouse being, like, kind of high, and my chair being a little bit lower than I'm used to, might be what is doing it, in which case, painting would actually be really good. In which case, painting might actually be the best thing I could do on stream, because that won't be using the same set of muscles, right? That might actually be like the really good thing for me to do as a stream content, is that it's better for the hand position. It's going to be using different muscles. So that might actually be the best thing for me to do. The other element of this, so that's one thing, that might be like a good sign for painting. Hold on a second. Okay, never mind. Never mind. There was something on my screen that I thought was like I thought that I saw a trending on Blue Sky that was using Turkish letters, and it was just there was something on my screen. it was just there was something on my screen that was covering up the dot on an eye to make it look like that weird Turkish eye. But yeah, it's possible that painting would actually be a really good idea because it'll use different muscles than like all the gaming I've been doing. But it's possible it'll provoke it more. I'm braced up right now. I'm using just the compression brace, not the full brace. Also, Jim, thank you for the watch streak. Thank you for the watch streak. Love to watch streak. Love to watch streak. And Gonna crack some knuckles here. Cracking my knuckles. And I guess I gotta think about what I would do. So I have a model, and I also have a model that's like half painted. But yeah, so I might paint, I might not. The other thing, obviously, if I get like, part of me kind of wants the game. Part of me kind of wants the game. Like, that's a little bit of where my brain is at. And if I do game, it probably wouldn't be beeves. I'm feeling pretty good about my beaver quantity at the moment. It would be a much worse stream content, I think, by most people's consideration. I would probably play Deep Rock or Rise of Legends. Those are the games that I'm kind of like, that I'm like thinking about while I'm on stream, is those two. But I will make that decision as we go on. I'll make that decision as we go on. I love Deep Rock. I love Deep Rock. I don't think it's a super great stream game for me. I don't think it is. It might be better than Helldivers or Warframe because it's a little bit more chill. But usually when I've done Deep Rock streams, I try to trick Ratmost into streaming it first, and then I join their stream. It's kind of how I've been streaming Deep Rock. Shout out to Ratmost. Shout out to Ratmost. Yeah, I like Deep Rock a lot. Deep Rock has been very funny to me because I made a streamer account, right? For Steam. I have a streamer account and another account and so I don't tend to own things on the streamer account. The streamer account actually has very little that I pay money for. Mostly for a couple of reasons, but the big one is so that like my people who like befriend me on Steam for VTube Studio collabs are not exposed to the rest of my friends list. It's kind of about containment of those two spheres. But also it's kind of useful in that my streamer account is pretty public facing, which means that there is in fact a chance that I have to accept that I'm accepting a chance that somebody I don't know will put in some real effort into hacking it. And so I don't spend money on my VTuber account. I try to spend minimal money on my VTuber account in case I lose the account. So that's kind of the thing, right? Like it's got a much bigger attack surface, and it's kind of like, you know, making so that my streamer friends don't see my IRL friends, and so that my IRL friends, most of my IRL friends don't know that I stream. So if they're gonna be like, hey, why are you? I don't need them to be like, hey, why are you playing VTube Studio like 50 hours a week? So that's kind of where I'm at on that. Hold on a second. I feel like having this outfit on today. This outfit feels more correct today. Arguably, I don't think, you know, the kids and grandkids really want to deal with that level of cringe. You know. Yeah, that's kind of my perspective there. Also don't need people getting, I don't know. I say stuff on here that I don't know that I want to come up on a security check, right? So I keep them fairly separated. And in the case of Warframe, all I did was you hit Warframe, the account transferred between the two. The Warframe, the account transferred between the two, which was very, very helpful. I paid like 200 platinum for a name change, and that was it. That's all I needed to do. That's all I needed to do, and now my 3,000 something hour Warframe account is usable. which is nice, But Deep Rock is not. That's where I was going with this. The Deep Rock is not. Deep Rock did not transfer between those as a fresh Deep Rock account, and normally having a fresh account for the VTuber account side is fine, right? It's like not a big deal. Like with Dot Age, there's a lot of stuff you unlock, but it doesn't really matter that much. Last Spell is a little bit annoying. Nine Kings was nothing. Nine Kings was like 5 minutes, right? Like Nine Kings was nothing. I don't really care about the unlocks in Brigador. There's a lot of games where I don't care about the unlocks at all. The extent to which Tabletop Simulator does not care at all. Timberborn, there's only one thing that you unlock in like the entire game, so I don't care. It's just you literally just the only meta progression unlock is unlocking the Iron Teeth. That's it. That's it. It's literally just the Iron Teeth. And so it's just like not a big deal. It's really not a big deal. Hello, Warthrone. Hello, Warthrone. And so that's kind of like my kind of like a bit of my perspective there. Oh yeah, no, my actual point here is that I have been playing Deep Rock, right? Because some of my streamer buddies play Deep Rock. Notably, Ratmos, but also Tubular Troll. I really want to do some Deep Rock with Tubular Troll. I should probably do Deep Rock with Hora. That just feels right. It feels wrong that I am friends with Horatius and we haven't done Deep Rock together. That feels weird, right? That feels wrong. Hello, Panda, and hello, Warthrone. But yeah, so I've been playing Deep Rock on a fresh account, and the problem with playing Deep Rock on a fresh account is that there is an overclock that I really, really like, and I don't have it. And I'm going crazy. I am grinding for, I am like grinding out for overclocks. Oh, I didn't think about hacking it. I did not think about that. That's what I did in Rabbit and Steel, was I just went into an INI file and I just changed unlock status to 1 for some of the characters. I didn't even think about that. I assumed that it was non-local. Well, I'm already up to like a third of the overclocks in the game. You know, I'm on like level 59. My other account's level 129 or whatever it is, 127, 129, whatever it is. And I'm already up into like the 50s on this account, and I just want Spinning Death, man. I just want Spinning Death. And now I'm kind of stubborn about it. And I have this fear. I'm stubborn about it, and I have this fear that this is going to be one of those games where I don't think it's super likely, but this is possibly going to be one of those games that I I get like the main achievement that I am grinding for, and then I just stop playing. Right? That's what I'm afraid of. Hello, Petrovia. I haven't done the hellos. Let me do the hellos. Let me catch up and do the hellos. Hello to Seribat. Hello to me. Hello, Wea Biscuit. Hello, Nyanomancer. Hello, Itsy Bitsy Bones. Hello, Sparkly Anarchy. Hello, Rexy Raibu. Hello, Akshi. Hello, Jim200115. Hello, who am I missing here? Hello, Theo. Hello, Warthrone. Hello, Panda Hero Rue. Hello, Petrovius. And of course, hello to all of the lurkers and the VoD watchers. Thank you all for being here. I really, really, really appreciate it. It's genuinely, genuinely lovely. Hello, Flea Flicker. Hello, Flea Flicker. But yes, so there are many games that are the dwarf mining game. I feel like calling something the dwarf mining game. The real dwarf mining game, to my mind, is Not Deep Rock, is Dwarf Fortress. Yes, this Dwarf Fortress is the real one. Yes, thank you, Nano. That's the really hardcore one, is Dwarf Fortress. I love Dwarf Fortress. Have a good night, Wea Biscuit. I'm glad that you were able to make it. I'm glad that you were able to make it. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is an amazing war throne. If you are not familiar with Dwarf Fortress, everyone should give... I would say that Dwarf Fortress is one of the less accessible games on the planet. I just really need to be clear that Dwarf Fortress is not a accessible game. This is not an easy game to get into. But Dwarf Fortress is a completely insane game. Yes, no, I mostly played it back in like 08 and 09. I like to say that Dwarf Fortress is a game from an alternate universe where people didn't try to figure out how to light your graphics card on fire. They tried to figure out how to light your CPU on fire. That is how I think about Dwarf Fortress. I remember having this discussion, I think, on the last... yeah, they succeeded, yes. Yeah, no, Pixely... Oh, if you're seeing Pixels, Warthrone, if you are seeing Pixels, you are seeing the version that has the nice graphics. The version that I played and the version that I am used to is... I am used to the version that is an ASCII. Yeah, show them the ASCII. Yeah. I'm gonna pull it up. Chrome. We're going over to Chrome and we're going over to Boat Murdered, baby. We're going over to Boat Murdered. We are murdering some boats. Boat Murdered. Where do... give me... There it is. There it is. Boat Murdered. Boat Murdered. The murder of boats. The murder of the boats. Okay, hold on. Let's go over to here. Over to here. And window capture 2. Boat murder. Murder with a boat. This is Boat Murdered. This is Boat Murdered. This is what the game looks like to me. This is, it's not technically ASCII. Aston loves the Boat Murdered down. I remember Panda Hero Rue meeting Mystic Mongol, who wrote my favorite chapter of Boat Murdered, and I acted, it was like the most I've ever been starstruck. It was the most I acted like a celebrity. You're holding back on correcting that. Yes, technically not ASCII. Nyanomancer, not only is Warthrone younger than this, that also means that Warthrone is almost old enough to smoke. I mean, I can remove that. I'll remove that. We were going to do a hand cam today. I'm still deciding on whether or not I actually want to. Still kind of thinking about that. But yeah. Yeah, this is yeah, so let's see if I can read this. Let's see if I can read this off the top of my head. So here's a stockpile. That's a cage. That's a bunch of rocks. That's some grass. Those are some dwarven warriors. I think those are warriors. That's a bunch of traps, probably stonefall traps. Panda Hero, have a good night. Have a good night. I was going to say Panda Hero, I think we talked about this before. I actually still really stand by Boat Murdered, even though I don't play it very often. I think that Boat Murdered, I don't know what is the best colony sim, but I do think Boat Murdered is the most colony sim. I think it's the most colony sim. Which may or may not be the best, but it is definitely the most. Yeah, no, I do mean Dwarf Fortress. Thank you, Nyanomancer. Thank you, Nyanomancer. I definitely transpose words when I'm speaking quickly. That's probably a sign that I should slow down. Hello, Nap! Hello, Nap! I caught like 5 minutes of your stream yesterday. Hello, Nap! But yes, I forget what twos are. I forget what the twos are. What's happening Saturday? My Saturday is already super busy. I am working from 9 a.m. till 2 in the morning on Saturday already. I am already fucked on Saturday. I am already tired thinking about Saturday. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that, like, I set a lot of my own hours, and that means that, that's how that. For affiliates. His 1-year stream? Oh, Nap's 1-year stream. Oh, okay. No, I'm not ready at all. I'm not ready at all. But yeah, this is a gate. This is a gate with an airlock. I forget what the twos are. Rockfall traps. This is some dead dwarfs who have been trampled by elephants and some miasma. And those are some gems. Those are ballista. And here's the void. This is unexplored territory. This is not visible territory. And up here is some water. I can mostly remember how this works. Warthrone, if you have never heard... hold on, let's pull this up. Have you heard of the phrase roguelike? You've heard of the phrase roguelike. Hello, Vovern. This is what Rogue looked like. This is the original game. I don't think Skyrim... I would not consider Skyrim a roguelike. Hades is the big one. I am modestly as a rogueliker. No, this is a dungeon with hallways. Yeah, Warthrone, all video games are a bunch of pixels. That's how they're video games. The only video games that are not a bunch of pixels are the extremely strange ones that you don't use vision. Yeah. Yeah, my two mean truths that I try to tell gamers. One is that all video games are made of pixels and all video games are made of math. There are games that don't have any graphics at all. There are games that don't use visuals. There are completely non-visual games. There are not very many of them, and I've never played any of them, but I know that there's at least one sword fighting game that's just a blue screen. There's nothing. Yeah, Rogue is an actual game. Rogue is a hard game. Rogue is, like, really hard. Rogue is extremely hard. Yeah, you can play it right now. You can play Rogue and NetHack right now. Yeah, you can play this game. It is hard. I will not lie. This game is like incredibly mean. As these games go. But yeah, like the famous roguelikes are going to be, like, Hades is probably the most famous one at this point, I would say. Yeah. This is an old one. Yeah. Do I know the U.S. Constitution by memory? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The U.S. Constitution is not that long, but I absolutely have not memorized it at all. I am not a constitutional lawyer. I don't know anybody who's not a constitutional lawyer who would even bother. I'm not even sure the constitutional lawyers bother. There's a lot of stuff you just, like, don't have to memorize in life. That's one of those things that, like, they lie to you about. Well, that's like TV school. The television and movie version of school makes you think that like memorizing things is really important, but, like, most chemists don't memorize the periodic table, right? Like the average chemist doesn't even memorize the periodic table. And people be like, oh, but like you use it all the time. It's like, that's why we have it on the board. We have it on the wall all the time. Studying constitutional law is useful if you're a constitutional lawyer. I actually like memorization, Rexy Raibu. I actually rather like it. I'm actually kind of into it. That's how I've enjoyed studying Japanese. If anything, I kind of wished that my schooling was not memorization heavy. My schooling was not memorization heavy. My schooling, yeah, he's the geezer cat. My schooling was not memorization heavy. It was very technique heavy. It was very. I thought you were. Okay, Warthrone. I thought you were saying you were trying to say birthers, and I was like, that's a crazy way to call your. That's a crazy thing to call your mom. I think calling your mom a birther would have been nuts. That would have been nuts. Happy Birthers Day next month. Thank you. Yeah. It's that it was either brothers or it was either you transpose the I and the R or you transpose the I and the O. Like both of those are like equally likely. But given your age, I thought that it was possible that one of your parents was born in the 90s. You don't like being forced to memorize? Yeah, I understand that. It is... I am wondering what the line is on getting... I'm wondering what the line is on, like, when memorizations. Yeah. Teen parents exist, yes. I had a boss who had twins when she was 14. So Rexy Raibu, this is an interesting one. This is actually kind of interesting. I mean, Warthrone, it probably was. She probably was a victim of a crime. But this is actually something that's kind of interesting, Rexy Raibu, is historians don't actually spend a lot of time memorizing dates. Like, I took a lot of history coursework. Actually memorizing dates is not super, like, a big part of what you do. What is much more important is learning how to do source critique. That's, like, way more important. Is, like, it's much less important any particular facts that a historian knows than that they know how to evaluate credible versus less credible sources and notice methodological errors. You don't tend to spend a lot of time memorizing, and particularly not dates, because that's what writing things down is for. Do not use ChatGPT. You have better things to do. You have better things to do than use ChatGPT. What does happen with dates is that when you are studying something, you learn the dates because they come up all the time. You learn the dates not because, like, you sit down with a list of dates and, like, memorize them, but because you'll be, like, doing a series of events, right? You'll be studying a series of events, and then you will kind of passively, over the course of studying them, this is the reason why you don't spend time memorizing them, you will, over time, learn pretty quickly that you don't really need to memorize things. You just don't need to spend a lot of time on it. And the thing is, this is the reason why you don't sit down and memorize dates, is that, like, how important a given date is depends a lot on local context, okay? So, to use two extreme examples, I really like the book Shattered Sword. Okay, the book Shattered Sword is a history of the Battle of Midway, related through and like analyzed particularly through the lens of what was happening on the carrier bridges of the Japanese carriers. So anything that happens on the Akagi, the authors have that stuff down to the goddamn minute, right? They have that down to the minute. That is really valuable, right? Like, they had that down to the minute. Now, to use an example that Nyanomancer might be a little bit more familiar with, let's say you're an ancient Sumerian historian. Let's say you're an ancient Sumerian historian. Sure. I'll have you on. I'll have you on. Yeah. I'll have you on. I'm in the Hangout channel. I'm gonna. Wow, you got here fast.
Instantly, I arrive.
Instantly. I'm also gonna make it a little bit smaller. I'm gonna get us down to like 3. Chill it out a little bit here. We don't need 6. We don't need 6 people for this, for the streamer hangout. Let me see. Can you hear Nyano, people? They can hear Nyano. They cannot see Nyano.
Good. They don't need to see me. They only need to hear me.
I'm gonna put you in the. Or we're going back over the chatting screen because people need to look at more roguelike. Yes. So the thing to be said, right? So Mr. Mancer, if you have somebody who is studying Sumerian history, how many of them? How many dates do you think they have memorized for Sumerian history?
Probably very little. They most likely have like a lineage of the kings memorized, though.
Yeah, they probably know the order that the kings reigned in for whatever city-state that they are particularly studying. But yeah, like, we don't actually know the dates, like, for most Sumerian kings, like, at all.
No, we don't know when Ashurbanipal, was born.
Yeah, we don't. And it's not just like the day. It's like, particularly if we're in, what was it? Yeah, like, and the further you go back, the worse
we like
it
the
gets.
same things for many pharaohs too.
Yeah, no, like when you get back to, like, honestly, all of the Old Kingdom, you can be off by decades.
Oh yeah, easy. I mean, like,
easy.
we have no idea when the fuck Narmer ruled. No,
Narmer, nothing. Narmer we're only
really we have like so little evidence of like Narmer's existence. We literally have like a makeup tablet or a makeup shit. What do they call it?
Scarab?
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
That's like one of like the 4 things we have that mention this asshole. Narmer was the dude who united Upper and Lower Egypt, which really funnily, Upper Egypt is actually in the south.
Yes. One of the
and
few,
Lower Egypt
like,
is in the north.
Yeah, one of the few, like, really north-south running rivers. I'm sorry, south-north running rivers. One of the few south-north running rivers. It's Upper Egypt because it is uphill of Lower Egypt, which is to the south. But yeah,
rivers don't flow uphill, Al. I'm sorry.
Hmm?
I said rivers don't flow uphill, my man.
No, but Upper Egypt is uphill of Lower Egypt.
No.
Yes.
Yes, you're right. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it slows down.
I had to think about it.
Okay, Ulysses is throwing the trick question at us.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes, but the specifically that horse was named Narmer.
But the god, no. The Avatar of said god, maybe.
Like one of my favorite ones is that one of my favorite stories from ancient Egyptian history is Pepi II.
Ah, yes.
Pepi II is a great one.
Longest reigning monarch of all time, yeah?
Probably. So the Pepi II is the final king of Old Egypt.
Yes, he was the longest reigning monarch in history.
Well, there's contention over that. This is how far off we are.
I believe, my man. I
am on the camp. I am on the literalist camp. I am on the literalist camp. I believe that Narmer was the longest reigning king in all of human history. Pepi II. Why I said not Narmer at all. Not Narmer at all. Pepi II. The Pepi II Neferkare was the longest reigning monarch in all of history, and that he died at the age of 94. No, Pepi II reigned for like 90 years. Like, it's, at least 60. Like, and so the thing is that There is a contest. There is a contestation that he probably only was he probably only lived to 64. That is one argument that I've seen made. And the nature of that argument is that 94 is just so fucking long.
Yeah.
And if it was...
There's centenarians every generation, I guarantee it, brother.
Well, and here's the thing, right? This is one of those things that, like, I always get driven a little bit nuts by, is that when people are like, oh, like, this didn't happen because it was highly unlikely, and if it did happen, it would have been noteworthy, and there would have been a lot of consequences for it.
There were.
It
was noteworthy. The consequence was the death of old Egypt, the old kingdom.
Yeah. Like...
Do these people, I swear to God, some of these scholars, like, don't hear themselves think.
It's not usually scholars. It's usually amateurs. Sometimes it's scholars, but it's usually amateurs. Warthorn, just go ahead and ask. You don't need to... Preamble's not necessary.
No need to preface it. No need to preface it. Just lay it out there for everybody.
No, we have Egyptian drawings about it.
What are you talking about? There are.
Yeah, we do.
How do you think we know about it?
Yeah. Oh,
this is when he died?
Because their dating system... That's a problem. Their dating system, they didn't have a dating system that said that in a straightforward fashion.
All right. See, here's the dating system. Here's the dating system that most people in most countries have used throughout most of history. When did the king ascend the throne? Mm-hmm. When did he die?
Yep.
Done. In fact, Japan's, I think, official calendar is still basically that. And it's unbroken since the 7th century AD.
Probably.
No, it is.
Do they use moon circles?
Well, I mean, depending on who you consider to be emperor at a given time.
Yeah. Well, and also considering like you get semi-mythological towards the early parts of that.
I think around like the 700s, we're pretty sure.
Yeah, somewhere in the 700s. Yeah, it's probably it's contested. I don't want to get into it because I don't really know that well, and I'd have to refresh myself. And like the Romans, right? The Romans are a really good example of that, where the Roman calendar. Like, we have, like, an objective Roman calendar that is dated from the founding of the city, but they don't use that very often. They would instead say that it happened in the year of this consul and this consul, because they'd have 2 consuls per year.
Yeah.
So, like, complete mess. And when we're in ancient Rome, this is usually not that bad up until we get to the early Republic when it gets really bad.
Well, another reason why I get really bad in the early Republic is because, due to the constant civil strife, the Pontifex Maximus had not fixed the calendar for something like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, what's the middle?
Years.
That's in the Middle Republic. We definitely do get that problem. Yeah, that's. But the early Republic and the Kingdom of Rome is basically mythological.
Yes, Japan still has an emperor.
Japan still has an emperor. Whether or not that's considered an empire is a question of how you define an empire.
Did the Egyptians? No, are you kidding me? No, the Egyptians? Well, it depended.
Great. Yeah, I think the Egyptians, by the standards that I use, they did great.
Civilization for like 3,000 years, man.
They did great. Hello, Kiriko. I see the envy and croc emotes. They were very nice to me at Offkai. It's the Egyptian empire, the Egyptian kingdom.
What are you talking about? No. War throne, my man. No. Originally, there was Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, and I need you to understand, this was in the 4000s BC.
Yeah.
This was 6,000 years ago.
I think War throne got a little bit yeah, go ahead.
The Narmer was like, hey, these piddly little villages that line the Nile, hey, I own you now.
Mm-hmm.
The sun said so. Oh, you're talking about the dynasties. Oh, that's because there
are some discontinuities. There were
yeah.
So okay, there's actually 4 Egyptian kingdoms, but they're serial. They did not split. This is a series.
Mm-hmm.
There is Old Kingdom Egypt, and that ends with the death of Pepi II.
And then a 200-year period, roughly, of chaos and strife.
Yep. And then there's Middle Kingdom Egypt, and I always forget when that ends. That's not very long. It's like the 1600s.
I want to say Ramses II was the last real king of the Middle Kingdom.
No, I thought it was pre-Ramessid. I thought Ramses was New Kingdom.
No, I don't think so. Let me check. Ramses II.
Middle Kingdom is only New Kingdom. It's New Kingdom. Middle Kingdom is only till 1700. That's only 300 years. That's quite short by Egyptian standards.
Yeah.
And
it was a while.
And then there's a second intermediate period that's actually pretty nasty and long when it does split. And then there's New Kingdom Egypt, and then New Kingdom Egypt is conquered by Alexander, and that forms the Ptolemaic period, also known as... Oh wait, no, there's also... Then there's late period. I always forget about late period. The fucking 28th dynasty and that crap. I always forget about those guys.
I love those guys.
But then there's Hellenistic Egypt, which is an independent country, and then there's Roman Egypt, and then Egypt is not independent again until until like the 20th century. Depending on what you think about is happening in the 19th century. Yes, the Ottomans invaded. The Ottomans very much invaded. So you just drop in so many nouns, Ulysses. It's like hard to explain what is happening here. The Mamluks were slave soldiers of the Fatimid dynasty, which was an Arabic dynasty that included Egypt. When we talk about the Arabic dynasties in the Middle East and North Africa, it's actually really messy to try to talk about them as being like Egypt or Iraq or Syria or whatever. Because they don't tend to follow those boundaries very cleanly, which is a lot of the reason why people will not say, like, you know, the Fatimid dynasty of Egypt. They'll just say the Fatimid dynasty. And hello, Spark Hoodie. They will just talk about the Fatimid dynasty. Now
flooding also changed. No. Listen, what actually happened in the recent history is that the Nile was dammed.
Mm-hmm.
Because it turns out that when you have one of the longest rivers on planet Earth and it floods, it's kind of unpredictable sometimes, and it kills a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. Then Egypt
and a lot of people will die.
A lot of people will die, and they'll have a lot less power.
They also will probably also suffer a pretty big famine too.
And when was the last time Old Egyptian? Obviously, the Egyptian language itself changed quite a bit over 4,000 plus years, but Egypt became a majority Arabic-speaking country sometime between, the Rashidun conquest and I don't know when.
Warthron, I really don't appreciate the framing of that question.
I would not say that already. I would not say. I've heard... Okay, so... Egypt is a very populous country that has a lot of very troubled governments in its recent history. I am, personally speaking, not a fan of the current Egyptian government, and frankly not a fan of the preceding Egyptian government. It is still a country that has produced 1, excellent street food, 2, incredible architecture, 3, great literature. It has produced a lot of really wonderful things. I can personally say I would only like to visit very briefly if I ever did that, because it's so hot. I can barely handle DC, so I think I would just die pretty quickly in Egypt. I would say Egypt is not having a great time recently.
You see, brother, I think that your latent Mesopotamian genes would express themselves, and you would adapt instantaneously.
That'd be so crazy. That'd be so crazy. I went running today, and I was like 10 minutes slower on my 5K than I usually am because it was so hot. It was like a 45-minute.
You're like a Siberian husky dog.
I am. I think a lot about the time when I was a dog walker, and one of the dogs that was in the neighborhood was a what are those? A Bernese mountain dog. And during the summer, it would just like walk like 5 feet and then just like flop on the ground for like 20 minutes.
That's what I do.
Yeah. I'm just bad with heat in general. I'm a fat, hairy white guy. So like, yeah, it's like I like it cold. I'm my ancestry is from like near the Arctic Circle. So, yeah. We are going to ads. I think we're going to keep just going through them. And hello, Wasteland Mad God. Hello, Wasteland Mad God. Yeah. Ethiopia and Egypt are having like some interesting power struggles.
Yeah.
Ethiopia is a fascinating country right now. They're in a weird spot.
I don't know nothing about Ethiopia.
Ethiopia is on track to... what's Ethiopia's population right now? They're on track to get to like 130 million people before their population stabilizes. Oh no, they already had 135. They broke 135 like last year. Yeah, they're fucking enormous. They're pretty stable. They have an army that has won wars in our lifetime.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, they did in fact win some. They have in fact
lifetime.
Yeah. No, they won.
Trounced the Italians, but
no. They had a war with Eritrea. They had actual tank operations. Yeah.
Really? When did that happen?
I think it was the late 90s. Ethiopia.
Well, I'll be damned.
Ethiopia. Yeah, no, they had like actual tank-on-tank combat in like the late 20th century. Like, and they won. Like they're like, they have a blooded, proven military. And Ethiopia has like the best cuisine. Ethiopia has the best cuisine, by the way. Just like the best cuisine.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
It's like of my like top 5 cuisines on the planet, Ethiopian has like a real chance of being number 1. It's like Ethiopian, calligraphy, Shanghainese are like probably my top 3. Oh, actually, you really should. I will say that the Ethiopian in New York City is not particularly good. But if anybody is ever in DC for any reason, go.
Go and get Ethiopian. It will be the best food you've ever had in your entire life. Also, if you were raised anywhere near or even like adjacent to the American South, you will realize that the tastes are very similar, and the dishes are also very similar.
I like calligraphy a lot. I think calligraphy is better than I think Tex-Mex is actually kind of bad. I like those big chunky burritos of calligraphy. Also, hello Iloretsi. Hello Iloretsi. I like Mexican food in general. It's just kind of like my favorite one is that one. I do like the Mayan Mexican food, but it doesn't have quite like the same like, it's not quite in my heart and soul in the same way. Oh,
dude, the Mayan that we had at like Off-Guy last year was
so good. No, so good.
Oh my word, I need more.
That was so good. But yeah, Ethiopia has like absolute S tier food, like legitimately some of the best food on the planet. Also, one of the few cuisines that doesn't have to be veganized.
Yep.
Yeah, very vegan friendly. And it's, but yeah, they're in a really interesting place. They're one of the few African countries that is like on a reasonable upswing of stability and competence, which is kind of scary for everyone else around them. Right? Like that, like, I don't know what their ambitions are and what those ambitions are going to be like, 10, 15, 20 years from now. But
I know what their ambitions are.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at the map of the world right now. They are extraordinarily close to the equator.
Yep.
They are going to annex Somalia, and just off the southern coast of Somalia, they're going to build the world's first space elevator. That
would be cool. That's a good sci-fi plot. I like that one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I won't write it.
I'm not gonna write it either.
I'm not writing. I'm not equipped to write that shit.
But yeah, I did also forget that the war throne, the Ethiopians have in fact fought wars in the 2020s. But they were more indecisive. They were more indecisive than the ones that they fought in the 90s. Oh yes, thank you, Wasteland Mad God. Thank you. Let's see if it lets me. Okay, it's not gonna let me.
When was the last time you restarted your PC?
This afternoon.
Oh, never mind. All right.
Yeah, my PC was off when I started it up for stream.
I see. Okay. Well, shame.
Yeah, it happens. I think I need to like lower the bit rate on stream, is what I think it is. I think I am choking my Wi-Fi.
What is your upload, my man?
It's my upload speed overall. I don't know. What OBS is reading out is 4640 kilobytes per second.
That's it?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's not very good internet.
No, it's really not. Wow.
Yeah, New York does not get good
internet. How much you pay for it?
Not a lot, but
you should pay more.
Well, the thing is that there's functionally monopolies around here, so if I want to get up the next level, I'd have to pay about $20,000 for Verizon to install Fios to my building that is an apartment complex that I would therefore not have possession of. That would then basically be a gift to my landlord.
Fuck the landlord, son.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Do you think you could like do a little bit of reverse eminent domain on this? But wheedling in.
I think that the actual
holy shit! Screen, stop that!
I think the actual answer is that I need to get back more involved in politics and turn this into a Zoran Mamdani issue.
I agree. You should shovel millions of dollars into your pocket.
I was thinking more that we're going to turn this into one of Zoran Mamdani's infrastructure projects as Fios for the entire city.
Dude, I'm gonna be real with you. That alone would like New York City would go up, up, up.
I genuinely think that we are on a. I am feeling so bad about the future in so many ways, but Mamdani does make me feel better about the future. I don't think he's the solution to everything, but I think just doing some basic municipal competence. Yes. That's so funny. Yes, it is so funny. Yeah, Mamdani's tax returns had 1,600 of royalties, and his wife earned $8,000 as a graphic designer.
Oh, interesting.
And like the tweet that pointed that out was like, "We're going to be doing a deeper dive soon." It's like, what is the deeper dive? What is the deeper dive? Why do we care? This is a family that owns like slightly. This is a family that's like slightly above median income. Like, who cares? This doesn't matter.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand. Hear me out, all right? Hear me out. If any single discrepancy that he has is proportionally larger than anything any other wealthier politician has, right? So, like, for example, let's say Trump, lies about $5 million on his tax returns. I mean, that's a large amount of money, right? But proportionally, that's like a penny. Whereas Zoran, with $1,600 in royalties from his rap album, that's like, what? 5%? 2-3% of his entire income or whatever, right?
Yeah. That's
holy
equivalent.
shit. The corruption.
That's equivalent to like $2 billion for Elon Musk.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's no, I love New York. The only city that I have loved anywhere near as much as New York is Kyoto. Hal, hold on, Hal, welcome, Hal. Halbernacht. Yeah, I loved Kyoto. It's the Alfum paint rats. It's the rat painter.
I liked everything but that walk.
It is the rat painter. How are you doing, Hal? I'm assuming you were painting? No, wait, no, you don't usually paint on Thursdays. What were you up to, Hal? Half-Life 2! Yes, Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2 is amazing. Warthrone, I have strong opinions on that are not the same as yours. Hal does other things.
New York City is out of state, so
that's a factor. But yes, Hal is a painter, and Hal does other things other than paint. He plays old games. He plays a lot of games. I like Hal a lot. I like Hal a lot. Today is supposed to be a mini painting day, but we have gotten distracted by talking about
well, it was Egypt.
Ancient Egypt and Ethiopian cuisine is what we've been talking about. Hello, Viro Valkyrie. Hello, Viro Valkyrie. And of course, hello, Last of the Jamasians. But yes. But yeah, so okay, good. Half-Life is going well. If you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. For the HAL people, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. I am a current VTuber. I'm an old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy. I paint miniatures pretty frequently. I have literally over 100 ancient Roman miniatures. I have so many of these damn guys to get through. Yeah,
It's true. They were cast in 80 BC.
Yeah, they were cast in 80 things. But yeah, I've got so many of the damn little guys. I've gotten slightly okay at painting chainmail, and I'm pretty bad at everything else so far. But it's been fun. It's been fun to practice a skill that I don't know how to do. Whereas the calligraphy, I may as well show it off. Briefly. Let's go over here and just switch over to this. That's my drinking water. That is my drinking water. Hold on, let's get. Here's one of my favorite ones. It's good. I love this one.
Oh, that's a really good one. Wow.
Yeah, this one's really good. We have fallen upon evil times, and the world has waxed very old and wicked. Politics are very corrupt. Children are no longer respectful to their parents. King Naram Sin of Chaldea in 3800 BCE. I love this quote. I love this quote so much. The lesson here is one of the and we got another raid. Hello, Mama Maya. How are you doing? Hold on. How are the Mayans doing? Shout outs. Mama Maya. Hello. How are you doing, Mama Maya? How are you doing? To do all of a Doom Repercussions of Evil. Yeah, that one's so good. That one's good. I know what you're talking about. But hello, Maya. How are you doing? You're playing some Final Fantasy Dollars.
Final Fantasy 14, baby. But Final Fantasy dollars, that's another accurate descriptor of it. Have you ever missed anything?
I don't like mechanical keyboards. I actively don't like them. And hello, really? Teeny Nix, and hello, Worldly Quaver, and hello, Future Bobcat. Yeah, Final Fantasy 14, the expensive Final Fantasy. But yes. What is popping is that we were discussing ancient Egypt and Ethiopian cuisine and the concept of dating. Honestly, Teeny Nix, here's one of my, like, kind of nuclear hot theories. I have a kind of hot theory that I don't think is actually that crazy. I think most people don't like mechanical keyboards. I think on average, people do not. I don't hate on mechanical keyboards, I just don't like them as much as membrane keyboards. And I think that's actually the main preference for the majority of people.
Would you like to know why? It's because membrane keyboards were the default for a very long time.
Actually, Mama Maya hits the exact reason why. I think most people don't like hearing the clicks.
Well, there are mechanical keyboards that don't click, so
yeah, that's true. I guess a laptop. I actually laptop game. All Bones Jones, thank you for the follow. Because Paint Blast would ruin my older ones. It's easier to swap. I can understand that. I have it's actually really funny. In my anime club, there's one person who's a mechanical keyboard fan, and his keyboard is so loud that, like, he's radicalized everyone else against mechanical keyboards.
See, I think it's extremely funny whenever I'm in a call with, like, Mikks or Nagi. I know, I basically know exactly what letters they're typing at this point. I swear to God.
Yeah.
Just from that soft, like. But I like that noise, so.
I do have keyboard preferences, but they don't actually have much to do with, like, the mechanical versus not. I have two big preferences. The first is I want a 100%. I want a 100% keyboard. The idea that I would pay money for a keyboard that's less than a 100% is crazy to me. And I like having the F row. I like having the F row really close in like this. I like the short range F row. Those are my two big preferences.
Good luck.
Yeah, no, I mean, I got one right now. I've got one right now. But I've mostly been a laptop guy for most of my life. So like the way that what was that?
I said, see, and that's why you prefer membranes, because you're a laptop guy.
I'm a laptop
Luckily
guy.
For you.
I prefer the softer pressing.
Mm-hmm.
I prefer the softer pressing of the membrane keyboard to the mechanical I've used. All right, Jim, have a good night. Have a good night. Sleep well. Sleep well. Thank you for stopping by.
You can type it on fucking Browns or some shit, dog. Some like linear actuators or bullshit. Some tactile keys that require genuine force. You have like you'll have the fingers of like Arnold Schwarzenegger. You type on some Cherry MX Browns, baby.
I suppose.
You'll get that vascularity back. You'll get it in your hands.
Rexy or Ibu, I know the ones you're talking about. Those do suck. I do not like that.
Those are the European keyboards. We don't speak of them.
I don't like the European keyboards. And honestly, if I was going to get a keyboard that was like fancier, this keyboard does everything I want. It even has a feature that is not necessary, but is nice, which is that it has Bluetooth, which is not what I use most of the time. I have it Wi-Fi'd into my. It's a wireless keyboard that I have Wi-Fi'd in, because Bluetooth is pretty unreliable. But you know what's the advantage of a Bluetooth keyboard?
Yes.
Yeah, you can type on your fucking phone.
So that's how you avoid texting, Thumb. I
Yeah.
see. Genius.
Yeah, genius. I hate typing on touchscreens. I hate touchscreens.
See, I do the swipey thing, and I've realized exactly why Apple does not put the swipe feature on the large iPad keyboard, and it's because that is like doubly a pain in the ass because you got to go.
Oh, yeah. I am probably, if I were to invest in a keyboard, I would want a split. Like that's like the one feature I don't have that I would kind of like. I would like a split, and I'd like some more programmable macros.
Luckily for you, those start at $300.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's like the cheap ones are like $300. So this one was like $20 and has it has like every feature I actually want from a keyboard. So I'm pretty happy with that. I would consider getting like a Moonlander or something to be like a very distant luxury purchase. That's
something you have hand delivered with a butler.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that I buy, not at the store, but at the Craftsman.
And he walks up to you and says, Master Mantis.
Exactly.
What switches would you prefer in your Moonlander today?
Ulysses has the meanest thing anybody has ever said in chat.
How? How? And
I think
what
Ulysses,
fucking...
Ulysses just says shit. I don't see it at all. He was clean shaven. Ronald Reagan never had a beard. Also was like way thinner than me.
He did have the jowls though. He
did have the jowls.
He had the waddle.
I'm trying to think of like what president somebody would say I would look like and just be like, yeah, fair enough.
Harding?
I don't know about Harding. I'm trying to think about the facial hair. I don't think Taft, because Taft did the like free chin thing.
No, not Harding, my mistake. The Harding kind of has like your same general demeanor in all the photographs though.
That's true. If I was a lot thinner, I would accept Lincoln. I do have a Lincoln beard.
It is a Lincoln beard, you're right.
I do have a Lincoln beard.
But Lincoln had a very thin and sallow face.
He had a very thin and sallow face.
The man was more axe than man.
Yeah. Lincoln was my number one pick for like a president I would not be able to take in a fight. World Look Waver, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I think I would definitely lose to Lincoln and probably Theodore Roosevelt.
Lincoln was like an MMA champion. Lincoln was like an actual fighter.
I know that, but kind of the same. Theodore Roosevelt was a boxer.
Yeah. Teddy was a boxer. You know who would actually probably kick both of our asses?
Huh.
Carter.
I think he'd have a hard time of it these days.
Oh yeah, nowadays. But I mean, I was always going off of like when they were president, right? Like average health over their presidency.
I don't know, that string. Yeah, I think you may be onto something. That string being fuck could like do some damage. I think.
He like did wrestling. That's like the big thing. It's like, do they have any like actual like martial arts experience? And it's really, I think it's just Lincoln and
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking like a man that wiry, like getting like becoming president. Like the dude's got some like, he's less of like a beanpole and more of like, you know,
he's got
like
that farmer
wire.
Yeah, he's got that farmer wiriness, peanut farming wiriness. Yeah, no, the number one like I could definitely beat them in a fight. Was Harrison.
Biden.
Yeah, Biden, Harrison, and unfortunately Roosevelt. I would be able to take in a fight very safely. Those would be the safest picks.
Oh, you.
Hello, Colebounds. Hello, Colebounds. I'm pretty sure I could take. I'm pretty sure most people could take FDR in a fight.
Yeah, probably.
Probably. I'd feel bad about it.
Maybe your foot, it'd be pretty good.
All right, Colebounds. Oh, and Nano's here, so you get the double. You get the double up.
You first. That sounded a little strained. I'll do better later.
Yeah. Gerald Ford?
Gerald Ford.
I wouldn't
LBJ could probably kick my ass in a fight.
I think LBJ would be a tough one. I think LBJ is a tough one.
And it's not because he'd be a good fighter, it's just because he's mean.
Yeah, he is just simultaneously huge and really mean. There are a couple, when I did like a full ranking of all the presidents, and one of the things that I did was I kind of applied a debuff to everybody before like 1940, just for like the types of diets that they had in the 19th and 18th century.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I think that there's a lot of those guys who I don't think were like generally for the standards of their time in worse health than like 20th century presidents. But like the fact that their diet was just like 6 whiskeys and like a half-cooked steak. Like I'm like I think that this guy's got enough tummy hurt problems that it's gonna hold him back pretty bad.
Dude, I'm gonna be real with you. If some dude comes up to me and says, "Listen here, you son of a bitch. I've drawn 6 whiskey sours and 4 pounds of filet mignon before coming to kick your ass," I'd be like, okay, never mind. No, I'm out. I'm gone. Nuh-uh.
Well, I mean,
no, not doing it.
You're an actual adult. Like, this is one of those things that, this is some unk wisdom for you guys, from some actual adults here.
Alcohol makes you shit.
Alcohol makes you shit, but also, like, if somebody tries to start a fight with you, you should usually just try to, like, leave the room.
Yeah.
Like,
just get up and leave. Hit the bricks.
Just hit the bricks. Like it's the, not only is like being in a fight worse than not being in a fight, but also if you win, like now you have to deal with the cops.
Yep.
Like, the vast majority of fights that happen in like bars and stuff are like the two guys kind of like slap at each other and their friends pull them apart and it's not really a big deal. But like, I've had like friends who like martial arts people be like, "Oh yeah, if somebody tries to start shit with me, I'll just like snap their elbow," and I'm like, you are going to be in trouble with the police. That is now like a real legal problem. Like,
I think people who genuinely say that either A, don't really understand martial arts, or B, I don't know, I think they're just kind of stupid.
These were guys who did understand martial arts. I think they were being stupid. I think they were talking tough, is what they were. I think they were talking tough, is what it was. I think it was just pure tough talk.
Well, I mean, I don't know about you, but I would much rather, like, walk free the next day than have to sit in, like, a fucking tank for, like, I don't know, 15 years or whatever, just because some asshole decided to be flippant with me.
Yeah, I just talk it out and walk away. Like
Or just walk away. You can just leave. It's easy. In fact, I have never been in a fight, ever, my entire life.
That's good. That's good. That's a sign of wisdom. Sign of wizardly wisdom. But you have presumably been in mage duels.
Oh yeah, I've shot people.
The classic Nyanomancer.
They thought it was Dick Cheney in the fields. No, it was me. For legal reasons, honestly, and also in reality, that is a joke. I've never shot anybody. Actually, no, that's not true. I have. Just, you know, with paintball guns.
Mm-hmm. Paintball's a pretty fun hobby. I haven't done that in a very long time.
Did I fucking love paintball, except for the one time that one of them suckers nailed me right on one of my knuckles on my fingers, and that was good shit right there. Oh, that woke me up. I wasn't even asleep, and I was very awake. Super painful.
I'm still thinking about this video that I saw years ago. I'm gonna do the push-ups in a moment here, Coldbounds. One of the funniest videos I've ever seen was it's like airsoft, right? It's like paintball for people who are even bigger gun nerds. Because they're designed to look like real guns. We got a third raid. Welcome in, villains. Ambrosia. I don't know. It said villain raid. So I'm following on. Hello, Ambrosia. Hello, Fern the Fairy. What were you up to? What were you doing? Writing and reading. What were you reading? I'm about to do a set of push-ups. I'm about to do a set of the push-ups. Oh, okay. And we're doing an auto first.
Oh, another one?
I am joined by my friend Nyanomancer. I will put up my calligraphy on screen today. It's supposed to be a mini painting stream. I don't know if I'll actually get around to it because I don't know. My hand hurts, I guess. But yes, you're writing your lore. Okay, you're doing VTuber lore. Okay, hold on. My earphones are out, so I cannot hear Nyanomancer or alerts until I finish these push-ups. I'm doing 10 push-ups because somebody redeemed workout time.
He's doing 10 push-ups.
Right. Hands down, elbows in.
Get a load of this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
5? Nah.
6,
no
7,
uh-uh.
8,
nah,
9.
Yeah, 7 and 8. That was a little rough, I think. 9. Bleh.
Ooh.
Brother.
What's up?
I think 7 and 8 were a little bit rushed. You kind of said those two a little bit too close together. I think I have to disqualify you. Get down doing more.
I did 10.
Dude, proper. The form wasn't proper. I saw it. I sensed
I don't
it.
know what to say. It was. The cat of fitness. But yes, he looks kind of scared like this, lol. Yeah, I've never set a like specific like default face, so it just kind of like freezes at wherever it loses tracking right now.
I think randomly losing tracking is the way to go. I think if you just have like, a default like cute little like honk shoe me or whatever sort of face going on there, I think you are one of those people who spend 17 years every morning specifically clipping angstroms of atoms off of like the tips of your eyelashes just to make sure you look the best you possibly look.
Okay.
Which I'm not going to knock you. I'm not going to knock you for that. Genuinely. I just think it's a fucking angstrom. Ain't nobody going to notice it.
So first of all, you have actually provoked a topic that I was thinking about as I was preparing for stream.
Eyelash
but
points.
Something more specific that you probably have more of an opinion on.
Oh boy. Actually, I have opinions on eyelash mites.
But one VTuber I saw had a pretty good one. A pretty good like loading / default facing where their VTuber model would pull out a phone and start texting.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That was pretty good.
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. No notes.
Yeah. Yeah, it was great. It was great. It would be weird if I did that. It wouldn't be weird if I pulled out a book and started reading, but it would be kind of weird if I started texting. But yes. Unfortunately, you have reminded me of a topic that I think you're going to hate.
Oh boy, what is it?
Clavicular. Oh yes, please, Ambrosia. Have a good night.
I wish you could see the smile that just crossed my face. I know exactly what you're going to talk about. I know exactly what you're going to talk about.
Okay, so let's fill in people here, because I think that some of the people here may not know who this is, because I know that I've got a pretty normie group of people who watch me, and this is like weird, dumb internet lore.
Man.
Clavicular. So you know how there are, I think pretty much all of us are familiar with the concept that there are people. Yes, Mama Mai, yes, please have a good night. Have a good night. Yes, obviously, if you need to raid and run, I really need to be more clear about saying that. If you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. There's no obligation to continue hanging out here just because you raided me. I do not want people to feel trapped, except for Nyano, but that's just because he fell into a pit. Yes,
it's
just
true.
like saying goodnight. That's very sweet of you, Mama Maya. That's very sweet. But yes, so I'm sure we are all familiar with the general concept that there are people on social media who have made functionally a profession out of being physically attractive. That they are...
And not in the model sense.
Not in the model sense, right? That these people
is useful.
Yeah. They are, in a way, a bit like a supermodel, but they're kind of just doing it completely freelance independent. Like, this is a type of person that exists in our social media environment. That they just kind of are attractive, and that's what they do. They're just kind of physically good looking, and then they post pictures and Instagrams and talk about their workout routines and so on. Like, that's what they do.
Well, no, that would be useful.
Well, that's a fitness influencer.
Sure. Clavicular is not a fitness influencer.
No, he is not. Clavicular is one of these, is a person his main thing as a social media presence is that he is a attractive teenage, like older teenage. He's like 19, 20, something like that.
He's 20, I believe.
Yeah, he's a good-looking young man. He is. We'll get to there. I mean, that's why I'm 2D, right? This is looks maxing. I hate that. That phrase is actually kind of funny. I don't actually. That phrase is kind of funny to me. I'm gonna put. Oh, there's Nyano.
The two of them looks maxing.
But the behold.
Play.
That is what he has advocated for in the Fairy. He is his draw is that he is a 20-year-old guy who has, the kind of currently fashionable looking set of features, like the very sallow jaw, the very sharp chin, the kind of weird broccoli haircut, that kind of stuff. And
kind of square shaped.
And he is mostly a right-wing culture war guy. Is what he actually is. He is a more muscular Ben Shapiro in a lot of ways. And that is what he is.
I really enjoy how that was a pretty subtle dig at both of them.
I know.
Good
Thank
job.
you. I may know a thing or two about constructing a decent sentence. I may get paid for that.
Indeed, I don't.
But that is his thing. Is that and his big thing is that he goes around trying to propagandize a political stance that R.F. Komos has referenced here of looks maxing. The claim that he is making is that all of the things that you do in your life are second fiddle to being more physically attractive. that taking on enormous amounts of debt and even health hazards in the pursuit of looking better today is worthwhile, and that anybody who doesn't look good doesn't have an opinion worth listening to. These are stupid opinions, right? I don't think I need to really explain why I think these are very stupid opinions. It's an extremely dangerous stance, Sparkly Anarchy. One of the very, very rapid consequences of this is he talks quite openly about doing amphetamines.
Yep.
And he's not doing amphetamines because he wants to stay up for 20 hours. He's doing amphetamines because they suppress your appetite. And, like, he knows that that's going to kill him. Like, he knows that that's really dangerous.
Yep.
And he's just like, yeah, this is worth it. This is worth it to get those sallow cheekbones. This is worth it. Yeah, that's the thing, Sparkly Anarchy, is that I would say he is a good-looking young man. I would not say that he is a transcendentally beautiful person. I would say he is just pretty good-looking.
I think, like, in terms of, like, transcendental, like, good-looking dudes, I think there's only been, like, 3 or 4 of them, maybe, photographed in all of history.
I've met one.
Oh.
I remember a friend. I've got a friend from my younger days who, during the springtime, the college would have about 20 photographers follow him around.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Why?
To take pictures of him.
He just looked that good?
He looked that good. He was in all of the official college literature for years. He was the
Jesus.
good-looking guy at our college.
Damn.
He's extremely good-looking. He's like he looks like a tan Greek statue. It's actually like upsetting.
Even more than me?
Yeah, he's like upsettingly good-looking. It's pretty brutal. He was a guy who like
walks among us.
He was a guy who like would talk about he was a guy who just like he was like a nerdy guy. He was just like a guy who I like hung out with and like played world he was like a cool nerdy guy, and but like yeah, he just like pretty casually had a six-pack.
Sitting down on his PC playing World of Warcraft.
Yeah,
God,
with a six-pack.
I just want to play video games.
I will say that there's a linkage between those, which is that he had a deeply addictive personality and would be addicted to everything, and that included going to the gym. Which is not a great personality characteristic to have. He has learned how to manage it, but it is not a great personality. It is a scary personality characteristic, right?
Yes.
But anyway, on the case of Clavicular, what has become interesting to me, right? Like, yeah, Sparkly Anarchy, you're right. He's conventionally attractive, but like, given the way that he sells himself on social media and the fact that he has become relatively famous, it's underwhelming, right? He's not miraculous. He is not even, young Johnny Depp levels attractive looking.
No, God, no.
No, he's no Pedro Pascal. He's just good looking. And
he's no Oscar Isaac.
He's no Oscar Isaac. He is famous, I think, for 2 reasons. I think 2 things have made him famous. One is that he has a pretty viral TikTok where he said that if your jaw shape is not what you want it to be, you should make it what you want it to be percussively if you can't afford surgery. If you can afford surgery, get surgery. If you can't afford surgery, hit it with a fucking hammer. And hope it heals in the way that you want it to, basically. Which, I want to be clear here, is some of the stupidest advice I've ever heard on the goddamn planet. It's completely insane. It makes no sense. This went very viral because it's very stupid, right? This is so stupid that it loops back around to being turbo viral. The other thing that I think has made him very famous, that has really contributed to why he is famous and a lot of his competitors have not breached containment. Because there's a lot of guys like this. He's not actually unique on this front. There's a lot of guys like this where he has the difference between him and the other guys is that Clavicular is a really memorable name.
Yep.
That's I think that contributes like a lot of it is that like it's really easy to remember and it's kind of fun to say. So I think
I'm gonna be real with you. If like it was any other dude,
yeah,
who was like named Clavicular, I mean, like,
can you imagine if there was like a like one of those like skeleton VTubers was Clavicular?
easy, yes, 100%.
Yeah, imagine if
That's
Clavio.
exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, if Clavio rebranded to being a necromancer and she was Clavicular, like I'd be down. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like that rule. It's a great name. It's a great name. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. Yeah, Clavicular
works.
Yeah.
Do you think his name is trademarked?
I wonder. That would be really funny. Just like steal a march on him and just be like, yeah, no, it's like it's a cool sounding name, and I think that the fact that like journalists like writing it and saying it over and over again is like a lot of why he has made a containment breach into more mainstream discourse. What has hit me as being much more interesting. Hold on, I'm gonna have to look this up. I'm gonna have to double check this because there are some specifics.
No. Just go wild.
No, because the specifics are fascinating. I'm going through Robert Evans because he's the person who I remember talking about.
Yes.
He's
my favorite atonal screamer.
Okay. That's how I found it, was through Robert Evans. Okay. So I'm going to put it up on screen so that people don't think I am making this up. So he's a streamer, right? He's a streamer. Clavicular is a streamer.
Allegedly.
Yeah, he shows up on stream and it's like boring React streams. Who gives a crap? Nope. What the heck? Clavicular's friend Androgenic reveals the pentastack Luxmaxers, that's these guys' community, used to stream, which may have led to Clavicular's OD. Yes, that's actually the news headlines. That Clavicular OD'd. I think on stream.
That's one of three major things that's been silly over the past little bit in regards to him.
Was they OD'd on stream?
Yeah, that's the third and the final one. The first one was extremely funny. He challenged like a
oh yeah, challenged the MMA guy and got his ass completely kicked.
Yeah. And then the second one, he went on like Australian 60 Minutes.
Oh yeah, that's so funny.
Dude, that is one of the best things I've ever seen in my entire life. I have never seen one look so handsome and so scornful at the exact same time. It is incredible.
Oh,
it's like, look at you, you fucking whelp.
He got interviewed by Australian 60 Minutes, and like the guy who got interviewed by is actually like better looking in like the same way as Clavicular.
Clavicular has sort of like all the trappings of like, holy shit, I really care about how I look. This guy has like the practice ease of someone who sits back with a glass of whiskey and a cigar. You know what I mean?
Yep. So, in case, I will read it out because I think Nyano might not be familiar with this. Clavicular's friend Androgenic, which is the name of another one of these guys, and that name's much less catchy. It does sound like a good supervillain, but like a good bad supervillain, like a B tier.
Sounds
reveals.
Like a company.
What was that?
Said it sounds like a company.
It does sound like a company. I think it's the name of a supervillain, but not like a Marvel one, but one by Beanie Tuesday.
Ooh.
It's like a Beanie Tuesday name. Reveals the pentastack, that is to say, a set of 5 drugs. That's what a stack means in this context. That you use regularly. Luxmaxers use to stream, right? These guys are doing drugs to stream, which may have led to Clavicular's OD. Adderall, DXM, ketamine, BDO, and pregabalin.
I gotta be honest with you, I know exactly 2 of those drugs. I don't know the other 3.
I know 3 of them. I actually don't know what BDO and pregabalin do to you. I know what Adderall, DXM, and ketamine do to you.
I don't know what DXM does.
That's basically what that's robo-tripping.
What?
That's when you just like chug Robitussin to get high.
Okay.
Dextro. It's Dextro. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I am, for one thing, it's worth noting, this does not include the amphetamines that he is definitely doing. I mean, I guess Adderall's an amphetamine, but like, this is insane. This is so much drugs, and DXM and ketamine are both dissociatives. Like, in order for this guy to go on stream and react to TikToks, this guy has to get higher than a goddamn kite. And combined with like that interview with the Australian guy where like he just walks out in the middle of a pretty not challenging interview, I kind of get the impression that Clavicular might have crippling social anxiety.
Oh, you think?
I think so. I think he might hate what he is doing.
I mean, like, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, almost all of these dudes do.
I like what I'm doing. I'm having a great time.
No.
I'm doing this by contrast. I'm trying to highlight the contrast that like.
Yeah.
That like this. I think this rules. I think I love to come on stream. I don't know that I particularly love to talk about some insane right-wing dipshit, but I love doing calligraphy and I love playing beavers and I love answering people's questions about history and my opinions on various things. The level of nervousness I feel about stream is so low. Like, no, that makes it a dial rather than a butane, which is still like not something I'd particularly want in my body, particularly not without a prescription. Butane's just a component there. The dial is the active group. Yeah, I would not. I don't know. This guy is like choosing to do a job that most of us are working really hard to try to succeed at, and he fucking hates it. And I am constantly telling people that particularly for VTubers, right? This is my VTubing specific advice. Just go on stream. Just go on stream. Like, just your prep is make a Twitch account, install OBS, get your Twitch ID, your Twitch stream ID into your OBS. Check your sources are showing what you want, and then just go. Like, I don't think you need a design. I don't think you need a model. Just do it because you might fucking hate this. You might hate doing this. And I think that is what has happened here, is that Clavicular wants to be liked. But now that he has gotten any sort of audience, he realizes that it makes him deeply, deeply miserable to be on stage. And you just don't have to do this. Yeah, androgenic is the guy who's bald. From hello Kirill. Hello. Yeah, androgenic is a terrible gamer tag. I don't like it at all. I think anthropogenic would be better, as either a furry or just like a person who's like interested in like anthropogenic climate change. Yeah, so promoting something you can hate. That's something I think about a lot, Sparkly Anarchy, is like, I didn't know that I would like this until I was doing it. And my advice, if Clavicular happens to watch this, if Clavicular if you happen to be watching this, my friend, you are very young. You can just become an accountant. Like,
it's true though. It's
like,
true.
like
you can just fade from the limelight, brother.
You can just quit. Like there are jobs that do not involve public performance and being criticized by people for your looks, because even people here have done it tonight, even though that was really very far afield from what our purpose was here. Like, if you don't like being in public, if it makes you so anxious that you have to do ketamine to do something that I look forward to doing, then you can become an accountant. You probably have enough money. I don't know if you have the intrinsic skills or drive to do it, but you probably have the money to go to medical school. And if you are good at math, you can go to medical school and become an anesthesiologist, which is a very in-demand career where you basically do not talk to patients for more than like 5 minutes a year. Like, you don't have to have a job where it is hard. Most jobs will involve some amount of public speaking. Most jobs do not involve 20 plus hours a week of public speaking. You can just do something else. And I think if you are the type of anxious person who, again, is doing ketamine in order to talk to people,
go to therapy, dog.
and also just like, you just don't have to do this. like you can just do something that doesn't require being in front of so many people all the goddamn time. You have a getting license. Yeah, I mean, yeah, becoming a CPA is not that bad. Ketamine is horse culture. Yeah. And like I said, I don't really want to focus on like again, he's famous for looking good. I think there's an interesting part here on the gender performance of this all. The gender performance of this is kind of interesting in that other guys have done this before, but Clavicular is probably the most famous one to be very, very open about the fact that this is not for women. He is not catering to the female gaze, he is catering to the male gaze.
Yeah, but not to fuck other dudes or anything.
Not even to fuck other dudes. I mean, if he is fucking other dudes, then he's not admitting it.
Yeah.
Like, because he's more like a right-wing culture war guy.
Yep.
So he can't admit that. But I mean, if they're fucking, then like fine. But yeah, no, this is about an asexual aesthetic performance. This is about performing masculinity at a higher level. Again, asexually. Which I know that there are people who don't believe that, but I think that's actually believable, especially if somebody is pounding DXM on a daily basis. That can't be good for your libido. Like, I can believe that this guy is not really that interested in having sex with men or women. But like this is about impressing people, right? Like, a lot of us do things to impress people where we're not trying to get laid. I am not trying to get laid by every person I'm giving cookies to, right? When I go to the conference and I give people cookies, that is because I like how they are impressed with my baking. And he likes how people are impressed with his physique. But
many
also...
would say yes, though.
What was that?
Nothing.
All right, thank you. Hello, Clipspun. Hello, Clipspun.
I said nothing. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry. I'm not worrying about it. I'm vibing. But it's yeah, he's that is a kind of interesting thing, that it's so openly a homosocial practice rather than a heterosexual practice. That's kind of interesting. And it does mean that it's a kind of like closed loop of internal appeal. NXMI Beta, thank you for the follow, is this kind of like internal closed loop of like, who are you trying to impress? Who are you trying to impress? And the answer is other people, but only the people who have self-selected into this particularly weird subculture that have all affirmed that they are impressed by looking exactly like this. Right? It's like this internal closed loop society around the aesthetic perfectionism of a type of masculinity and a type of masculine performance that I don't know. I have never seen any... What I have said on stream today about him is the kindest thing I have ever heard anybody say about this guy. Most people are much less impressed. I am not very impressed. Most people just find him kind of sad and weird. I think that's interesting, right? I think that's interesting. As a person who is concerned with, getting in shape and stuff like that's interesting. To see somebody who's like their notion of attractiveness is like completely divorced from any sort of sexuality or like even broad appeal. It's just like...
Just mogging, bro.
Yeah, it's just mogging. And Dizzy, this is a kind of new outfit. I've had this outfit since September of last year.
It's break to you, Al, but that's 8 months ago.
I know.
Anyway, no, it's less. It is less about like. It is less about like the raw sexuality of it. Like, because I mean, if it was about like just exuding like raw sexuality, I mean, I could kind of respect that somewhat.
Yeah,
a little bit. Dude's would be the sexiest thing he possibly can be, but it's not. It's just about like, I am more attractive than you. Ha 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 ha. It's so mean spirited.
It's so mean spirited. And it's actually kind of interesting that it's not even about. Like the way, I don't quite know what has happened sociologically here, sociopolitically. I can kind of understand it, but I would need to like sit down and like write to like really tease out my thoughts on this. But you're right that like this is, people do like to look nice,
yes.
Right? Like people think about this. People want to look nice, and I think a lot of people not only want to look nice, but want to look nicer than the other people around them. There is often a little bit of that. But he doesn't seem to be deriving any satisfaction from anything other than like the competitive meanness of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know that MTG theory about like Tim versus Johnny versus Spike?
I'm very well aware of the player archetypes, yes.
Yeah. This guy's just pure Spike. But for like
all winning all the time,
but for weightlifting, like,
yep.
And he's
not like a fashion vorthos, where he's interested in like the history of the outfits and like embodying sort of the subculture that generated it. He's not like the Timmy who wears big, like the Timmy like fashion guy who's like does like big gaudy outfits, just like bam, like loud colors, yeah, bam,
Yeah, he's not trying to. It's weird. Like he's trying to like win at looks.
Yeah.
And it's really strange. He's trying to win at looks, and like I said, Homie is pretty young. I don't think he has ruined enough of. He's done quite a bit of drugs, but I've known people who've done a lot more and a lot worse drugs. Who have had pretty successful lives afterwards.
Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah, Ozzy Osbourne. Isn't Keith Richards still alive?
I have no idea. I mean, Johnny Depp is still alive.
Johnny Depp is still alive.
Oh my God, Robert Downey Jr. is still alive.
Yeah. Robert Downey Jr.
He got real fucked up.
Yeah. And the fact that Anna Calvin lived over 60 years is like madness. Like, she was doing like crazy stuff.
I have no idea who that is.
You should read Anna Calvin. She's one of my favorite authors. She wrote one of the first climate change sci-fi disaster books, Ice.
Lovely, uplifting literature.
Yeah. She did a lot of heroin. And like 1920s heroin.
Jesus Christ!
Shit
was basically mud.
Yeah. No, she was like in and out of mental institutions, like 1920s and 30s mental institutions. Like the fact that she lived to 60 is like a miracle. She didn't understand how she pulled it off. She was surprised. But yes, my point here is that this dude's like 20 years old. He can just become an accountant Like, he can just become an accountant and continue to have weird ideas about women. I'm sure half the guys at... Oh, Rekujira! Hold on, I'm gonna use a snooze then because we just got raided. We got another raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. I kind of want to get away from this topic when we get back from the ad break, but welcome in, Raiders. Rekujira. How was your stream? What were you guys doing? Short at Rekujira. Mouse PI for hire. That actually sounds delightful. I like the idea of like Redwall, but noir.
I'm pretty sure it's one of those games that like took advantage of Steamboat Willie passing it to the public domain.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that raccoon noir mystery game. I was like, is it like that? Is it taking inspiration from that? I hope you're having a lovely time. For the Raiders.
I was commenting on it, Disney Chicken. Go ahead.
For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy. This is my main art form. This is my handwriting. I like doing it. I am currently having a fairly lengthy discussion about the gender politics of the looks maxers with my friend Nyanomancer. Today was meant to be a mini painting stream, but my enthusiasm is a little bit low for doing mini painting right now. I may still decide to do it because I have a half painted miniature and it would be nice to have a fully painted miniature as opposed to a half painted miniature. But I'm having a little bit of repetitive stress. I'm having a twinge of repetitive stress in the back of my hands, so I am debating just letting it rest a little bit more. Painting might be fine for it. Because I think it's from mouse use. What was that? Oh, might not. That's true. Yeah. But I think it's from mouse use.
I've been awake for 32 hours. I'm fucking winning.
Yeah, you're fucking winning. Unlike clavicular. Yeah. So you're talking about. Yeah, I only really know them. So for the Raiders, and for some of my folks who might not be aware of this, my other job is that I'm a writer and editor, and I end up writing a lot about politics and economics. I'm a nonfiction guy. I don't write novels. And so this guy has broken containment and gotten into like New York Times, Slate, Salon subculture stuff. Is Nyan, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry, is Insayan. There we go. Is Insayan. Thank you for the follow. And the main point I was making, if you're only here very briefly to give you the very quick overview, is that if you stream, and in order to stream, you have to do ketamine in order to overcome the anxiety that streaming makes you feel, please do something else. Please do something else with your time. Please do something else with your time. This is...
Go dig a hole.
Go dig a hole. Go dig a hole. Go to accounting school. Like,
go to the Colorado School of Mines.
Go to Colorado. Make Bo Burnham's inside.
Dig very deep holes.
Dig very deep holes, like Bo Burnham's inside. Watch Bo Burnham's inside. Go watch that. Like I look forward to streaming. I feel bad about the days where I don't stream, and I wish that I streamed on those days. I really like doing this. The only performance-enhancing drug that I take is I drink a lot of water. I drink water and I work out. That's like my performance enhancers for stream.
We got a Hydroxer over here. Get him, boys.
Yeah, we got the Hydroxmaxer, which is why I'm going to take advantage of this ad break to go pee. Oh yeah, I think Inside is the main piece of COVID art. I think very little art has really worked with what COVID was and what that and what the quarantine felt like and like how our society has changed, like Inside. Inside is, I think, actually one of the best. It's honestly one of the best pieces of art about the internet in general, about being online. You know, so it's about, you know, being on a white woman's Instagram. But yes, we are going to the ad break now. I am going to use the bathroom. Nano, do you want to entertain chat, or do you also want to take a break?
I think I'm gonna go to sleep. Actually,
okay. Nyanomancer is going to go to
as long as I want to. I've lasted as long as I wanted to.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So we are going to the ads in a moment. Say goodnight to the people, Nyanomancer. I'll give you another shout out.
Good night, dear chat.
Nyanomancer is the cat that is also a wizard. He is one of my dear, dear friends. Please go check out his streams. He streams more in the morning. He's...
Well, let's be real.
Yeah?
I don't stream very much anymore.
I know. But when you do stream, it tends to be in the morning as opposed to the middle of the goddamn night like me.
We'll see. Maybe tomorrow. Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? Get some sleep. Please get some sleep. Have a good night. We'll be back in a few minutes. I'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy the ad break. Enjoy the fan art. Hello, I am back. Nano is not here. Let me see if I can edit the stream info. Miniatures Mirrors Day. Okay. Okay, let me put that in here. Models. I spelled models wrong. Okay, models and miniatures. Okay, and let's go over... You don't need to look at this crap anymore. I kind of feel like I've talked enough about this subject. I can probably talk more about it if people actually have questions. But I... hold on a second. Well, I can put this away. But... There's my paint palette. But where... There it is. Hold on a second. There he is. There's the man. I managed to set it this time. It did not betray me this time. There's a part of me that is wondering if I should be doing something a little bit different. I'm going to take off my sweater for this. Because that sweater, I am pretty sure, is not going to enjoy getting any of this on, because it is an acrylic sweater. I have come to enjoy acrylics. Also, hold on, Mikks. Hello. How are you doing, Mikks? How is Bird doing? Pretty good. Excellent. I love to hear that. I love when my friend is doing well. Okay. Oh, yeah. It's... I mean, I can talk about it a little bit more. I think I've said the main points. I think you might have an interesting perspective on it. I think of all the people, of all of my friends, I think you would probably have one of the more interesting perspectives on it. But I'm going to go over to mini painting now. You don't for the most part? Okay, fair enough. Oh yeah, I can smell that. I am assembling this guy because I have accidentally finger rubbed off enough of the paint at this point that I'm actually going a little bit crazy. So gonna rubber cement him up a little bit. I think a lot of the reason why clavicular in particular is prominent and famous is because saying the word clavicular is fun. I think that it is a memorable name. And if he were a VTuber that's like a necromancer, that would have been cool. Hello, K070847-1ND. Hello. Clavicular. That's the loser we're talking about. Yeah, don't worry about it. This is a boring, tedious right-wing grifter. I just spent like 45 minutes to an hour talking about him, so clearly I've got more to say about him than nothing, but yeah, there's not a lot to say.
Highly akin to every other boring, tedious right-wing grifter, except this one has like a weird sex thing going on, so everybody's really fascinated by it.
I think that is the part of it that like makes it a little bit more interesting. I think people have been like some people have been confronting it, but not I think as much as I would like them to. That like it's ostensibly these are guys who are trying to look incredible, have dedicated their lives to looking as attractive as possible, but with no interest in actually having sex with anybody.
And also no interest in actually looking attractive.
Yeah. They are
have this idea. They are trying to make themselves not real, is what they're trying to do. Right? My actual takeaway on these look smaxer guys, right?
Yeah.
They have had their idea of beauty completely and utterly warped by anime drawings on the internet and Hollywood movie makeup.
So you think this is a form of like,
because that's gay, right?
Yeah.
Using makeup is gay, and fake. Women who wear makeup are lying to you. But instead of just doing normal things like figuring out what works for you, shaving properly, doing skincare routines, taking care of your hair, doing your makeup, dressing nice, getting fit. They're trying to find a workaround to make themselves look like a character, like somebody else, because they hate themselves.
Yeah, they do. It is very hard to avoid that these are people who are profoundly, perhaps even ridiculously unhappy with who they are as people. Son of a
yes.
bitch.
And the thing that's utterly crazy to me about this, right, is that these guys are also all fucking like homophobes and transphobes. They're all fucking monsters. And it's crazy to me because you know who they would find so much fucking community with their fucking body dysphoria? Trans people.
Yes, that is actually a potentially interesting lens for viewing this problem, is as a form of like dysmorphia and dysphoria.
It totally is. There's no way it's not. Like, as the psychologist in the room, right? It is absolutely body dysmorphia. It may be acquired body dysmorphia in the same way that, we used to hear people talking about this a little bit, where, when I was growing up, right? Both of us, to some extent, were growing up. Like, the most ripped person you'd ever see in your life was like probably Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah. Well, Arnie was considered an absolute giant to the extent of being like a cartoon character, like a living cartoon.
Yeah, maybe some pro wrestlers, right? Maybe some
there were obviously some other bodybuilders who were as big or even bigger than Arnie, right? Like, but you had to go into like the really pro bodybuilding world to get those kind of guys.
And that was like, oh man, I'll never like the idea. It was easy to like look at Arnold Schwarzenegger and say like, yeah, that guy's ripped, and not think, and I gotta be too, or I'm not really a man.
Yeah.
Because he was an exceptional person, right?
He was an exceptional person. He was considered very exceptional. I'm just looking around for some nitrile gloves because I'm about to put on some super glue, and it's much easier just to use some nitrile gloves than to.
Yep, I agree.
Your fingers off.
Yeah. Hogan was ripped. Andrew the Giant.
Jesse the Beach. He called himself the Beach because he was Jesse the Beach Ventura. Because he was supposed to. That's actually one of my favorite funny things is that like a lot of people have faked where they're from for like various reasons, and Jesse the Beach Ventura was pretending to be from Ventura Beach, California, and he's from Minnesota, which is really funny. It's like that's so specific.
But so you'd see a few guys in your life, and they'd all be these celebrity figures, right? And now, or they'd be on the cover of magazines, right? Fitness, ripped hunk guy magazine, that sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
Now you go on TikTok and there's like 200 people who are just like, I'm an ordinary guy just like you, but I got super ripped and I'm super muscular. And it's like, no, you're not. You dedicate like 70% of your life to getting this ripped. You're an influencer, right?
Yeah.
You're no different than the magazine bodybuilders, but you seem different to the kids.
You
seem different to the 16-year-old boys who think that they are scrawny, weak little limp-wristed chicken neck nerds because they're not ripped like Arnold.
I knew one guy.
When they're just a 16-year-old boy with a normal level of 16-year-old boy fitness.
Yeah, I knew, which is probably pretty good, right? Because most of us do not tend to, not too many of us, some of us, but not too many of us tend to get healthier as we get older. Most of us are probably about the best health we're going to be in when we're about 16.
Yeah. I mean, some people are really unhealthy 16-year-olds, especially now with like gaming culture and indoor culture, and there's no space for any teenagers to go anywhere. But that's kind of a different subject, right?
I think I am in most ways healthier than I was when I was 16, but I do miss being able to like twist my ankle and be fine like 6 hours later. That was pretty sick.
Definitely not healthier than when I was 16, but I was extremely fit. I was a swimmer and I was a boxer when I was 16, so I did like hella cardio, lots of weightlifting, lots of like full body exercise, and now I like run occasionally, and lift weights once in a while.
Your main form of cardio is getting mad at people online.
Yeah, basically, which does raise the blood pressure, which I kind of need because I have extremely low blood pressure. But
yeah, but yeah, it's yeah, there's definitely that part of the culture, right? There's this normalization, and it's kind of an interesting thing where, 20, 30 years ago, there was a discussion around eating disorders, and the underlying body dysmorphia, though usually not with that language. It's usually not very well developed. And we didn't start using body dysmorphia in the mainstream until like 2016. Yeah, that's probably when I heard it. And it's interesting to that, like, this was often cast in very gendered terms. This was often talked about as a very feminist issue. And I remember some discussions that I thought were silly even at the time. They were basically like, hello, Pasta Puffin. They were even kind of like at the time. Yeah, that's a pretty good name. That was like, oh, this is like this would never happen to men because our society advantages men so much that like everything in our culture just affirms men's perspectives.
A man can be a fat, ugly pig slob and still get ahead in the business, right? In the business world, right?
Yeah, and like there's even like a relatively recently, because it's that Mitchell and Webb look. There's even that Mitchell and Webb look making fun of this, right? Where it's like, like a guy is like shaving, and then like he opens up his medicine cabinet, and there's just a fresh poured beer in there, and it's like the ad's like, because you're already brilliant. And it was in contrast to like an ad for women where it's like calling this poor woman, haggard and stupid and overwhelmed.
Are you the ugliest person in the world who no one will ever love? You need this product.
Yeah, and for men it was this contract. And like this was definitely one of those things where, and I think I was right on this one, that was highly contextually contingent. That was highly contingent, and it could change, and it did change. Right? This is not like an intrinsic element of Western society that like society thinks that men's bodies are intrinsically always okay. It's that the advertising nuts hadn't figured out the right way to weaponize men's physical anxieties.
Yes.
In this particular angle.
I would say a big thing is that there has been a cultural shift.
Yeah.
In the way men, young men in particular, but men in general, think of themselves due to the fact that it's like things are actually different now in any real meaningful way, right? Because things are not all that different from like 2000 now in terms of like workplace mobility, academic mobility, men and women, right?
Yeah.
That like this is not that different than it was when I was in university, right? It's not that different than when I was in high school. It's a little different than the 90s, but mostly queerness is much more accepted than in the 90s.
Yes, that's so Jesus.
And this is pretty huge in terms of straight guys, because I don't know if you've seen this conversation going around, right? I'm doing very gay mannerisms right now, just in case you're wondering, because for some reason I'm feeling kind of like that today.
Okay.
But, like I'm waving my hands around in a really, really flamboyant way. Just letting you know.
Yeah, go off, Queen. Yeah.
But the thing that's going on with that is there's a lot of men these days, I feel, who think that, like, well, women only want, I'm going to use a couple phrases here, right? Fairies and femboys.
Okay. Yeah.
There's this idea that this is the trick, that the as they call it in nature, the sneaky fucker strategy is the correct way to like get women these days, right? You got to be girly and be one of the girls and like this sort of thing. And this one is not true.
No.
right? I mostly am more concerned with what men think than what women think because I am very gay. But
Yes.
Women, every woman that I know who is attracted to men, whether they are bisexual or heterosexual, or however they happen to identify, tends to be attracted to guys who would be best defined as comfortable. Right? Normal builds, like not super ripped, right? Average levels of fitness, like round features, nicely groomed beards, right?
Yes.
The real thing that I'm thinking that I will say I think guys should be more concerned about is voice. Is their voice. I think that this is a point of anxiety that people actually care about in like dating, in like attraction. It's not a deal breaker. Nobody really cares that much, like when it comes to love, matters of the heart, right?
People find all sorts of crazy stuff attractive.
Yes.
People find
and we're
all
not talking
sorts
about like
yeah.
We're not talking about having a high-pitched voice or a like accent. People love accents.
Of course, yes.
Right?
Famously.
But the important thing isn't even to have like the right kind of voice. It's not like women like deep baritone voices or whatever, right? That's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is that you got to be able to like use your voice. It's a skill you can train.
Yeah.
Being able to convey the way you speak well is one of the most important things socially. And it doesn't matter how you speak. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you are like me and talking about 200 fucking words a minute, or whether you're much more of a careful speaker like Al is, right? What matters is that you know what works for your voice in this sense, right? It's very much a sense of like, what is your identity? Who are you? Who are you? And this is the thing that young men struggle with these days. They've struggled with it for a long time, but society used to tell them what they were. And now it tells them a lot of things that they're not allowed to be. And
not what
they have no idea what they're supposed to. Well, simultaneously demanding that they be all those things. Right? You're not allowed to be a quote-unquote real man. And holy shit, have I seen a lot of this fucking conversation recently. Men aren't allowed to be men anymore. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, give me some hints here. Give me some hints, brothers.
Yeah.
Because I do not feel like I have been. This is one of those things that, like, again, I always find kind of interesting from my perspective as a an old guy online painting miniatures to an audience, doing a performing art. That I don't feel particularly constrained away from doing this.
Yeah.
And yeah, the super glue tube is almost certainly not going to. This is probably gonna be like the last time I use it. This is the reason why I buy the super tiny super glue tubes, is that I don't. Super glue tubes, in my experience, tend to die not from being used,
right?
but from freezing up on the inside. Yeah, the least man that actually RF Komos. This has been my like joke about what is a man. For years has been
a miserable little pile of secrets, but enough.
Yeah, it's a miserable pile of secrets. There's an old advertising campaign. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly the part that dies. ND. The experience I have with, I remember this advertising campaign about probably 15 years ago now. It was from the Bush era. There's this advertising campaign that went something like. That like an AR-15 on it and said, "Your man card has just been restored." And my joke about what is a man as opposed to a boy, right? What is a man as opposed not what man as opposed to a woman, but man as opposed to a boy, is does that advertising campaign work on you?
Yeah.
Because if you look at that advertising campaign, you go, "That's fucking stupid."
You're probably a man.
Yeah, you're probably a man. If you fall for that, if that's an advertising campaign that makes you feel like you are insecure and incomplete until you buy the product that some Don Draper motherfucker told you was masculinity, you're a boy.
Yeah.
That's my line. That's been my line for a while.
That's pretty good. I would agree to that, right? Yeah. I have my own definitions, but they mostly tend to be synonymous with adult.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me. Is like I think,
man.
Yeah, I try to limit myself. I'm because I'm a man. I can only really speak particularly to my own experiences. I've read my bell hooks, but I don't know how much I can really speak to women's experiences. I try to avoid getting too authoritative on that.
That's fair. I mostly, as a developmental psychologist, right, who's very concerned with cognitive grammar, a lot of what I think about here are things that I would call fairly universal.
Yeah.
Such as being able to properly seek out answers to questions that you have and being able to ask for help when you need to, right? These things, like being able to, express enough humility to be like, I need help. I can't do this myself, right?
Yeah. The old joke that that us older folks grew up with of like the man getting lost for years because he can't ask for directions, and like the famous one, right? Is like why did Moses get lost for 40 years in the Sinai? It's because he wasn't willing to ask for directions, and like to me that's evidence that this
one.
It's funny, but it's also like, yeah, that's a fucking child.
I mostly like it because it involves Moses.
How many jokes do we really get about Moses? We're lacking on Moses jokes these days. We could use more Moses. That's because of social anxiety.
Yeah, see, a lot of what I would describe as being an adult, or the responsibilities of an adult, right, come down to forming strategies to deal with your social anxiety about situations that are very anxiety-inducing.
Yeah, I think that's actually
pretty important. Which is basically all of society at this point, right?
Yeah.
And being willing to accept help formulating those strategies rather than insisting that you're fine by yourself when you're clearly not. A lot of the ways that I think of adulthood and manhood at the same time come down to being willing to admit that you're wrong, being willing to admit that you need help, being willing to admit that you're upset without taking it out on somebody else, without making it all about you and your feelings and your needs and making the entire universe center around how important it is that you get what you want. Being able to admit that you still want and need things without making it about how it is cosmically important that you have them. That's where it's childish to me. It's this idea of like, it's because I want it, it's the most important thing in the world. And if it's not the most important thing in the world, then it doesn't matter. Right? That sort of attitude can be like really disastrous to people's ability to function, basically. Right? And a lot of being able to take it on the chin a little bit is pretty important to an adult, right? Being able to hold yourself back from your impulses is pretty important to an adult, right? Most of this, it's just amounts to like pretty basic impulse control that a lot of people apparently struggle with.
Yep.
And pretty basic, like understanding your own agency, where you have it, where you don't, and where you and knowing not to be just like arbitrarily ungovernable.
I think that this is like this is the reason why this is one of like the great literary conflicts of most literary fiction, and honestly a lot of pretty genre fiction-y stuff. Why did I do that? I didn't need to do that at all. Is the I use the cement on the wrong part. Is like this understanding of like where are the boundaries and like living up to your own expectations. Hello, Okayan.
That's a big one. That is a big one. Being able to understand that you might have expectations of yourself that you might not be able to meet. That's one of the biggest forms of humility that I think people really like. It's really hard.
It's really hard. It's really genuinely hard.
One of the hardest things a person can do is understanding that you might not be able to achieve what you want to achieve in your life, and you have to accept that that is a possibility. You don't have to give up. You shouldn't give up. But the idea that I can't win, so what's the point in trying, is childish. It's just like the sort of like, what's the point? It's not fair anyways. Well, maybe it's important. Maybe that's the point. Right? And maybe it matters. Right?
This is actually one of those places where I feel like a lot of video games have done extremely profound damage to a lot of people.
Yes, I totally agree.
Where, like, I think it is just a basic requirement of being alive and, like growing, not just growing up as an adult, but just, like, getting through life as a person to learn how to deal with losing.
Yes.
And this is a place where, like, video games have the ability to teach you that, right? Video games can, in theory, teach you how to do this quite well. Many of them do not. Many of them instead favor teaching you that, no, you can get a perfect run.
Yes.
You
just have to take the runs until you try, until you get it. It just has to all line up in your favor from the start. And if it doesn't, well, you did mulligan.
Yeah, just mulligan.
Right. Also, may I make a quick suggestion?
Yes.
Move me up into the corner so they can see what you're doing.
Thank you.
I believe.
Yeah, a little bit.
You
And
can put me on your head. That'd be kind of fun.
I like you coming out of the corner.
Yeah,
I always like this one.
I like me coming out of the corner too. It's better than coming out of the closet.
Yeah.
This gets me well out of the way, right?
Yeah.
So.
You're going to be covering, like, part of the palette. Admittedly, this is like a streamer problem I have. Also, hello, Silversong Studio. This is like a streamer weakness I have of not doing a good job of keeping track of where the camera is. I tend to wander off.
It can be kind of hard.
Yeah. And it's I in case people don't know, this is a fundamental acting skill known as hitting your mark, in case you're wondering what people are talking about with that one. I have good diction, but I miss my mark. This is how I imagine a bird would appear to operate. Yeah, no, this is part of why it works. This is part of why it works really well.
It's what I do on my own streams, so I like.
That's part of the reason why I like it. Okay, I'm gonna put the magnets away because I don't think I need them anymore, and I can put away the clippers. And I can put away the cement. I think I'm gonna leave that glue out, and I can get the brushes ready. An important fail for an assassin. It's you. Okay, let's see if I can get this, if I can recover this miniature. Because the miniature I've been feeling like I've been doing a pretty bad job on. For the people who are just chiming in, this is the second night I have been painting this guy. And I tried using a technique that I saw recommended in a tutorial for this specific miniature. Of starting with a green undercoat and then layering above that. Not enjoying it at all. Not enjoying it at all. I have much enjoyed. I much prefer like doing the actual layers that I want in the order that I like starting with the biggest layers.
Right.
Start with the biggest layers and then work to the parts that are smaller. In particular, a large part of the reason to do this is because these are supposed to be like bronze copper armor. And hold on, let's refocus the camera. Also, I'm going to move the camera a little bit because I'm going to be down about here when I'm painting. So this is much more likely for me to actually hit my mark as opposed to wandering off all the time. Yeah, there we go. So you want...
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to turn off the camera and then turn it back on to get the focus to reset.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
You want this green stuff in the, like deep in the armor. And the technique,
the tarnished bronze, right?
The tarnished bronze, which goes from like the deep parts. And they did this one tutorial did it by starting from the inside, and then working outwards. I preferred what I think Nagi taught me, which is do the bronze, and then late in the painting of the model, you get some really, really watered down green. And let it and let it like pool in and rely on the water tension to make it go into the deepest areas.
Nagi is classically trained, so like she would use a much more classical technique than a lot of tutorials would teach you.
Yeah.
Also, like the truth is, like she has probably more. She could make these tutorials, and they'd probably be like better than almost any tutorial that actually exists.
I mean, like, on the one hand, she definitely knows more. Having had Nagi as a coach, she tends to get kind of frustrated with giving explanations.
She does. I think it would be different if she was doing a video tutorial that was like a curated experience.
It might be. It might be. She's a craftswoman. I'm just saying teaching might not be. There's a difference between doing and teaching, right?
There's a difference between doing and teaching. Yeah. For example, I can't teach worth a damn.
Yeah,
so,
I'm a much better teacher than I am a doer.
Yeah. I think she's actually quite good. It's mostly just that maybe she's not quite good, but she's also trying to be an entertainer.
And
I'll shut up.
Yes, thank you. And Goroth, I don't actually have any Infinity minis. As much as I like Infinity, I don't actually have any minis. I'm probably going to have some soon.
Nice.
I'm probably going to have some soon because a friend of mine has some that he hasn't used and he has realized that he's never going to use. Which means, amusingly, my first ones aren't going to be for any faction that I actually play or enjoy. They're going to be for Aleph. We were talking about a certain extremely good-looking man that we are friends with has some Aleph minis that he hasn't ever used. And,
yes.
I'm just gonna try to. People aren't really gonna see this arm, but I may as well try to get a little bit on here. But yeah, I kind of prefer her technique of like do base coats and then fill in. Yeah.
If there's one thing you can utterly trust her for, is that she's almost always going to pick a technique for any sort of artistic endeavor that is pleasurable to apply. Right?
Yeah, she's never given me something that's like an actual pain in the ass. That's like not an unnecessary pain in the ass, I should say. Hello, Pishan. Hello. Thank you. I'm not actually using my magnifying glass right now. It's actually on the desk next to me in case I need to do any particularly fine detailed work, but I'm doing pretty coarse work right now. And no, this isn't giving me a headache at all. I don't think I have the best eyes on the planet, seeing as I have to wear glasses. But I'm pretty good at working with fine detailed stuff. Fine work is something I'm relatively comfortable with.
In a lot of ways, this is a trained skill, right? Working with small things, small text, and miniatures, right? Which a skill that I have not particularly trained. I may actually choose to do this as therapy someday, right? I may actually, if I get an actual setup for it, I may actually choose to do some miniature hand cam streams and stuff. I'd have to get I mean, the truth is I could borrow one of my dad's 37 cameras that could probably do that. Yeah. So he collects the damn things. So I wouldn't even have to spend extra money on it. But
how many cookies or cakes would it take me to bribe your dad into giving you one of those cameras?
Probably 0. I could ask him.
But this is actually we should probably back up and make sure that people, in case anybody doesn't know this, so this is a fair, like me and Mikks have a lot of things in common, and there are occasionally some very big differences here. Here's one of the really big ones. Steady as a rock.
Al has very, very steady hands.
Yes. Mikks has peripheral.
Meanwhile, I have peripheral neuropathy. So my hand stability is not great.
Yeah.
And I have a lot of trouble with finger dexterity, right? Also, I am farsighted.
I am very nearsighted.
So I've been without glasses for I have I do not have ADHD, but I have somehow managed to do the executive dysfunction thing of just not getting a new prescription for the last 2 years since I stepped on my glasses and destroyed them.
Well, we don't give a shit, right?
I just it's hard for me to give a shit because it doesn't really interfere with anything that I'm doing, right? And it's like I really would I feel like I probably should just get new glasses. It would probably help a lot, especially if I'm going to start driving again. Right, I need them if I'm going to drive. Right.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta drive somewhere. Unfortunately, because that's America, baby.
Unfortunately, because that's America. That's America. America. But yeah. So we were talking briefly about, or prior to this, about like kind of adulthood, how men perceive themselves, right?
Yes. Yes, and it's worth saying, right? Like we talked about this on stream, and it comes through periodically. My own self perception is like not generally considered particularly accurate. You know,
I would say it's not accurate. Yes, as your friend, I would say who has met you and who is an acquaintance of yours. I would say that you have a bit of a perception of yourself that is far too harsh.
Yeah, that's you are not alone in that. Yeah,
as many of us do.
That is not Mikks, I think, being particularly flattering to me. It is, you know, I have had this conversation many, many times with dozens and dozens of people, and I tend to, the way that I describe myself tends to be quite a bit harsher than almost anybody else's description of me. And I don't think that that's because I'm not trying to do like some sort of humble bragging based blah, blah, blah maneuver.
No.
I think I just am factually wrong.
I think you are factually wrong, and I think and I don't want to delve too much into your psychology on your stream.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
I would just say, I think what's actually going on here is that you have a very strong sense of identity of who you are intellectually and ethically, right? Your internal self, your interior self, you have a very strong sense of that, and you do not feel like the exterior self reflects that.
I think that's a reasonable thing to say. And I should clarify for the viewers, right? The reason why I bring this up is that I am trying to illustrate a certain amount of empathy, right, for people like Clavicular, for my enemies, because, and I'm also trying to demonstrate a little bit of like, partially I'm trying to demonstrate some empathy that like, I kind of get what these guys are going through, right? A little bit. I am going through, I have different issues, but like I get that a lot of us have a perception of ourselves that is sometimes painful, right? To reconcile. And the other part of the reason why I bring this up is to make it very clear that just because you feel bad about yourself doesn't mean that you are now obligated to be a weird, racist, misogynistic troglodyte.
Yes. This is cowardice.
Yeah.
Is what it is.
This is what fucking Nietzsche talks about. This is like literally what Nietzsche's philosophy is about.
This is literally, as the nihilist here, yes. Precisely.
Literally what Nietzsche warned us about.
Yeah. The thing here is that, and it's not even like a one-to-one, right? This goes extremely broadly. The number one way people deal with a sense of vulnerability and insecurity is to lash out at the world around them in one way or another. Yeah. And sometimes that's more constructive than others. Some people deal with insecurity by building shit. Maybe it's not necessary shit. Maybe it's mostly just to give a security blanket for them. But they're building something. They're trying to change the world to suit them in a microcosmic way.
And sometimes it produces really cool art, and sometimes it produces really dumb shit.
And sometimes it produces really ugly buildings, and sometimes it produces grand beauty that is by no means the thing that the author of that beauty considers their masterwork, right?
Yeah.
But the thing about these guys, about the Clavicular types, about the fucking manosphere, aside from the fact that it is almost entirely controlled by capitalist grifters, who are dipshits to a man.
Yeah, very fair.
That these guys think that somebody else should be fucking solving their problems for them, and all of their accountability shit. They talk about like being a man means taking accountability for yourself. What they mean is being a man means you should be in charge of everything. That's what they mean when they say that.
The tool that there are many tools we can use to solve things in the world, and the tool that they are reaching for is that they think that they deserve to be everyone else's manager. Yes. Yeah, I do have a stray bristle. I should just cut it off.
And they can't manage their own fucking lives to worth a damn, is the truth.
Yeah.
They are disasters. They are what we would call boy failures, right?
Yeah, I mean that was actually the thing that provoked this. That was the thing that provoked this, was that it turns out that for them to stream, for at least clavicular and androgenic to stream, they're taking fucking ketamine.
Yeah.
They're taking ketamine to show up on goddamn stream. That's insane. Yeah. Like that's
like a level of anxiety.
nuts.
I mean, I would say the same for several of our major political figures right now. As well. They're probably doing the same goddamn thing. They're not even like, and they're not even performing at a very high level. They're performing at a really fucking low level.
Yeah. And it's actually worse than that. It was a stack of 5 drugs. I've got it actually, I still have the tab open. Adderall, DXM, ketamine, BDO, which I don't even know what that is, and pregabalin. Like, these guys are outrageously drunk, outrageously high to get on stream. Like,
yeah. Budenadiol, I think. It's nervous system depressant, I think.
So yeah,
I think that's BDO.
Yeah, they're mixing uppers and downers and dissociatives.
And they're taking Adderall when they don't fucking need it, which is why they're also fucking stupid. Like,
yeah.
Holy Christ. By the way, guys, I'm just going to give you all a piece of advice, okay? This is medical advice, right? I'm not qualified to give it to you, but I'm giving it to you anyways. Don't take Adderall if you don't have ADHD. If it is not prescribed to you, do not take Adderall. It will ruin your brain.
Yes. Adderall is really bad for your brain.
It is possibly more dangerous than heroin.
Yeah, and my big point here, and I think that you're definitely going to agree with me on this one, is like, they're doing this to stream.
To stream.
They're doing this to show up on to hit go live and react to TikToks.
Yes. Not even high quality streams. We're not talking some fucking like.
They're not doing like Germa shit or something like that, or shindig shit.
This isn't some Germa shit. This isn't some Northern Lion, right? These guys are not on the level of like these like streamers who have real talent, right?
It's not even about talent. It's just like this shouldn't be hard.
They're no Grimmy.
They're no Grimmy. This shouldn't be hard. You shouldn't need performance enhancing drugs to show up and hang out.
Yeah, to show up and hang out, right?
Like,
but they do because they have that much social anxiety and that much insecurity.
Yeah, and I think
now they have addictions, right?
And now they've got addictions. Yeah, now they've got addictions. And really, this is once again a point of like this field that we are in of streaming. This is not like working in the mines. Like, this is a career field you have to work really hard to get into, and like, this is a very voluntary career. And if you have the kind of social anxiety where hanging out voluntarily is something that requires performance-enhancing drugs, you can just do something else. You
can go get a job where you show up and do spreadsheets for 8 hours and never talk to another human being.
No, I think I am an optimist, right? I'm the eternal optimist. I would like to imagine that 10, 20 years from now, clavicular is a goddamn accountant or something. And
I think the problem, and here's the real thing. Oh, sorry, please go.
Yeah, that he just becomes some sort of like accountant or spreadsheet miner, and he works a quiet job where he doesn't have to talk to so many goddamn people. And every once in a while somebody recognizes him and they go like, "Hey, weren't you famous on TikTok?" And he goes, "No, I just had one of those faces."
Yeah, like, that was a long time ago. I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Like, right? Yeah. I think that's a much happier life for him, is one where he doesn't have to talk to. I think he just doesn't want to talk to people, and he's just
most of these guys. The problem is, and this is when we get to the way the perception has changed, right?
Yeah.
I don't think, again, I do not believe that society has actually changed that much since like you and I were kids. It's changed a bit. A big part is the queerness of society and the acceptance of queerness, which has had a unmistakable impact and has caused a lot of fucking derangement, right? But I will get to that in a moment. The primary thing is that men have gotten this idea into their heads that they can't, quote unquote, be men anymore,
Yes, it's very strange. It's very, very strange.
And it's very strange. It's very similar to the "I can't be an American anymore in my America" sort of thing. The Turning Point USA halftime show, like I can't walk my dog, or like mow grass, or drink beer because there's trans people on television, right? Wine bag shit, right? Like,
oh, that's a much better.
This sort of like, I'm upset about something that has nothing to do with me, therefore I can't live my normal good boy life. Oh, of course you can. Fuck you. Shut up. Go away. Mind your own business. Like, what are you doing? Isn't this what you're supposed to believe in? You guys, like, aren't you guys supposed to believe that people should just mind their business? It doesn't matter how many guns I have. None of your business.
It's
right?
It's deeply, deeply frustrating. And
like,
and embarrassing, right?
Man.
It's very
embarrassing. Yeah, I can't tell jokes anymore. Yeah, maybe you can try being funny. Like, that's always like what I come up with here, because it's like, you can't tell jokes anymore. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go look at Twitter. Oh, hey, look, it's Twitter. Hey, look, it's like every trans person on Twitter being like funnier than I will ever be in my entire life. So I guess you can tell jokes. You just have to be better at it.
Yeah,
you're not.
That is a skill issue, my friend.
Yeah, that is a grade A certified skill issue. Pointeth downwards.
Doctor, can I tell jokes anymore? Of course you can. Well, I couldn't before. Like,
yeah.
You know, it's
it's just like, yeah, it's more that your jokes were just saying crude shit, and now people don't think it's funny anymore.
That's actually one of the parts that, like, I do kind of get annoyed about a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
Is that, like,
yeah,
we're really, really making myself, revealing the 90s here. The whole backlash about the whole thing about political correctness, and then having this whiplash from like, oh, like everything's so politically correct, you can't say anything anymore. Then like immediately afterwards, like, oh, but everybody's so rude, and it's like, no, political correctness is just a debate over what we consider politeness. And
pretty much,
it's not that people have less humor, it's that what they find funny has changed because cultures change over time. And
and also exposure to the stupid cringe shit you say has reached far more people than the good old boys at your local bar these days.
I do think that there's something to be said, and I don't think this is what they would like to hear. There's something to be said for the standard of comedy has risen considerably, not because of by the way, we're about to go into ads, but I think I'm just gonna keep walking through. I'm gonna keep working through that one. That the standard of jokes has changed because everybody can go see drill.
Yeah.
There's two things here. Everybody can go see drill, and people are a lot less fucking drunk and high than they used to be.
Yes.
It is a lot harder to get your hands on Quaaludes than it was 50 years ago.
Yeah. One of the big things that one of my friends says, right? Southerner, right? He's a Southerner himself, right? And he says, here's the problem with Southern comedians. They start telling a joke, and the punchline is, and then I said, fuck.
Yeah.
And there's nothing else to it. Right? This man is one of the funniest people I've ever met in my life, by the way. Like, he is incredibly funny, and his sense of humor is very Southern. It's very like, I'm telling a funny story that makes me look like an idiot. That's but you know what? I did it anyways because I'm a man, right? That sort of thing. And men don't run away when wild boars are attacking them. They climb a tree, right? That sort of stuff, right?
Yeah. It's not like it's impossible. It's just, you've got way more competition. And the again, your audience is a lot less fucking drunk. The audience has shifted.
The audience has shifted, in particular for comedy and stand-up comedy. The audience has become much more diverse, and I mean this very much like in actual diversity. I don't just mean like what we used to call diverse when we were being politically correct.
It was a polite way to say not white. Yeah, it was a polite way to say black.
Not white. Time. Now I mean like the level of education is radically different. People come to stage comedy shows from across the goddamn country because you've seen the guy on YouTube.
Yeah.
Right? You've seen Josh Johnson on YouTube. You fly to New York to see Josh Johnson live. Right? Like, you go places to see people because these stand-up comedians who would only be known in like the New York nightlife circuit in the 90s, and you are fucking losing it, man.
I remember recently, as just kind of an aside about like how there have been some changes here. I remember watching the first episode of Saturday Night Live, the very first episode. It was on. They were doing reruns. I watched it recently, and their comedian that they had, the stand-up comic act they had, was George Carlin.
Yeah.
And you know what George Carlin was like in the 70s?
George Carlin?
No, he wasn't. He was lame.
You're right. Yeah.
He was lame. He was boring.
He was which was in like the late 80s.
It was fascinating to watch George Carlin be this absolute hack comedian. And the standards have just
considered like one of our modern philosophers, basically.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. This is one of the big ones for like what modern American culture is, and we have a record of him being a boring hack. Which is really fascinating to me as a person who rather likes George Carlin.
His stuff rant is one of my like top comedy bits of all time. Matched only by like Tom Lehrer bits, right?
Of course, Tom Lehrer's like you're
really love Tom Lehrer. Yeah,
Tom
I
Lehrer,
fucking
of course
love
you're
Tom Lehrer.
Yeah. The northern lion of boomers.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, he is literally the northern lion of boomers. Not even gonna lie, right?
I think I nailed that one. I think I'm completely on the money there.
I am a very big fan of "We'll All Go Together When We Go."
Oh yeah, it's a great song. It's great. I honestly, the Tom Lehrer thing I'm mostly thinking about is the Werner von Braun.
Yeah, that's my favorite Tom Lehrer bit. That is my favorite Tom Lehrer song, right? That's not my department, says Werner von Braun.
Oh yeah, I know I was gonna set you. I should have known I would have set you off as soon as I said that. Fuck.
Sorry, I love that song. I'm sorry. It's like I have it pretty much memorized. So guys, I'm just gonna remind you all, I'm gay.
Yes.
So I like piano show tunes. That's just how it works. I was given it as a special ability. Enjoys piano show tunes and gains like mental solitude from them, mental solace from them when I turned like 25. Okay, that's just how it works. I'm sorry to anyone who hasn't learned this about themselves yet, but it's just true, right? But yeah, I really happen to like that song in particular. It's very funny, and the stinger is extremely funny. The stinger is like Cat-like Tread levels of funny. Cat-like Tread being my single favorite song from any sort of musical theater of all time. Because Cat-like Tread is a song that's about being very sneaky, marked in F.
Okay. I'm trusting you on this one. I'm nodding along, not because I understand, but because I'm trusting you.
It's Penzance. No, sorry, it's Pirates of Penzance, right? It's Gilbert and Sullivan. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a song where the pirates sneak around the Major General's estate, singing about how sneaky they're being, while doing dance lines while cymbals crash and drums are banged and there's blaring trumpets and brass sections.
Thank you for the fill-in.
Right.
Yeah.
It's very funny.
I am, by contrast to Mikks, a very non-musical person.
Yes.
It is very fair to accuse me.
I know your musical taste though, and it is good.
Yeah. That's good to hear. This is affirming to hear. But I'm usually pretty unknowledgeable, and I'm fairly tone deaf. So there's a lot of music stuff that I miss.
It's kind of weird because you really like post rock. So
I do. I like
one of these things that I think would be killed by being kind of tone deaf, but apparently not. Which is
cool. It's all texture. It's all texture to me.
Fair enough. Yeah. That's fair enough.
It's more like classical singing that gets really killed for me. Is the
yeah. Okay,
like,
that makes sense.
it's not even that I hate it.
You
It's
don't
just like I'm missing a lot of this. Like,
No, I get you. I get you. Actually, I'm pretty tone deaf too, but I'm tone deaf in the opposite direction, right?
mm.
Where it's me who I'm tone deaf for. I can hear it in other people.
Okay.
I can't really modulate my own voice that well. So apparently my singing voice is okay, which I put up mostly to luck because my grandmother and mother both have extremely good singing voices. So grandmother had an extremely good singing voice, I should say.
Fair,
genetics benefited me there, I guess. But yeah, with these guys, right? They are. I was kind of trying to like distract while the ads ended before we got back to the more important conversation, right?
Yeah. The more important conversation about the gender performance. Yeah, the gender of it all. Yeah,
gender performance, right? And so we both know some people who have some pretty strong philosophy about streaming being fundamentally, especially VTubing, being gender performance.
Yes. I've talked about it a few times. I talked about it at NYU.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Woody, for getting me to NYU to talk about about gender,
which is pretty awesome, actually.
Hell yeah.
Right?
Hell yeah.
And so this is something that I think is true, actually. Right? I am generally not somebody who is too invested in the psychology of gender. Because I'm very much in the camp of, I mean, this is all bullshit anyways. Why are we putting so much stock into it, right? When ultimately what it means is like self-identity, right?
Yes.
But I think that this is a huge part of chosen identity, is performance of gender. And chosen identity is extremely important.
Yeah.
It is important for cisgendered people, for transgendered people, for questioning people, for people of all sexual orientations and all self-identifications.
Also, hello, Humter.
Hi, Humter. But so this is something that's extremely important, and something that I've said about VTubing a few times in the past.
Yes.
Is that VTubing is kind of a pinnacle of chosen identity.
Yes.
For performance arts.
Yes, I think that is fair to say.
You can choose even more than just how you look. Because in a lot of ways, you can choose how you look. Right? In real life as well, right?
Yeah.
Not perfectly, but you can do a lot more to change your appearance than people think that you can. Without even undergoing any surgeries. Right?
Yeah.
Makeup is fucking magical. I will just tell you. If you are somebody who doesn't like how you look, try learning about makeup. Because it can really transform your self-evaluation here. Right? And it's not a crutch. It's not weakness, and it's not lying. It's a tool that exists to help you look how you want. Makeup is legitimately witchcraft. Right? And witchcraft is legitimately good. But
like
so the thing about gender performance is that these manosphere guys are doing it really badly.
That's a fair way to put it, yeah.
They are not able to understand any of the actual philosophy of masculinity that they claim to purport. They don't even understand the philosophy that they're creating.
Which is an interesting problem to put yourself into, right? That's like
They are, because you know what one of the most essential fundamental factors of their idea of masculinity is?
Let's hear it.
Introspection is for gays and females.
Which is an interesting intervention, right? In the actual history of Western civilization, because that's always been so goddamn important, right? That's always been so goddamn important to the Epicureans, to the Stoics.
But these guys don't know what the Stoics actually were about, or what the Epicureans were actually about, or what the hedonists were actually about, or even just like classical philosophies.
Yeah, I was about to say any classical philosophy, any Christian thought, right? Introspection is deeply important to basic Christian philosophy. Like, it's
always be skeptical of your own righteousness. Very important to Christianity as a faith.
Yes.
I wonder what's going on right now in Christianity. Holy shit.
We can get to the Christianity of it all, because I have been very amused by what's happening with the Christianity of it all.
This is a lot of this, I feel, the maleness, the capitalism, a lot of the things that are going on with men, with young men, and with white people, we'll just call them, right? And for anyone who is white, which Alan
includes
and I both,
two of us. Yeah, the two of us. Yeah.
Two of us. Please understand that I am not talking about white people as like a class of people who is like worse or better or in any way like distinct.
Being pale hasn't changed your actual internal mind.
No, it has not. But it has changed how you're spoken to in society.
Yes, this is true.
It has sociological import.
Yes.
Not psychological import. This is not an issue of white person psychology. This is an issue of the way we talk about white people and whiteness in society being really, really bad. And tied very heavily to a lot of things that have nothing to do with being white. Like being Christian, like being wealthy, like being responsible. There's all sorts of things that we associate with being white, like being a good citizen, which are all just deeply racist.
Yes.
And the victims of this racism are both white people and people who are not white.
Yeah.
150%. But as it applies to these men, you have to understand that for most of these manosphere guys are white. Not all of them are.
But,
right?
But yeah,
there
very
are
large
black
percent.
manosphere guys. There are Arabic manosphere guys who are black Arabs, right? There are Asian manosphere guys who are weird as fuck compared to a lot of
They're very strange. They're very strange, yes.
A lot of these guys are like very what's what I want? What's the word I want? Well, they're darker than you would expect them to be with how they talk about whiteness and about society, right? Is the big thing, right? If you know like the common philosophies here. In black spaces, I am not black, so I do not want to talk too much about this, even though I have studied it to some extent. I am not an expert. In black spaces, there's other problems than just these very white-coded manosphere guys, right? That are going on, right? With what is expected of men, and what men are expected to be, and what men feel they are expected to be, and how that relates to what they're actually, quote-unquote, allowed to be, right?
But yeah,
sorry, views is getting blocked for some reason, so I'll just allow that. Right.
I think I'm probably going to take off that filter, because I actually have. It's been like over a year since I caught a bot using that. I might actually change that filter. It's just that was a useful filter for a long time.
And stuff a lot on your stream, so views is a pretty useful word.
Views is pretty useful, yeah. Especially given like my way of doing sociology in particular, where I think subjectivity is really important. And so, describing people's views and how they view things from their perspective is kind of common. So I should probably take that one off the list. And I mean, also, if somebody brings up viewers, it doesn't actually matter that much. It doesn't, I'm not that bothered.
Not been bothered by it at this point, right?
Not that bothered by it.
Now.
Well, I mean, the buy viewers thing hasn't happened. That does not happen very often, and the bots have gotten a little bit past
those bots. Yeah,
they've gotten a little bit more sophisticated. It's like I still catch them, but they're usually just like obviously scams. Like it's just it just looks like scam posting. But anyway.
So the important thing that I'm getting at here, right, isn't like a black religion versus white religion thing, though that's a really fascinating subject in America. That's really fascinating, the black church and the white church, right, and the differences between them, and the differences in masculinity and the views of masculinity in these spaces. It's more that this manosphere space, right, these new men, right, so to speak, right, the new man.
Yeah, important phrase in Christianity and in the Soviet Union as well. If you have
and in the Soviet Union as well, is very, very, very tied to a lot of Christian ideology.
Yes,
especially strangely enough, the ones who are Islamic.
Yeah, That makes sense to me.
It's very strange to me as somebody who's studied these faiths, right? That people who are Islamic, like sexists, basically, right? Misogynists, would feel the need to turn to Christianity for tips when there's enough really unfortunate, like, dystopian Islamic societies that exist because of hyper-conservative Islamists not understanding the Quran.
I think my thought, my initial thought when we're talking about English language specifically, is that a lot of that's assimilationism.
That's fair. Yes, that is very true.
Yeah, that's my first thought. And Itsy Bitsy Bones is a survivor of the SBC, one of those profoundly evil organizations.
Yes, profoundly evil. Right? The one that I think has the most impact is the modern evangelicals, right?
Yeah.
The ones who are specifically, I am talking about the kind of evangelical who believes that if you are not rich and like rich with a gigantic house and as many kids as you want, it's because because God hates you.
Yeah, prosperity gospel. Prosperity gospel
is what I am talking about specifically. Prosperity gospel is incredibly evil, and it is also infesting every aspect of American society. And has
it is something that's had like a 100+ year like momentum build up. This is like
but it got really bad around 2005.
Yeah. I associate so much with the Bush administration, the Bush era.
Yes, a lot of it is the Bush era, but I think that these things are more
they're bigger than that. Yeah,
they're bigger, and also like it's more like a convergence of things, right? All of this at some point we will figure out, probably in like 50 years, we will figure out what the true spark of our current troubles are, right? Because it's probably something that we're not thinking of yet. There's probably some sorts of pressure points that are not just like capitalism bad, right?
I know that I say that I'm a big damn commie, but one of those things that I have that is like an actual hot take on mine is that I do not like analyses that begin and end with capitalism bad, because one, I so frequently see this analysis used to describe things that aren't unique to capitalism at all. And that drives me nuts.
Yeah,
that drives me nuts when people are like, oh, this is like a capitalism thing, and then they describe something that's like a feudal thing. And I'm like, guys, like, please, like, if you're going to be trying to do like vulgar Marxism, you can like understand the 5-minute lecture on what Marxism is about. The other part of this is that I think it's very dull. It's very dull. I think that in an analytical frame, if you're doing analysis, it should be something that you can use to guide your actions in some sort of meaningful way. And in this case, there are things that are capitalism bad. I'm not saying capitalism good. I am saying that your analysis should be going a little bit deeper.
You mean actual principles.
And sometimes the thing is like, yes, this is part of capitalism, but it's a part of the specifics of the capitalism you are experiencing.
Yes.
You know,
and this is one of the things that I worry about a lot with capitalism bad people. And I want to be very clear. Capitalism is the root of all fucking evil in the world. But I mean this at a very deep level, right? I do not mean capitalism, the political theory based on the control of the capitalist, right? I mean the idea that things have value that exists separate from subjectivity.
Okay.
That they should have value that exists separate from subjectivity, and that growth of capital means is a net good. That's what I mean when I say I think capitalism is the root of all evil. I think there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. I think a lot of things relating to basically the idea that we have to kill God in order to eliminate value. Because as long as there is things that are valued based on want, we can't really get anywhere. But obviously, this is like fucking 303 shit, so I'm gonna bring myself back down.
Yeah, bring yourselves back down. Thank you, Itsy Bitsy Bones. I appreciate that. I've been feeling this model. I've been feeling pretty About. I've been so I appreciate the vote of confidence. I'm feeling
The
pretty.
textures do look good, though. I actually.
That's very sweet. That's very good.
Like,
Okay, that's very good to hear because
I think like I think the cloth looks amazing for one thing.
the skirt. I think I'm doing well on this part, and it's not even done.
But also the plume looks really good too.
Yeah, I'm.
Like you did a really good job detailing the shadows on it.
Well, actually, I haven't detailed the shadows yet. That's ambient occlusion. It's
Okay,
actually
well, you did a really good job of setting yourself up to detail the shadows because it looks good. It looks like
the plume.
very fluffy.
The plume has 2 layers left to do on it, actually. Maybe 3. It needs a red touch-up and a... Well, the cloth here is going to get a wash to lock it in and make the shadows more... and help the shadows, the recessions. Pop a little bit more. But that is, of the things I feel fairly good about, the 2 things where I feel like I'm getting fairly good are, I feel like I'm getting better at this copper, at making this copper look really nice and faded. It's going to need a little bit
shiny, which is impressive.
Well, I'm going to actually dull it down a little bit by using, I have some aluminum paint, and I'm going to use that on some of the high parts to dull it down a little bit more. That was a good Nagi trick, but I think I've gotten fairly good at getting the green, the verdigris implanted inwards, and I think I need to do a little bit more up here on exactly that front. But anyway, the
to bring myself back down to earth, so to speak, right? What I'm talking about here is how tied the manosphere is to whiteness and to a lot of things that are quintessentially American whiteness.
Yeah.
Right? Even when the people involved are not white. And that's very concerning to me, right? Quintessential American Christian whiteness. Even when we're talking about Jews, even when we're talking about Muslims, even when we're talking about Hindus, that one's really concerning.
Oh yeah, the interactions with Hinduism and the American right has been really, really bad for almost everyone. Yeah, for pretty much everybody involved.
Yes,
and
so the thing about this, right, is that we've talked about this before, I think, but
probably we talked about a lot of things. Keep going.
What is white culture?
Yeah,
I know what it was when I was growing up, but what is it now?
Oh God, I am. We've talked about this a little bit because it is my favorite FD Signifier video.
It's a really good video.
Yeah, FD Signifier did a video on Black people don't understand Bo Burnham. We mentioned Bo Burnham earlier.
Yeah.
That Black people, and he posted these clips of Black influencers responding to Bo Burnham's inside and just being completely baffled, having no idea what the hell they're looking at. And so what's the deal there? And so he talks about this really interesting historical thing where if you're in as late as like probably around 2010 is probably about the end of it. There is an identifiable category of white people music. And this is stuff, like Alien Ant Farm, right? Would be like a really great example. Or all of pop punk.
Punk as shit. That's really
all of
important
pop punk.
to remember.
All of pop punk, right?
It's punk. Rage Against the Machine.
Rage Against the Machine is good. And like the one that Alien Ant Farm to me is like the really canonical one, but also Blink-182. Is like, oh, this is some fucking white people. This is some white people shit.
Bowling for Soup.
Yeah.
Right. These sorts of like very pop punk, white liberal suburban kid music.
And this is what's interesting about this, and the contrast that he wants to bring up here is that if you were to accuse music of being really white today, that would mostly just be a negative claim. Whereas he's making a much more neutral claim that there is a white musical tradition that is not inflected through its relationship with rap or even jazz, that has its own things to offer. That is not just like a worse form of doing music. And that in the later parts of the 21st century, all of fashion and music culture that white people do involves a lot of appropriating black culture, which he's being pretty neutral about this, because he is not just talking about this being stuff that's like stealing, but that like pretty much all modern streetwear is very, very black influenced.
Yes.
And
it's either black or Asian.
Well, and the Asian influence is often also black
Japanese
influenced,
yes,
right? Like
I was going to say, a lot of Japanese fashion is extremely black.
Yeah. And there's positives and negatives to that, but just being neutral, trying to be descriptive about it, there is something of a loss here to our broader cultural understanding that the largest ethnic group in the United States, which is still white people, does not feel comfortable making cultural products that are not like designed and self-conscious about their relationship with blackness.
Yes.
I think this is an interesting problem to highlight. I think this is genuinely really interesting to highlight. And
the other thing that I really like from that video is, you know what disaffected white boys did in the 90s? They joined a garage band.
Oh yeah, true.
Right? They had a garage band and they were called like the Screaming Kick Fuckers or something like that. And they screamed a lot and they made punk music about how they hated their dads. Right? And this was better.
I think it's pretty easy to say, especially for me, the streamer who is painting a miniature in front of you, that I am a big believer that art is a process that people should feel comfortable participating in as creators, even if they don't become amazing at it. Right, even if you don't become an amazing independent professional artist, I think it's still worth participating in the process of creation because it teaches you so much about the world, and because the alternative, as we have seen, is modern post-Gamergate gamer culture, which is primarily about whining at other people until they fix things for you.
Yes.
It's about self-infantilization, and it's very depressing.
It's baby bitch loser shit, right? As I would call it, because I'm more aggressive than you. Also, you're going a little bit off camera when you're painting right now, just so you know. You're like very far to the
Thank you for the heads up.
The left side of the camera right now.
Thank you for the heads up. Yeah. See, I tend to wander.
Yeah, you do. You sort of like, I've noticed that typically when you're doing hand cam stuff, you just drift more and more to the left until you've like fully rotated, basically.
Nice. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Maybe I should make a redeem for like if it has a sound alert.
That's actually a really good idea.
To tell me to get back on my mark.
You're off target.
You're off target. Stay on target.
Yeah.
Where is my aluminum paint?
Maybe you can find a clip from like Ace Combat or something.
I still haven't played any Ace Combat.
Zero is really good.
I would it be better to play it in release order, to play it start with zero and then play one after?
Zero.
Start with zero and then play one afterwards?
Zero. The games are not like literally chronological, right?
Yeah.
You can start with zero, and if you like zero, you'll probably like the rest of the series.
Okay. I suspect I will generally like Ace Combat.
It's satisfying. It's for the things that I know you like in games, I feel like you will probably quite like it. I think you might also find the politics interesting.
I have heard this for years, like 4 years since the PS2 era. I've had friends. All right, Hoomter, enjoy your sleep. The main thing I know about Ace Combat is the best thing to know about Ace Combat, because it's one of the best things you can ever know about any video game, which is JPEG Dog.
Yes.
I love JPEG Dog.
Is lovely.
I love JPEG Dog.
The thing about Ace Combat that I think is really cool is that, so Ace Combat, for the most part, there's a couple games that don't do this, but Ace Combat is set in an alternate reality called Strange Real.
Yes, I have heard.
Which is similar to our world, but different. How is it different? Well, that depends on what's convenient for the plot. But
yeah. I know that it's not like that insanely different, because they literally have like Grippins and Raffels So,
Yes.
which I think is very funny. I think it's very funny. It's just like we invented entire new countries with an entire different history, and they just happen to have independently came up with the exact same company names.
That's correct, Quincy. That's why I think it's good. I mean, to be fair, anything with planes is mecha. Anything with trains is mecha. Like, this genre means mechanical. It does not mean humanoid robot.
Yeah.
Right? Boats is mecha, right? Space Battleship Yamato is mecha. Right?
To what extent is Black Lagoon mecha?
The scenes where it goes really into the boat.
Yeah.
Like the maintenance of the boat that are like technology that are like boat porn, basically, right? That's mecha, right? Black Lagoon is generally more action show, right?
I was about to say I would generally probably say it's like medium was what I was expecting you to say.
Yeah.
Medium levels of mecha.
No. Mecha is short for mechanical. Or mechanized, alternatively, right? Tank, like Girls on Panzer is a mecha show, for example.
Yeah.
Right? That show is fucking wild, by the way.
I have never known what to think of that show.
Okay, I'll tell you why I like the show, okay? I like the show because if you pause the fucking show in the first episode, where they're trying to decide what club to join, you see the other clubs.
Yeah.
And these include ninjutsu, demonology, magical girl, superhero, giant robot, boat, astronaut. It just like goes on. Like there's one that's like trans-dimensional sorcery. It's just like increasingly ridiculous things. And they chose one of the most mundane options in this setting, apparently, which is tanks. It's a very goofy show, and it knows what it is, so I respect it for that.
Okay, I like that. You've made a better sell on it than I've like ever heard before. Admittedly, nobody's like really tried to sell me on it. They've just like posted like random clips from it. I'm like, okay.
Quincy, I can name 4 mecha anime off the top of my head that are sports anime. Cyber Formula GPX. This isn't even like cheating by saying like things that don't have humanoid robots. Basquash, G Gundam.
G Gundam is a sports anime.
G Gundam is 150% a sports anime. And what's the name of that other? I mean, there's like also the Gundam Build Fighter shows are definitely sports anime, right?
There are sports anime that are less sports anime than G Gundam. Ping Pong might be less of a sports anime than G Gundam.
Yes, G Gundam is very sports anime. There's other examples too. There's a bunch of racing themed anime, right? That are mecha anime, right?
It is not anywhere near the main plot point, but they do have sports arcs inside of Pat Labor.
Yes, Pat Labor has sports arcs. My personal favorite is Basquash, because Basquash is fucking insane. And it is about... Okay, Basquash is a show about how there's this underground sport that's come up because people use... because in like this future society, people use these big robots in a very similar way to Pat Labor for construction. So a bunch of fucking punk-ass kids have stolen robots and play basketball with them. And then this became a really popular, like, spectator sport. So it became really popular. The protagonist of the story has just been released from jail, where he was put at 14 years old because he was involved in a Basquash, this is basketball with giant robots, accident that left his sister crippled and 3 people dead, which was not his fault. It was the fault of the fucking cops. But he was framed for it.
Yeah.
Right?
He was a patsy. He was the fall guy.
He was a patsy. So, but in this time, he has become a fucking underground basketball legend called Dunk Mask.
You have made this sound so good.
And he proceeds to reluctantly get back into the world of professional Basquash in order to rebel against the government and also moon aliens.
Also moon aliens.
This show is fucking insane. It is actually out of its fucking gourd. And it is, unsurprisingly, a collaboration between the Japanese and the French.
Nice.
It's a really fun show. Like, it's completely nonsensical. It's also like one of the few mecha shows that has very little actual combat. Right? It's not a combat show. It's about fucking basketball. It's about basketball, and it's about saving the world and dunking on the government. And also moon aliens.
And also Gorath. Ping Pong's great. Yuasa is like one of my favorite directors.
Yuasa is maybe my favorite director.
Yeah, it's like I'm having to think about it. It's like I have traditionally said it's my favorite director is Lanthimos, but I think like the longer Lanthimos' career goes on, I kind of think I only really like The Lobster and Dogtooth and Killing of a Sacred Deer. Because like I watched Begonia and I was just like not that impressed.
I kind of like Begonia, but it's also
like Begonia. Right? I don't love Begonia.
So yeah,
I don't.
I like
love
the ending of Begonia.
The ending of Begonia is beautiful. I like Begonia, but I don't love Begonia in the same way that like Killing of a Sacred Deer. I was just like, oh. Yuasa got a real. For me, it's Yuasa of living directors. It's Yuasa, Lanthimos, and Cronenberg.
I would say like there's a couple other anime directors who I'd put up there. Dazaki.
I don't watch enough anime, so
this is Space Adventure Cobra. Osamu Dazaki. He's iconic. Aim for the Ace.
Okay.
Have you heard of Aim for the Ace? Aim for the
Ace.
I've
not. I've never heard of it actually.
Aim for the Ace is a shoujo tennis anime about really competing really, really hard. And what that does to you psychologically.
Okay, a little bit like ping pong. Yeah.
It's a lot like ping pong.
Ping pong's so good.
Yeah, ping pong is really good. Some examples of things that he's directed: Moomin, Dororo, Lupin the Third, Ashita no Joe.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. I have been told many times to watch Ashita no Joe.
The Rose of Versailles, right?
Okay.
Bionic 6, The Mighty Orbots. This is a guy who's more famous less because of his like storytelling technique, right? And more because of his animation technique.
Ah, gotcha.
Which is why you probably haven't heard of him as much, right?
Yeah.
Megalobox is really good. Have you ever seen Megalobox, Al?
No. There's so little anime.
Oh my god. Watch Megalobox. It's gorgeous.
I pretty much only watch anime with my anime club, and we just finished Heavenly Delusion, which I was only kind of into.
The manga goes places. It's a weird show.
I'm trying to. I think our next planned one is Freeren, and I'm trying to direct us more towards watching Witch Hat Atelier. Because
Witch Hat Atelier's adaptation is good so far.
Okay, that's good. I as a person who is like pretty far ahead of where the anime is likely to get in Freeren, I don't really need to see the adaptation of it. I'm fine. I'm not that excited about Freeren. So I'm kind of hoping that we get to watch something else. And having Megalobox or Ashita no Joe.
Megalobox is, I would genuinely suggest Megalobox, right? Like, you don't really need to watch Ashita no Joe to know what Megalobox is about. It's a spiritual successor, not an actual sequel.
I've just heard that Ashita no Joe is extremely good. So that's
Ashita no Joe is extremely good. Yeah. It is one of the most influential anime ever made. Like, every single shot from Ashita no Joe has been referenced a billion times.
Okay, it's got a bit of.
Anytime you see a character who's like slumped over with his head down and like his hair hanging in his face, and it's like sort of framed from like a Dutch angle almost, right? That's Ashita no Joe.
Okay.
That is the iconic shot from Ashita no Joe. If you've seen Gurren Lagann, Kamina's death scene, sorry, spoilers for an anime that everybody's fucking seen, is Ashita no Joe. That's a reference to Ashita no Joe. His entire character design is a reference to Joe. Because everything Imaishi does is a reference to something. Everything he does, right?
Also, hello, Nunu. You spoiled the anime. I've only watched like 12 times.
Yeah, I'm not like I'm going to just at this point. I just assume everybody's seen this fucking show. Okay, like
it's pretty safe as assumptions go.
Yeah, it's one of like the 3 mecha anime that anybody ever references, so I just assume that everybody's seen the show.
Well, and also, I mean, among things you can spoil in that show, like that's one of those things that everybody knows. Like that's not like I don't even feel like that's a real spoiler. It's relatively early in the plot.
I also feel that it's pretty hard to like spoil that show in a way that's meaningful. because so much of it is about the execution of the show.
Yeah. I think
Right.
the part that's much more spoilable in an interesting way is, the last couple of episodes.
Yes.
However, I don't think that there's a way I can describe the last couple of episodes in less than like 10 minutes where where it would even be a spoiler, because it would just be incomprehensible nonsense.
Yes.
I think I would just be saying gibberish.
I will say, I'm really, really mad about how nobody seems to actually understand the central fucking metaphor of that show when it's so fucking obvious.
I am curious as to what you think the central metaphor is, because I've got an idea, but I might be wrong and you might be mad at me now. Let's hear it. What do you think?
The central theme of the show is generational progressionalism.
Yeah, okay,
right?
yeah. It's about progress.
Of the show.
Yeah.
It's about central, yes. And the most important moment in the show is at the very end of the show, when the protagonist doesn't go harder.
Mm-hmm.
That is the single most important thing that happens in the entire show.
Yes.
People do not understand what happens there. They don't understand it at all.
That's very funny, because I don't know what else there is to understand. Like, I don't know what else you would interpret.
Fist fight that has been emulated like 20 times
now. Because
it's manly, right? That's the number one thing, right? People don't understand what this fucking show is about. They think it's about being masculine and being a manly man by not listening to people and just doing whatever you think is right. No, that's not what the fucking show is about. It's about the opposite of that. You're an idiot.
That's a very funny way to take the show. That's okay. There's an article that I didn't finish reading that I think the two of us would have a very productive discussion about. About how much are people actually failing to understand? Like, how often is it actually a literacy problem, and how often is it a values problem, or a lens? I would say a values disagreement or a lens issue.
A lens issue is very common, I feel.
Yes.
Now, I would personally, because I'm kind of a dick, I would personally say that if their values are stupid, that is in fact them not understanding, right? And I don't mean this in the sense that like they have subjectively different values than me. They must be evil, right? That's not what I mean when I say this. What I mean is, it is my opinion that a sufficiently educated person will have values that make fucking sense and are like relatively well-rounded and progressive.
And this is going to be a thing where like you and I are, in fact, I think going to just have a very boring level of disagreement about where I think that like when a person makes a choice to like place certain types of values on the world, that you can't really educate them out of it. You might be able to persuade them out of it, but I think it's kind of outside the remit and capabilities that an education or a skill system can even have. And again, like my big interpretation matrix that I love to talk about this one all the time, and I apologize to all of the fucking weebs who are watching a VTuber for doing non-weeb media after we all had all this cool, fun mecha discussion, is Scorsese films.
Yeah.
I bring it up all the time, so sorry to Mikks who's heard it a dozen times, but I did not hear until 2021, I think. 2021 was the first time I talked to somebody who thought that the purpose and message of Taxi Driver was that Travis Bickle is a pathetic little baby. Up until that moment in my life, every single person I had talked to who had seen Taxi Driver cited it as a movie about how Travis Bickle is a cool, manly man who is being held back by a society that doesn't properly provide outlets for highly masculine virtue. Taxi Driver, Dare Nunu, is a Scorsese film. It's a Scorsese film in New York, and the main character is a titular taxi driver named Travis Bickle. And Travis Bickle is he's kind of a loser, to be honest. He is kind of a loser. He drives a taxi around and he talks to people. And I'm sure that all of us have had this experience. We would now say it's the Uber driver experience more than the taxi driver experience. Hello, Sabork. Where you're riding in your Uber, your taxi, and you've just got this guy in the front who's just going off in the weirdest goddamn political directions. And you're just like,
yeah, he wants
cool,
you to know
man.
how he's going to invent God. He's created an AI that will invent God.
Yeah, and you're just like, cool. And Travis Bickle.
I hope you let me out of this vehicle when we get there.
Yeah. Thank you. Can you shrimp the music a little bit?
Yeah.
And Travis Bickle is one of these types of guys, right? He's this taxi driver, and he has all of these kind of grand theories about the world, and he's increasingly paranoid about crime and about what the politicians are or are not doing about crime in New York.
Mm-hmm.
And what he ultimately winds up doing is that he befriends a 14-year-old prostitute and then goes on a shooting rampage and kills her pimp.
Yeah.
And reunites her with the family that she had run away from in, like, Indiana or whatever. And so he's just this kind of guy who's just kind of, like, wandering around with a fucking gun and a bunch of conspiracy theories about, like, you know, lazy government officials and gangs and all this stuff. And then he happens to shoot an actual fucking criminal, and, you know, again, this is a 14-year-old prostitute. That's a pretty depressing story. And he becomes a newspaper hero, right? Yeah. He, like, gets in the newspaper and he becomes a hero, and then he goes back to, you know, driving his taxi, and he just, like, that's kind of the end of the movie, is, like, another, you know, like, one of his riders is like, hey, aren't you that guy who, like, rescued that girl? I was like, yeah, I am. And I think, so the main interpretation that I grew up hearing most of my life was that Travis Bickle was always a heroic individual who was just not given the opportunity or support to live out this masculine, virtuous experience. And the interpretation that seems to be the dominant one on social media circa 2021 onwards is that Travis Bickle is a buffoon.
Yes.
That he's an embarrassing buffoon. And having watched the film, after hearing both of these perspectives, I think the film actually funds both of these ideas. I think the film actually does have
Scorsese, so that's not...
It's Scorsese. And this is something I think about Scorsese in general. I only get incensed about this because a lot of people I talk to are like, how could somebody interpret this in any other way? They must just be culturally illiterate. And I'm like, I don't think they are. I don't think they are. Like if you... Like, I think that the read that, like, Travis Bickle is, like, a kind of heroic guy is actually a little bit more well-funded by the text of the film.
The story shows him... Okay, so the framing devices of Taxi Driver, right?
Yeah.
Are very much along the lines of, this is some guy who, like, is fundamentally a virtuous person.
Yes.
And he does this thing because he's fundamentally a virtuous person, and look at that, he's rewarded for it, and he gets some recognition, and people are like, hey, you're that guy, and he just goes about his business because that's what a humble hero does. He's just serving society.
Mm-hmm.
It's the good guy with a gun mythos.
It is very much the good guy with a gun mythos. Yeah. I think that the other... I find it kind of hard to even interpret him as particularly a loser, even like from my perspective, where I don't think he was particularly like a morally virtuous person. I think that's a little bit... I think that's pretty well funded by the narrative, but to me, he comes across as kind of a dumbass who falls backwards into having done the right thing, and it was basically random chance that he happened to shoot a guy that was generally agreed upon as a pretty bad dude. There was a pretty much equally good chance that if he had eaten a different breakfast that day, he would have done a horrible mass murder. This was this good guy with a gun was not a good guy with a gun because of his clarity, but because of his luck. He was a person who was looking for redemptive violence, and he just got lucky and shot into the dark and hit it by accident.
Pretty much, right? And I think a lot of the social media takes on this, right, probably just come from a certain sort of
I think a lot of his class.
I don't need
to
a
be
man to
honest.
save me attitude that exists
Mm,
very, very strongly on social media to a point where it's actually a little ridiculous, I feel.
yeah.
Not because people need a man to save them, but because it's the very idea that a man ever being able to help anybody or do anything seems like to be something that people think should be laughable, and that any guy who tries to do it is actually a loser monster who's just going to make everything worse.
Which is very
And
silly.
I say this, and I say this thinking that Travis Bickle is a really bad character in that regard. My opinion here on this character is that this fucking movie is propaganda for shooting people. This fucking movie is propaganda for redemptive violence. This fucking movie is propaganda for the idea that you should go and do a vigilante when you're feeling dissatisfied with your life.
Yeah, I think that's actually I think that's a very fair read. I think it's really reasonable. I think you're totally reasonable.
I think it's a good movie. Let me make it clear. I think this is a good movie. I like Taxi Driver. I think it's a good movie, but I think it's a movie about a whole bunch of really terrible things happening and a whole bunch of really terrible people being involved in them.
Yeah.
And that's just like, this is not like the sort of Taken sort of like power fantasy story. Is the one positive thing I will say about it. The protagonist is kind of a buffoon.
Yeah.
And if I'm being less generous with Scorsese here, I'd say that the message of this movie is, yeah, but even you, a buffoon, can do the right thing if you're pointed in the right direction. Just take orders, idiot. Right?
Yeah. Which is pretty ungenerous to Scorsese, right? I think that's...
It is extremely ungenerous to Scorsese. I probably should have said specifically that this is being ungenerous towards Scorsese.
You did. No, I think you did say that. And I think I think it's
okay.
you did. I think it's fine. I'm just affirming that you were correct in identifying this as being very ungenerous to the director. I think you are correct in that you were being an asshole here. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be.
I'm saying that you can apply that analytical lens to it, right?
Yeah.
You can do that, right? And so similarly, right? There was a specific. So I read a comic book recently, right? Titled "A Righteous Thirst for Vengeance."
Okay.
Which is by Rick Remender, who is one of my favorite comic book authors, right?
Okay.
And the plot actually is very similar to Taxi Driver.
We've been riffing on it for a while. So,
yes.
Yeah.
So the premise is it's different, right? The premise is there is this guy who's this like kind of doughy, like middle-aged Asian man.
Right.
And what the fuck is he doing? Right? And you don't learn until like 3 issues in what the fuck he's doing. He's an insurance investigator, right? Who has gotten somehow involved with some really turbo fucked up dark web prostitution shit.
Okay, yeah.
And he's trying to save people from it. And he is not prepared for this.
Okay.
Right? And what A Righteous Thirst for Vengeance is about this guy who's fundamentally a good man.
And just massively in over his head. Yeah.
Over his head. The first thing that happens in this story is he has a really bad day. And he sits down at the bus, and there's a bird that's broken its wing.
Right.
And this kid next to him says, I thought maybe I should like put it out of its misery, kindly, but I don't really know how to do that, and I'm scared I'd make it worse. And the kid gets on the bus and leaves, right? And the protagonist gets on the bus, and you watch the bus go away, and then you watch the bus stop at a stop, and he gets out of the bus, walks all the way back, and stomps on the bird. Right? This is the first thing that happens, right? And that sets the stage for his character, right?
Yes,
which is that he really is not prepared to do things gently or well. But he's also the protagonist of this story.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
I can see the vision. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the vision, right? So what happens over the course of this story is basically just like he tries to save somebody, and it goes very badly for a lot of reasons. And the story is actually not about that. This is like the second thing that happens in the story. The story is about him dealing with the consequences of this and trying to make it right for the child he has saved.
Okay. I'm into this.
It's Rick. I think you would really like Rick Remender in general. I mentioned one of his other comics the other day, Escape, to you.
Okay, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, which it's the one about a character who is so terrified of being a father that he goes off to die in a war.
Mm-hmm.
Right? In general, though, like, I think that basically there's a lot you can do with this sort of setup that needs to be more crime than Taxi Driver was. That's the biggest problem with Taxi Driver. Taxi Driver isn't enough of a crime story. It doesn't punch hard enough below the belt to capture this is a fucked up situation and everybody here is fucked up.
This is my general hot take on Scorsese. Hello, Prodzapod. This is my usual hot take on Scorsese, is that I think Scorsese, I think he does it successfully, I just think it's a bad thing to do, has his cake and eats it.
Yes.
Precisely. I think that Scorsese pretty successfully manages to have the ultimate, have these stories that are about these, like, pretty miserable, very political conflicts, and manages to make the villains look heroic in a way where the people who relate to the villain take a lot of comfort and solace in it.
Yes. And that's why he's popular.
That's why he's popular. Yeah, that's why he's popular. He gets both sides. Yeah. He gets both sides of the audience. He gets both the people who, the one that I think is always the funniest one, right, is Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
I know people whose interpretation of Wolf of Wall Street is that it is about the indomitable human spirit and how the SEC can't keep a good man down.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. Like, I don't know.
It's actually insane. It's maddeningly crazy.
It's not the funniest. It's not even the funniest interpretation I've ever heard. My favorite one that I heard from a person who's like not online at all, is just like a normie guy that I met, like it's like a roommate's brother, was that the only problem with the Jason character, with Leonardo DiCaprio's character, is the drugs.
Yeah,
is a story of a perfectly moral man who is undone by drug addiction. Fucking insane. Like,
fucking insane. I think the
nuts.
real problem is that none of these guys look like Leonardo DiCaprio or have his charisma.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
you can.
The guy who's
great at playing fucking monstrous losers. He's so good at it.
He's so good at it. I mean, this is like, as a person who does not like Tarantino. I like Tarantino's films okay. I like him as a person very little. Credit to him. When he had DiCaprio be a slave owner, I don't know anybody who is like, oh yeah, I want to be like that guy.
Yeah. He did such a good job of making Candy a fucking loser.
Pathetic.
Right?
Yeah, just
totally pathetic. Also, like, I think that movie is just maybe Tarantino's most brilliantly casted.
Is it probably his best casting? I don't know. I think it's probably my second favorite of his films after Inglourious Bastards.
Okay.
I still haven't seen Jackie Brown.
My favorite of his films is, of course, Reservoir Dogs.
I do like Reservoir Dogs a lot.
Because it's the one that's just like completely fucking miserable. And I have a quiet love From Dawn Until Dusk.
I haven't seen that one. Yeah. Jackie Brown's the main one I haven't seen that I want to see.
Yeah. Jackie Brown is pretty good.
Yeah.
Jackie Brown is pretty good.
I can believe that.
I also think Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is really, really good, actually.
Okay. I've heard very mixed things. Not necessarily like people being, not from a range of like, oh, it's so horrible to, oh, it's so good, but mostly a range of like, oh, it's so brilliant. It's like, yeah, it was fine.
It's basically about whether or not you want some fucking whack ass shit to happen. Okay? It's the way I would describe Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is Inglourious Bastards, but about Hollywood. That's how I would describe it, right?
Okay.
That's but about fucking the Manson family.
Yeah, I will say the main thing that discouraged me from seeing it was actually that I hated Hateful Eight.
Right. I didn't think Hateful Eight was very good.
I think it's just too sluggish. Like, this is just me being like a
slow.
This is me being like the tight 90 guy, being like, this is I don't even need movies to be particularly fast paced. I love Jean Dielman, one of the slowest paced movies on the planet. But it's just like, speaking of which, we're about to go to ads, but the cloth looks way better now.
It does. It actually does. You did a really good.
Yeah, this was the, I was like, when you guys are complimenting it, I'm like, it's not even done. This is like in progress. Like, I'm still got.
I can see the vision though. I can see the vision. You gotta trust the vision, Al. You gotta trust the vision. You gotta trust it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely okay. We are going to ads. I did not use I worked through the last ad break. I'm going to use the bathroom and probably get a little bit of a snack this ad break.
I also would like a snack.
Okay, okay. I was gonna ask. Okay, so I'm gonna refocus the camera so that people can see that, and or not. Yeah, that's fine. We'll be back in a few minutes. Actually, I'll put it on the BRB screen. But we'll be back in like 3 minutes. Okay. See you guys. And we're back, and we're back, and we're back. And
Hello,
I'm going to reset this. Because there we go. That's pretty good.
Why am I crunching?
It's okay. I'm just
I have
adjusting
retrieved corn chips and some salsa my brother made, but wasn't spicy enough for him, so I'm eating it instead.
And of course he's unwilling to just pour in hot sauce.
Yeah, no. What he did is he went, "Oh, this isn't spicy enough. I'm going to make another batch. You guys can eat this one."
Of course.
Right?
So much respect for him. So much respect.
And it's too spicy for my mother, but it's about right for me, so
nice.
I'm eating it.
Nice. Good to have a spectrum.
My mother just has an extremely sensitive palate for spice. So if you don't counterbalance it with a lot of sweetness or like something, it's too intense for her to actually like enjoy.
Well, that's a little piece of cooking knowledge for you guys to have, right? Is sweet counters heat.
Sweet counters heat, and so does salt.
Salt can help. Vinegar does not. Vinegar makes it worse.
Vinegar does not. Acidic makes it worse. Sour makes it worse.
Yep. So if you have a dish that is not quite spicy enough, and you don't want to add some capsaicin, you can kind of increase the acidity a little bit. That can help.
Even something like kind of tart, like lemon, can help.
Yeah, lemon juice. Lemon juice is a good one. Lemon juice. I like lime juice in particular for a lot of cooking. That I like to make spicy. That's what I add to bulldog. That's one of the things that I add to bulldog.
I do that.
I add lime juice. Yeah.
I just think it tastes better though.
Yeah. Oh no, it does. It does. I like the bulldog spicy sauce, but I think it does need like a little bit of help. I do think it needs mostly garlic. That might just be because I'm an absolute garlic maniac.
I agree. Garlic is good.
Garlic. Hard to use too much garlic. Not impossible, but hard.
This is the real sign of being a man. You like garlic a lot. You like garlic so much that people don't want to come anywhere near you because you smell like garlic.
Hell yeah.
And then you can romanticize your melancholic loneliness, as real men do.
Yeah, so that's the most important thing about being a man is to romanticize your loneliness, which is like so much of like what the modern conservative gender performance is about, right?
It's also what most great American literature is about.
Oh, so true. So true.
Yeah, it is. What? So let me not talk with my mouth full, but the aside into it's a very important skill, okay? But the aside into Taxi Driver, right, was actually very useful because the thing about Taxi Driver is I think it's a good movie. I do think it's a good movie. The problem is it's too easy to like the protagonist. The problem is Scorsese makes movies that are very easy for especially men to put themselves into the shoes of the protagonist.
Oh yeah,
they can see themselves working that job, being annoyed at everything, being annoyed with the world. Doesn't matter what your political affiliation is. Man, these guys up at the top, they're fucking everything up. I can do so much of a better job. I don't know what they're fucking doing.
No, I like I said, I found that's one of the things that like has always made me a little bit dubious about a lot of the like, oh, Travis, like how could anybody relate to Travis Bickle? He's such a loser. A lot of this really couched in like a class analysis that takes for granted that a blue collar job cannot have dignity and should not have dignity, right? That it is wrong that it is something that is ridiculous to think that a taxi driver could think of himself as so above his position to think that what he has to say about politics and about how America is run is worth anybody listening to. And I am not sympathetic to this type of critique at all.
No, I'm not either.
I think this is stupid. And it's something that like this has actually been like how I've learned some kind of ugly things about some of my older friends where I'm like, I don't know how much I like this guy anymore. Has been like through this type of critique.
Some of the stuff that I've seen as well about not Taxi Driver specifically, but similar takes, right? Also tend to come from this perspective of And I'm going to say something that is not some gender warfare shit, but it is a problem that, since we're talking a lot about men, I'm going to say something about women here, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
A lot of women posting on social media have this problem where they look at a guy and they go, ew.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's not helping.
It's not very productive. No, it's not very.
Looking at some random white guy and going, ew, he's probably racist. I bet he hates women. You're not helping.
I mean, you're helping.
Girl.
So you're helping, but probably not the person you think you're helping.
You're helping your enemy.
Yeah. You are funding a particular type of right wing fantasy that is that men cannot be held
that people
responsible.
Like you exist, apparently.
Well, that people like you exist, but that masculinity is not that a man cannot be improved. He can only be accommodated.
Mm-hmm. Which is nonsensical.
It's nonsensical, and it's very, very dangerous. I'm going to take an insane foray to talk about something that I think is very fun, because I have not actually been watching a lot of movies or anime or anything recently. I have been, well, at least the last week. My background while I'm doing work and like thing that I've been focusing on to like entertain myself has been video essays, and specifically just not just bikes.
Mm-hmm.
And Not Just Bikes did a really interesting hour and a half.
Not Just Bikes a lot.
Yeah, it's great. Did a really interesting one about vehicular bicycling.
Mm-hmm.
And for just to give a very short summary of this, vehicular bicycling was a philosophy, still is actually, I should say, a philosophy of what is the place of a bike in the modern transportation system. What is the virtue and role of a bike in the modern transportation system? Mm-hmm. And vehicular biking is the stance that a bike is a car and should be on the road, obeying the same laws and moving at the same speed as a full car.
Mm-hmm.
If this sounds goofy to you, it should, because it's insane and definitely has gotten hundreds, if not thousands, of people killed. Possibly millions, actually, if we're taking a long run on this. It is a completely insane philosophy, and a huge part of the reason why this philosophy exists is that the guy who is responsible for it, Forrester, I believe, is of the opinion, I don't even know if he's still alive, but his opinion when he was writing his book on vehicular bicycling was that you cannot make the roads safer for bicyclists, and you cannot encourage people to bicycle. That is not possible. You can only make bicycling a more pleasant experience, and specifically like sport bicycling. That is the only type of person that is cared about in this, is people for whom bicycling is a as fast as possible exercise. That the idea that somebody would have a bike as a utility that they use to get to the grocery store and home, absolutely ludicrous. Not somebody who you have to... Not somebody you have to care about, not somebody whose safety you should be concerned with. Bicycling people can get better at bicycling, but only in a context of being big, strong, manly man who goes 30 fucking miles per hour. That was his suggested speed. 30 fucking miles per hour on a bicycle next to cars, which is fucking insane. I don't know how many people here bicycle, but 30 miles per hour is...
That's really fast.
That's really fast. That's really fast. I think it's about 50 kilometers per hour for our Europeans. Like, this is not a sane or reasonable school of thought. It definitely got some people killed. I think this mini might actually be complete. No, I've got some cleanup to do. I've got some cleanup.
But it looks pretty damn good, dude.
I mean, I had already done like an entire stream on this one before. It was on downhill.
Critical mass? Cool. Hey, that's cool.
Yeah, hell yeah. I get cool
Critical
people in
mass
chat.
is awesome.
I get cool people in chat. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love that I get cool people in chat. And so there's a similar thing here, right? Where like, you cannot encourage men to behave better. You can only make society facilitate their already existing attributes. And
which is that's some fucking quitter talk, if you ask me.
It's quitter talk. I will say that this is one of those things that, in the absolute abstract strokes, before I get back to being a reasonable person, being an unreasonable person here for a second, in the absolute like high levels of abstraction here, this is a question that we always have to be asking ourselves about what is a good thing for us to bother trying to fix as a society. Is this something that we even can fix, and would fixing it be worthwhile? And usually yes, but there are questions, right? Like, one of those things that me and Mikks have to worry about is there are some wackos out there who think that we can solve death. And these people, I think, are dangerous loons. I think these people are dangerous loons, and that it is, as a society, it is something where we simply have to accept that all of us are going to die one day. And learning how to deal with our mortality and how to live lives in spite of this existential fear is something that we just have to deal with. Yeah. So instead of incrementalism, is it? I mean, I think it depends a lot. Quincy. I think there are places where incrementalism is an appropriate tool, and there are places where I think it is
sometimes you need radical change.
Sometimes you need radical change. I think it's all about, I think it's a case-by-case thing. I'm a very case-by-case guy. And that said, getting back to the broader point, I don't even think the people who are trying to do this whole like, oh no, like we need to fix society to accommodate men, I think very rarely are they being honest about this.
No, they're not.
They're not. There are places where, like, we do have to ask questions about that, but most of them are not the ones that come up in major political discussion. Mostly it's just being a big goddamn baby.
Yes. So one thing that I will say about this topic on like a broad philosophical scale, right?
Yeah.
And then I will talk about something in a much less broad scale that is specifically about men and ways and accommodation, right? First off, something that we actually have to ask ourselves is, at what point do we just have to accommodate people? Because I believe that there is a point at which a person cannot be expected to change something about themselves.
Yeah.
The common ones in queer philosophy are their gender identity, their sense of self, their how they self-identify cannot be expected for somebody to change. You cannot expect them to change this.
That's unreasonable. Yeah.
And doing so is not only foolhardy and reckless, it's also evil.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's generally how the philosophy goes. Similarly, at what point do we expect people, for example, autistic adults, right? At what point do we expect them to stop being autistic, right? Like we can't expect that. That's not fair or reasonable. It is not fair or reasonable to expect an autistic person to just stop being autistic because they grew up. Right?
Yeah.
Just stop being so autistic about things when this is literally your neurology, right?
Yeah.
People who have phobias, right? Like phobias are more treatable than a lot of other psychological conditions. Exposure therapy works on phobias most of the time.
Yes.
But at what point do we expect them to go through exposure therapy to tarantulas because they're an arachnophobe when they don't really have to deal with this problem very much, just because
it's a tarantula,
we think it's kind of lame and cringe that they have to deal with it?
Yeah.
Right?
And it's
I worry sometimes, and this is definitely a pertinent issue for us as a society, with the concept of antisocial behaviors, and not what you or I would consider antisocial behaviors, but what the Nazis would have called antisocial behaviors.
Right? Yes.
What they would have called degenerate behaviors. Right? And how close we often tend to get to this idea, even in leftist spaces, I've seen this a lot. That the idea that people who like things we don't like or need accommodations we don't want to give them are degenerate and antisocial because they're not getting with the picture.
Yeah, that is a very deleterious and dangerous approach, I would say. I would say that is something that we need to be very on guard about.
I see this a lot, particularly in conversations about race and about slurs.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah.
And I'm not going to get too deep into that here because I don't think you can have an honest academic discussion about this without saying the words. Yep. And I'm not going to do that on your stream.
That is, I appreciate that. And yeah, I was about to say, like, I don't think that either Twitch or YouTube will tolerate the fact that we are having a intellectual discussion about these things. I think that they will flag it YouTube and then kill me.
Will. But yeah, I think YouTube will, but not from a Twitch stream. You have to actually frame it first, right? But the important thing here is that I think there are some certain things where we just have to end up accommodating people and take it onto ourselves to tolerate things that we would not otherwise tolerate, right? That we would not tolerate from somebody who's saying it in bad faith. We have to tolerate things that are just peculiarities of a person or a person's experiences. Verbal tics are a big one, right? There's a lot of people with verbal tics that are very offensive to other people.
Tourette's is a actually kind of scary illness.
Yes, Tourette's is a very scary illness, but even below that, here's an example. A really, really simple example that's not going to get anybody in trouble.
Okay.
Calling people man.
Oh, yeah.
Or dude. Right?
Yeah.
Dude has thankfully largely been defanged as a gendered term.
Yeah.
Everybody just says dude now, right?
Yeah.
And bruh as well. But man is a dangerous one still. Because if you, like me, tend to say, like, I don't know, man. Right? You're saying man in, like, the broad sense. Like, man as, like, I don't know, Jesus. Right? Like,
yeah.
That's basically what you're saying.
I mean, I definitely use man as a kind of, like, universal exclaim.
Man is a little different, though. Right? That's generic. But if you say, I don't know, man, to somebody who has some sensitivities about this.
Yeah. That I think
they are
understandable.
Right in being upset about it. But also, at what point are you expected to erase all forms of mannerism from your speech? Right? At what point are you expected to always be taking so far into account every possible way everything that you say could be interpreted? Right? At what point do you deserve to be accommodated in your slip-ups or mistakes? Right? Is basically what I'm saying.
Also, hello, Galaxy Wolfstar. Welcome in.
I worry that that's often a problem that, especially in like left-leaning spaces, that we run into with autistic person A and trans person B and straight liberal C and like commie D and anarchist anti-capitalist F all screaming at each other over something that they fundamentally agree on because they don't like the word being used.
Well, and it's me being the cynic here. I think that's
crazily enough.
Yeah, I think I'm often pretty cynical. It's just that you're a very, very cynical person. Fair enough. That I feel like where this gets into bad faith discussions and opportunities is that, and I am pretty confident I have seen some people doing this in my activism time. They are latching onto an opportunity to score debate points.
Yes.
Not because they take these things seriously, but because this is a cheap shot, and they take the cheap shot when they see it. Also, welcome in, Valentali. Welcome
because
in.
They're doing blood sports, right?
They're doing blood sports. Well, I mean,
I got the shout out, by the way.
Was that? Oh, you have
I got the shout out.
Thank you. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. Welcome in again, Valentali. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. What were you up to? What was the art you were doing, Valentali? I myself am mostly a calligrapher. Mostly a calligrapher. This is one of my favorite pieces. I love this piece. I love this one. But I am today doing a miniature painting. I'm doing a miniature painting. This is a Conquest Last Argument of King's Old Dominion Praetorian, which is a mouthful. A much simpler way to put it is this is a 35mm necromantic Roman. This is a Roman soldier zombie. And we're getting kind of close to the end of what I was planning on getting done with the piece. I continue to be pretty unsatisfied with my ability to do faces and skin, but my metals and cloth are actually kind of feeling okay about.
The cloth looks really great. Like,
yeah, I think the cloth actually did too. I think the cloth turned out.
The shield also looks really good.
That's good. That's good. I do think the Conquest has pretty good minis. I'm not gonna lie. I do like the Conquest minis. By and large.
Yeah, I think I've said before, my biggest problem with Conquest is that it's a little low-hanging fruit, but I understand that's also kind of the point.
I think the amount of low-hangingness varies a bit by faction. I feel like the 100 Kingdoms is extremely low-hanging fruit, but the fairies are not. The fairies are not.
I think there's a couple that I really like, and I am mostly very disappointed that they didn't just put like the dwarves and the giants and the Nordic humans into one faction.
That would have worked better.
I think that would make so much sense.
Have
a big Germanic Nordic faction of like, we're all humans, yeah, definitely. Especially that guy who's like 40 feet tall. He's definitely a human being. I like that sort of thing.
So mostly a mixed bag, line art and sketching and jumping around different files, but good. Okay, good. I'm very glad you talked about starting up mini painting. Okay. So yeah, I will tell you, Valentali, I am a deeply mediocre painter. I don't want to. I am trying to figure out where I would place myself on this because I do not want to sound overly humble because then Mikks will yell at me, or oversell my abilities. There are most painting streamers are better than me. You are watching a novice who has pretty good motor control is what you are actually watching as painting goes.
And a lot of dedication.
I could be much more dedicated.
Sure.
The big way that I could be much more dedicated is that I am pretty dedicated. I'm pretty disciplined about only painting miniatures on stream. If I was dedicated to being a better painter, I would paint a lot more. I paint about 2 to 3 minis a month. On average, and I could probably paint 30 to 50 minis a month if the plan was to become the best painter I could.
One could say that there is something very valuable about a relatively amateur painter trying his best.
Yeah. No, I think it's worth it.
Showcasing his progress.
I think it's worth it. I think it is worth it. I think that it is. I prefer.
It's certainly nice for me, somebody who is not a very good painter, but knows many of them and feels regularly out of his league when they speak.
Yeah. I do watch painting tutorials when I'm off stream, but when I'm on stream, I try to only paint when I'm on stream, and I'm painting very slowly. And I tell a joke that I quite like. A joke that I don't know how much of a joke it is. I think it's funny. Is that I am not trying to. People will tell me like, "Oh, you could do this to be faster," and then, no. The thing is that this is content.
Yeah,
I am not painting.
Look at it, bro.
This is content. So if I paint faster, that means that I need to buy more models.
Yeah.
This is me painting very slowly and really taking my time with my models is a form of budget control.
Yep.
But I don't mean to be too discouraging. And the goal is not to have a crate. I don't have an army that I'm planning on deploying. This is kind of a funny thing with
Infinity.
I play Infinity. I do play Conquest occasionally. I've played like 2 games of Conquest. But the real joke is that I got these miniatures. Somebody bought them for me via Throne, which is very generous of them. And the real comedy about it is that the faction that I actually play in Conquest didn't exist when I got these. I like the Sorcerer Kings.
Do you play?
Sorcerer Kings.
Oh, you play Sorcerer Kings. Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
I like having this like, I like the glass cannon play style.
Yeah. You've said this before. Yeah, I also like to play sneaky assassin types in tabletop games and stuff.
Yeah.
Because I'm terrible at this play style in video games. So I'm too much of a support player, right?
Yeah, you are such a support main. Theo, you should eat more. Yes, you should eat more. Don't eat once per day. That's a great way to give yourself a tummy ache. As an aside, I'm just gonna make a total random aside. The thing, right, also is like the biggest thing that I'm getting out of this, at a personal level, is that my other skill set that I do, right, is calligraphy. And I have been doing calligraphy for a long time. Improving in calligraphy for me at this point is a very slow process that involves a lot of luck and frequent backsliding. I am still new enough at painting miniatures that a lot of what I'm getting out of this is that I get to see newbie gains.
Yes.
So that is a lot of why I like doing this, is that because it's a skill I'm not very good at, improvement comes pretty easily. At some point it won't, right? At some point it will stop being something where I improve on a scale that I can witness at all. But at the point where I'm currently at, I can see improvement on a pretty regular basis. And I just noticed that there's some things on the sword I missed. This is actually part of the thing that I like the most in mini painting, is the part where I am correcting. I actually really like
that.
This
tracks, actually. That makes a lot of sense with your personality.
Yeah, I'm a fiddler and a tinkler. I'm a tinkerer. I like to
tinkler. You're also a tinkler. You go to the bathroom a lot.
I do go to the bathroom a lot. That's because I'm hydrated. I'm well hydrated.
I'm sorry. That was unsophisticated. That was lowbrow.
That was lowbrow. That was declasse. It was crude.
Yeah, declasse. It was banal, asinine, sophomoric,
basic.
Yeah, basic. The bane of my existence.
Yeah, your ultimate enemy.
My ultimate enemy. The fact that people have to like eat and want to have sex and stuff instead of just like sitting around contemplating the true nature of reality.
Yep.
Very disappointing to me every day. Even in myself, man. Like
No. It's something
I'm probably the most disappointed with myself.
Yeah, I was about to say, no, I feel like this is like you tell me to stop being so harsh on myself, and this is when this comes up for me. Yeah. I'm like, dude, like it's fine. Like you do need to eat. This is just like part of how you fuel your ability to contemplate the nature of the universe.
Yes, but if I enjoy it, that's dealing with the fact that there's a human condition that I am subject to in a way that lets me cope with it instead of being mad about it.
Yeah, no, I think you can just be cool with it. You just gotta be cool with it. People seeing the
I'm kidding, by the way, guys.
I know, yeah.
Yes, like this is one of my insecurities as a guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like one of my insecurities as a person is that I generally feel that I shouldn't enjoy things because if I'm enjoying things, I'm exploiting others. Right? And that my correct way of life is to be quietly miserable. Right? Obviously, this is stupid. This is deeply stupid.
Yeah.
But I will say, to tie this into the overall conversation that we're having,
yeah.
I think this is the kind of thing that these guys in the manosphere are preying on.
Yes.
Actually.
Yeah, they are.
Guys who feel like they've had their, like, either they feel like they've had their ability to enjoy things taken away, or they genuinely feel like they're a bad person for enjoying things. They're being preyed on by these guys who's like, no, it's those bitches. They're at fault, right?
Yeah. It's so interesting to see these like sets of psychological conflicts play out. And I do want people here. I hope that I am emphasizing to people that even though I disagree with a lot of these things, and I don't think it's an excuse for being a weird goddamn misogynist or racist, or trying to make other people miserable, I do have a certain amount of sympathy for feeling like you can't measure up and that you'd much rather give up. Right? I don't think that's mature. I don't think that's smart. I don't think that's wise. I think it's quite childish, but I do think it's understandable. And I can see at least the temptation. I can see the temptation. I can see why somebody would find that appealing.
The part where I tend to lose sympathy is the part where they don't give up.
Oh, yeah.
I'm more sympathetic to people who feel defeated and give up.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to be sympathetic towards people who feel defeated and lash out. And part of that is because that's my own tendency. My own tendency is to become aggressive when I feel defeated or feel like I'm outmatched or feel like I can't make progress or can't achieve what I want to achieve. My tendency is to harangue and bully and harass, right? Mostly myself.
Yeah.
But that's the darker side of my personality. My tendency is I feel defeated. I'm gonna browbeat people into helping me succeed.
Okay.
And I try to never do this. I try to never ever do this. But that's my inclination in a lot of ways when I'm feeling pressed.
Gotcha.
When I'm feeling like I'm struggling. It's to take it out on other people. It's to complain loudly and bitterly about the fate that has befallen me and how it's your fault for expecting me to do these things when I can't do them. Right? So I have very little sympathy for these guys who just give in to that.
I mean, I would say, like I said, I don't have I don't have unlimited sympathy. I have sympathy for the temptation. I do not have sympathy for the part where I am having a bad time and now I need to make this some completely innocent person's fault. I have very little sympathy for that. I like I said before, it's the Nietzsche in me, right? It's the Nietzschean, like, this is pathetic resentment. Like,
that's exactly what it is, right?
Yeah, this is I can understand withdrawing. That's my tendency, right? That's my tendency when I'm when I am having a bad mental time is I withdraw, right? I withdraw not from people and from doing my work. I wouldn't even say I retreat into like a fantasy universe, which is what people tend to say. I throw myself into my work very hard, and
you try to stop being a person and start being a machine, basically.
I try to be more of a machine, and I try to really not think about my feelings, right? I try to...
I have a similar problem.
Yeah, and that's my form of depression.
It's kind of like the maladaptive stoicism.
It's a maladaptive stoicism. Yeah, it is. I come from a family of workaholics, right? My dad, when he retired, spent about 3 weeks actually retired, and then took on enough volunteer gigs to fill up 70 hours a week. My great-grandfather died at the age of 90 while driving to work on a Saturday. I have usually worked 2 jobs since I was in high school.
And you're still doing it.
I'm still doing it. I am still doing it. I come by this very naturally.
My main thing, so my bad habit, right? And I have to, this one is really dangerous, right? There may be some people in chat who can even kind of relate to this. And it's not going to sound bad, right? I'm not trying to humble brag here. When I'm feeling bad, I try to find a problem I can solve for somebody else.
Yes, you do.
Because that gives me agency.
Yes.
And it means I can feel like progress is being made without having to deal with my own shit.
Yeah.
Because dealing with your own shit is scary.
Yeah.
It's always scary.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how old you are, doesn't matter how accomplished you are, doesn't matter how experienced you are. Dealing with your shit is scary.
This is actually...
And facing that is bravery.
I'm going to... this is one of my big brain thoughts, is that I genuinely think this is a lot of the place that the modern transphobia comes from.
Yes.
Is that if transing your gender is allowed, then that means you have to take ownership for your gender expression and what you are doing.
Mm.
And if it's not allowed, you don't have to think about the fact that you might be trans.
Yes.
You are avoiding...
Or that you might not be 100% masculine, which nobody is.
Well, and also 100% feminine, right? Like this is
100%. Nobody's 100% anything. Nobody's 100% straight, gay, male, female, in between, anything. Nobody's 100% anything. There's always some point of exception that happens here. This is how human psychology is not built for that kind of extreme. We try our best through our philosophies to drive ourselves towards that sort of extreme, because you know what an extreme is? An extreme is consistent.
Yes. This is actually it's kind of interesting that you've hit on this, because this is this is the thing that I say about my veganism, right? People ask me about this all the time, about like, what about bees? What about honey? And I always say
it is an interesting question.
It is an interesting question, and my answer, and I'm sticking to it, is that it is just easier for me cognitively to have the one rule. I don't eat honey because it is just easier cognitively to have one simple rule that I just use, rather than having a rule that has exceptions that I need to think about. And so I just stick with the one rule. It's an animal product. It's not for me, because that's cognitively easier.
It is yes, it lightens the load, and it also makes it easier in a lot of ways to maintain your value system.
Yeah.
Because you do not have to be constantly adjusting for incremental values.
Yeah, Quincy is making a very good point. Like, what counts as masculine keeps changing. Yes. Honestly, it's one of the things that is a little bit arresting to me about these manosphere guys, like Clavicular, is that I actually think he's pretty feminine.
Oh no, he's super feminine.
Yeah, I think he's quite feminine. And Valentali is talking about
even a fairly timeless standard. He's quite feminine. And I do not mean this as an insult in any way. There's nothing wrong with being feminine. Masculinity and femininity have nothing to do with your sex. Those are just typical expressions of the gender identities, right? Clavicular would be happier being a pretty boy.
Yeah. Yep. But yeah, see what Valentali said. Yeah, this is one of those things that I have. I think it's actually gotten better over the years, but there was definitely a period where the YouTube algorithm was basically like an inevitable far-right radicalization rabbit hole.
Yes. Watch Jordan Peterson say some dumb fucking anti-intellectual shit while pretending he's an anti-intellectual.
The classic
the editing specifically cuts out the college student he's arguing with, taking him apart. He's an idiot.
Yeah, the joke way I remember it being put years ago was the like, you get, if you were annoyed at anything in life, like you will go online and you'll go to YouTube and you'll be like, why does it feel like my smoke detector isn't as good as it used to be? And somehow within 3 videos, that leads to it being the Jews' fault.
Yeah, I remember this joke.
Yeah, and it's I think this is less true than it used to be. I am reasonably sure that a lot of the reason why that was the way it was on YouTube for some years, this was the theory that I've heard, and I think it's actually largely right. The YouTube algorithm is actually pretty dumb. And I say that affectionately. I say that as a good thing. An algorithm should be dumb. Should be relatively unsophisticated.
Yeah.
And the YouTube algorithm is basically, it looks at what you've viewed, and then it chooses videos that viewers who have already watched that video go on to watch. Okay, that's basically it. Is just kind of like a similarity chain based on what other people watch. There's a little bit more sophistication beyond it, but that's really the core of it. And so here's the thing, though, is that, do you know who goes to YouTube and just watches like 15 hours of videos a day?
Me?
You're a small minority here,
Sorry.
but it is.
Yeah.
There are two groups of people. One is literal babies, because they don't know how to click away from things, and the other group of people that will sit there and watch 12 hours of videos and not skip the ads are insane conspiracy theorists.
Yes.
Guys who are unemployed and don't have any family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I would say, Dr. Hidaka, this is actually one of those contradictions that is resolved fairly easily by recognizing that communities are heterogeneous. I have only a modest concern about... I would consider myself only modest on the health food front. I am not a particular health food nut. I think I eat relatively healthily. I think I eat relatively
You're better
healthy.
than me, at least.
It's pretty easy for me better than most Americans because I like
You cook.
I cook my own food and I like cabbage and spinach.
Yeah.
My favorite foods are like
Yeah.
spinach and bok choy, so it's actually like not that hard for me to beat
I do like spinach, right?
Yeah.
I don't. By the way, Chad, just for context, I don't eat like shit. I don't. I just also really like starches.
I mean, the thing is, like, you and me and Mikks have different dietary issues, so like you could get away with eating a lot of stuff that I would consider very unhealthy for me.
Yes, because my danger is like wasting away into a skeleton.
Yeah, your danger is wasting away into a skeleton. My danger is cardiovascular risk exacerbated by being overweight. And yeah. Well, it's they're the not for, but useful for. Yeah. I will say my own, to make like a kind of very small point with that is, I think Impossible Burgers are kind of bad. Like, I actually don't like them very much.
Impossible Burgers are kind of bad, but the truth is, there are burgers, like plant-based burgers are often like, there's some really fucking good plant-based patties.
There's
like,
some very good ones. There are some very good ones. If anybody is curious about like vegan imitations and has mostly not had great experiences, Gardein is the company. That brand is the good one. Gardein's the good brand.
Gardein is the good brand. Yes.
Yeah. A good black bean burger is like a transcendental experience. Like even
I fucking love black bean burgers. I am not by any stripe of vegan.
No,
the closest I could probably get is being a pescatarian, which I would be perfectly happy to do if fish wasn't so fucking expensive.
That's a
But
yeah, the where it's kind of like zooming in just like to make sure this is like super clear is that the main the vegan community is actually very divided. There's actually a lot of divides in the vegan community, and I'm still thinking a lot.
Honey Question is actually one of them.
Honey Question is one of them, but one of the ones I remember I saw on Reddit, and I really need to make sure I don't spend very much time on the veganism subreddit because it's very annoying. Sparkly Anarchy, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Very annoying group of people.
Yes.
I remember somebody being like, what was the specific one? There's a person who was like, this was a vegan person. This was a vegan person talking to like other vegans and being like, yeah, I don't get why vegans would use something that's reliant on fossil fuels. I think it was about like plastics.
Right.
And I was just like, this is not what I think very few vegans think like this at all.
No, I think this is a misunderstanding of so the kind of annoying vegan that Al is talking about.
Yeah.
Like who, what a surprise they're on Reddit.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
But the kind of person here is, I am such a good and virtuous person who is living a much better life than the rest of you mortals, right? That's the sort of attitude that they have. And this is kind of the stereotype of vegans, and I will tell you all, this is not my experience with vegans at all.
I'm actually one of the pushiest and most obnoxious vegans I've met in real life.
And you're not pushy or obnoxious at all about it.
Well, I mean, I was about to say, there's a huge caveat on here, and the only vegan friend I actually have, by some insane miracle, despite living in Brooklyn, my closest vegan friend is Mabel. Like, I would have 0 actual vegan friends if I wasn't a VTuber. Like, by some insane miracle, I've dodged like all of the vegans in Brooklyn. And like the joke, how do you know someone's vegan? I mean, I will tell people. And Dr. Daka, that was kind of like my perspective as well. I'm like, it's like, are we like fossil fuels are bad in like an abstract sense, but it's not any sort of vegan violation to blow up algae. Like,
one of the problem that I have with this kind of vegan is the problem that I have with a certain kind of person in general, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's an annoying type of. It's just an annoying bastard.
Something that is an ethical philosophy into a spiritual philosophy. Take that and stuff it up your ass.
See, I thought it was going to be that. I mean, and I guess this is kind of like my perspective on this is that they have taken a choice that I think is actually not very complicated. I'm going to be honest here. Like, this is part of the reason why like I'm not really like in vegan communities. I don't really seek out vegans. Is that it's not actually very much. Like as like things to have as about your personality and to talk about, you actually run out of things to talk about pretty fucking fast.
Because what's there to talk about? It's just your diet, dude. Like,
it is.
You'd be better off in a cooking community that specializes in vegan recipes than you would in
there's very little that's actually there. It's very shallow. And so, but they've taken this very shallow thing that is it's a choice, right, into winning.
Yes.
And here's a
moral victory.
Well, not just a moral victory, but no, like a continuous ongoing competition. And this is going to wind up being very fucking stupid and annoying to do because, like I said, it's actually pretty shallow. Yeah. It's actually
a personal choice based on your comfort with the world.
It's a personal, and I mean, more to the point, like,
I apologize if I'm not making like the best.
Well, I feel like it's good that you're saying things because it's like it's making it clear that I'm not quite hitting the part what I'm trying to go for, which is that there's to put it in fighting game terms, there is an extremely low skill ceiling.
Yeah.
You're having a competition with like no
pretty low skill ceiling.
Yeah, there's no skill ceiling. The skill ceiling to this is like so damn low. It is so damn low. They're like,
especially these days, like vegan.
Being vegan these days is very easy.
Baller these days,
and like
you can eat really goddamn well as a vegan, even if you don't cook.
And like, there's knowledge that is worth. There's a knowledge element to this, not about like what is vegan or what is not, but like, hey, where can I find good vegan shoes? Where are some good? What are the good restaurants when I go across here? What are some ways to like save money on these kinds of things? Like where can I find good vegan shoes? Where can I find good vegan belts? Currently having a problem with that one. I had one belt that I really liked, and it recently snapped. Which I think the buckle. It wasn't because this is actually kind of funny. I'm trying to lose weight. The doctors want me down to a certain weight that I'm still a bit above. And a couple weeks ago, I hit the level of weight where my pants are falling down if I don't wear a belt. Yeah. And now the one good belt I had is broken. So
do you want me to, before I forget, before this skips my mind, right? You want me to ask my brother if he knows?
Oh, that'd be lovely. Yeah,
let me write that down.
Yeah.
Because he dresses really
well. No.
So.
I mean, it's no. I mean, you know, I like your brother.
You two are very similar people.
Yeah. He's a lot quieter than I am.
He is like halfway between you and another friend of ours. Right?
No leather belt. I have some other vegan belts, but they were. I'm not going to use the actual numbers. But they were. I am about 10 to 15 pounds down from when Mikks last saw me.
which was not that long ago.
Which was not that long ago.
It was in late February.
Yeah, it was in February.
So,
so a little bit over a pound a week. And most of my belts are when I was 30 pounds higher than when you last saw me. So they are for a person who's 40 pounds. Who is 40 pounds heavier than where I'm currently at. Yeah. So they are at the point where, like, they loop halfway around my back. Which is not very good for a belt. So it's not great. So I could buy one of those that's like sized more appropriately for me. That might be the way. Yeah, I do have one where I've punched holes like that, but it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous to have to use the belt loop that is right above your butt crack to hold your belt in place. It feels ridiculous. And it gets caught on stuff. It gets caught on stuff all the time.
You just need new belts, my man.
I do. I just need to, and a lot of them are pretty worn. One of those things that, like, I will just say that, like, this is one of those things where some people get a little bit defensive about this. A lot of the faux leather products are less durable.
Yes.
Like, they are. Not all of them, and it's actually the question around environmental, the conversation around, like, environmental impact is actually really interesting, because there's so many different ways you can measure it. But most of the faux leather belts are not the faux leather products are generally quite a bit weaker. I've actually been pretty impressed with the faux leather shoes I have, but they are dress shoes, so I wear them like once every year or two. So they're the fact that not wearing out is not that bad.
Avoid faux leather personally. If I was having to make this decision, I like. Even like with like when I do use leather goods, right? Which I have a couple pieces of leather goods because a lot of fine shoes and fine clothes for men are made out of leather. Even then, it's like I would not buy cheap leather goods because they're also not made up to standard.
No. Right? Cheap cat leather is actually really bad. That's one of the parts that like does drive me a little bit nuts. Is like cheap leather stuff also falls apart like really fast. It's not like it's like. That stuff isn't durable anyway. It's kind of interesting. Like for my wallet, I'm on a hemp wallet, which I actually like quite a bit. People have seen it on stream because I use it to prop up
hemp is quite good.
This one, I like this one. I like this wallet.
Woven hemp is quite good. It is quite durable.
Yep.
It is.
I do have a canvas belt that's pretty okay. That one's not too bad. But like I don't know. There's a high variety. There's a high variety in these things. There is a messenger bag I've been looking at because traveling in Japan made me self-conscious about using a backpack as much as I do. Admittedly,
dude, that country made me self-conscious.
I was so self-conscious all the fucking time about the fashion.
Dude,
it was.
For those of you who don't know me, I wear suits like all the time.
Yes,
right?
This is daily wear.
My daily wear, I wear suits. I wear 3-piece suits. I wear suit vests and nice dress shirts. The entire time I was in Japan, I felt incredibly underdressed.
Yeah, it was infuriating. It was infuriating.
It was like, holy crap. Everyone dresses so well here. The men dress well, the women dress well. I walked by a guy wearing like 2 sweatshirts and a pair of sweatpants, and he looked fucking fine. Like, he looked amazing. That guy looked like he wasn't just like slobbing it up. No. He was going to be fucking like DJing a fucking rap concert later in front of millions of people, I bet. Because like he looked so fucking good, man. Like,
it was infuriating. It was infuriating.
Jesus, right? So it's mostly convinced me that I need to step my fashion game way the fuck up.
Yeah. I was looking at some cork ones, and some of them I really liked.
The only person who wasn't really underdressed was like Nagi, and that's because she bought a whole bunch of new clothes there. Yeah.
I mean, and her fashion sensibility is, I think, a little bit more. Her fashion sensibility is pretty amenable to Japan.
Techno street goth, for those of you who don't.
Yeah.
know her.
Yeah, she's got a very gothy fashion sensibility. Okay.
Oh yeah. And
you live in Tokyo.
Yeah.
How it is and how everyone feels. Lol. Also, this is my Valentine. I'm going to to shill my favorite Tokyo restaurant that I've been to, Suminaki.
Oh, it's so good.
Suminaki Mapo Tofu. Suminaki Mapo is so good.
Suminaki Mapo Tofu was a very good restaurant.
Yeah, that one's super good.
I love Japan. I've been there a ton of times. This is the first time I've been there in a long time, though. I haven't been there since before 2016. And I'm generally have been in like the Osaka, Kyoto area, not so much Tokyo. I haven't been to Tokyo since 2009, I think it was. Was the last time I was in Tokyo. So it was like a really nice experience to go to Tokyo. I am planning to move to Japan sometime in the next period of time myself, but certain elements of this have proven difficult.
Yeah.
And also the Japanese government.
That's the big element. That's the big element.
Little worried about that. Especially as like a white guy immigrant, a white guy academic immigrant specifically, where I'm a little worried about getting like an academic visa of some sort and then getting kicked out of the country.
Yeah.
Right, putting a lot of resources into this because I would have to put quite a few of my resources into this, and then getting like booted out because we don't want white guys in our universities anymore. Right.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Yeah.
But lovely country.
Oh no, really amazing. I'm gonna say my one of those things that's driven me a little bit. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We're on the break. Do you want to hold down the fort, or do you want to go to?
I can hold down the fort. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. We can talk about stuff, right?
Okay. I will make you big, and then I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Sounds good. Okay, chat. Yeah. So Al's gonna be back in a couple minutes. We can keep talking about Japan if you want, though. We had a very good time. We kind of traveled as like a group. There were about 4 of us. We just kind of did like not really touristy things in Tokyo. We went to museums, which is like kind of touristy. Went to a lot of shrines, which is less touristy. We had a really good time at the shrines. We ate a lot of at a lot of restaurants, and we went to some like more rural areas. Did some like walking, some hiking, park stuff. Saw a DoorDash type driver. I forget which delivery company it was, delivering food to the Imperial Palace. You know how it is. I thought that was pretty fun. But broadly speaking, yeah. Valentine, if you don't mind me asking, are you Japanese or are you like a student? I'm mostly just curious if you don't, if this is like a OPSEC issue of any sort, or in any way a problem for me asking that. Actually, you might actually be on ads, so you might not know. But I'm mostly just curious as to that, right? I think I'll ask again after the ad break. Did my mouse just fuck up? Yes, it did. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So I'll ask again. I was asking if you were Japanese or if you're there as a student or for work. If you do not want to say anything, do not worry about it. I'm just a very curious person who likes to hear things about people's lives. I am not attempting to pry. I personally was mostly in the country for the American government when I was in the country. And then like more recently it has been for leisure. But I was also just sort of mentioning, just in general, that this is a country, like, I plan to move to Japan sometime relatively soon, like 5-year planish. But there's some, like, concerns that I have about, mostly about the government, but also just about getting a visa that sticks, so that I can actually, like, eventually apply for permanent residency. That would be my ultimate goal. And I would prefer to be on a series of visas that actually moves me towards that path. But yeah, no, we had a very good time in Japan when we were there. If it's not obvious to you guys, Al and I are friends in real life, like relatively close friends. So that's part of why we're so familiar with each other, and that's part of why we talk about like these sorts of other things that we've done together sometimes, because we do stuff. But yeah, hopefully he gets back soon, because I am bad at small talk. I'm very good at ranting about subjects, right? Okay, that makes sense. I do the really crass joke and ask if your husband was single, because I hear that marrying somebody is a decent way to get into Japan, but also doesn't work so much for the gays, unfortunately. Or I'd have like several choices. But yeah. I'm also a very freelance online sort of worker, so I could actually work pretty much anywhere in the world. And Japan is pretty good when it comes to, you know, the price of things, livability, ability to afford a home. It's one of the few places where I could afford a home without begging my parents for money, or spending the next 10 years of my life actually like working extremely hard to save up money to buy a house and then pay a mortgage for the rest of my life, instead of, you know, actually owning my house outright. But yeah, you're are you a freelance illustrator, or are you do you do other stuff? Sorry, once again, I don't mean to pry. I'm just a curious person. I work as like an editor. The truth is I'm a VTuber manager, right? That's what I actually do for work right now. That's my actual career at the moment, which is like, oh my god, what have I become? But my background, I have like a long and storied history of different careers, most of which are just like administrative assistant type work, organizational work, that sort of stuff. I was an editor for a long time as well, and I have some experience as a counselor, like a school counselor. But yeah. I'm Swedish, but I don't speak Swedish fluently. As I often say, I'm fluent in English, I'm fluent in Polish, and I speak middling Japanese and middling Swedish, which is very funny because I am Swedish. My English is much better than my Swedish. But my Polish is pretty good. My pronunciation, I butcher, like, pretty badly, because I speak like this, you see. Welcome back, Al.
Thank you. Just resizing you, putting you normal sized bird now again.
Oh yeah. Yeah, English teaching is one of the things that I've been like trying to look into, but unfortunately, I'm old. That's the actual unfortunate thing. They want young, attractive people, ideally young, attractive women, for these positions, it seems. And I am told good-looking man, but I am also over the age of 40. So they don't really want me in these standard English teaching positions that they offer, right? Like what's the one? What's the really famous one? I'm forgetting its name. Starts with a J.
Jet.
I think. Yeah, Jet will not take me. I actually specifically checked, and they're like, no. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Right. I am too old. Right, like, is the long story short. Even though I am grotesquely overqualified for the position of English teacher, they don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's, where was I going with this? I mean, congrats on being able to live in Japan as a foreigner. I'm very, very frustrated about the political situation with Japan. I'm very, very.
It is quite frustrating. I'm not that worried about it ultimately, like from what I understand about it, right? Which is not everything, but I've talked to some people who know a lot more than me, and they basically say they're gonna cave. Like,
well, okay.
It seems to be that the general understanding is that they're not gonna really be able to do anything radical as much as they might want, right?
So yeah, I I think they will not do anything super radical, but I do think that they will manage to make Japan worse to live in.
I think that is very possible. Yes.
That is,
especially for people who are not indigenously born Japanese.
Yes. So here is kind of, I'm going to get on some hot takes here. I'm going to get on some political hot takes here. For people who are not super familiar with what's happening, what's the word for different human beings like screens? Foreigners?
Ethnicities.
Ethnicities? Okay, ethnicities, nationalities,
nationalities, ethnicities, what's it called? It's not phenotype, but it's another type of word like that, right? Taxonomic categorizations.
Taxonomies,
groups,
yeah.
Right?
But yes, Japan is currently having a pretty dramatic rightward swing of late, and it is driven as it is in Hungary and in the United States by fears around immigration. And the motivation that is often given in public press that people will give to the newspaper and such about why they are voting the way they are is concerns over inflation. And so reading between the lines, this means that there are people who are making votes and are claiming that if we kick out all of the Muslims and Vietnamese, that will cause inflation to go down. That is what they're saying.
Don't forget the Nigerians.
And the Nigerians. So, to give a very, 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 very quick overview around inflation, and I'm not an economist. I know quite a few economists. I have worked with people who are inflation specialists. I am not myself an expert. There are a couple things to know about inflation that are very important. The first is that inflation is a measurement that is taken by governments. It is not a natural thing that you can find in the universe. It is not something like a hamburger. It is a measurement that is a composite of many different measurements. You go around and you look at the prices of different goods, and then you make a choice about how much you care about the prices of those different goods. And then those price changes go into a giant basket, and inflation, the measurement that you see on the headline, is a result of thousands and thousands of people making hundreds of thousands of measurements and then making political decisions about how important they consider train prices versus gasoline prices versus bread versus bananas versus lobsters versus cars versus healthcare, etc. Okay?
Versus houses versus bus fare versus...
So that's the first thing to know, is that this is the actual thing that they have is a giant database of people writing down on a clipboard how much they saw things cost at grocery stores and on Amazon and on eBay and blah, blah, blah. And then they make a decision about about how to turn that into a single number. That's the first thing to know. The second thing to know is that if somebody tells you they know that inflation is caused by X thing, that all inflation is caused by one thing, they're lying to you.
Unless it's me, then you should believe me. Inflation is caused by women who live on the moon. Okay.
Yeah. Inflation is very confusing. There are many different competing theories of inflation. We are pretty confident that the quantity theory of money inflation, which is a very popular theory in pop culture, is wrong. We are fairly confident that that one is wrong. But outside of that, we are actually not that confident about what causes inflation. There are specific things that we can point to that cause inflation. That lead to more inflation. Specific events, yes. And there are two things that really tend to cause inflation. One of them that is not a serious concern in the case of Japan or the United States, but is a serious concern in the case of Venezuela and Zimbabwe in the last 20 years, is the government going to fucking collapse?
Yes.
If people think that your government might not be able to continue issuing and accepting currency in the near term, that causes crazy inflation. People go fucking nuts.
I will say, I have my doubts about the United States.
People do, but it's
not very serious.
It's not very serious. It's not like, again, like Venezuela in 2010 or like Germany in 1925 when there was like multiple civil wars happening, or the Confederate States of America during the Civil War,
or any number of states in what we call the Middle East.
Yeah. This is when you see inflation rates. When you see an inflation rate that's above 1,000%, it's almost always because like people think the government is going to collapse.
Yes.
The people do not trust that the government is going to be there tomorrow. The other one that's a pretty reliable source of inflation is a sudden shortage of a critical good.
Yes.
So if you have been noticing pretty high inflation in the United States in the last year or two, that's because of the tariffs. And it's pretty easily directly caused.
And if you're noticing sudden inflation right now in gasoline prices, it's because of the war.
It's because of the war, and that's going to lead to inflation across the economy because everything else you buy is transported on trucks. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz is going to be causing inflation across the entire economy. Anyway, in the case of Japan, getting back to the Japan of it all, there are two parts to this story that are fucking stupid. The first is this is probably the biggest reason why we're probably going to be seeing relatively little actual action taken by the Takaichi government on these things. Japan's inflation is up to 2%. Okay? That is, they have gotten their inflation up to 2%, and when you hear Japanese people complaining about inflation, they're talking about an inflation rate of about 2%. Is anybody currently in chat from Turkey? Yes, adders. Yes, not only is that a not high level of inflation, that is the level of inflation that the Bank of Japan has been trying to drag the inflation up to for 20 fucking years.
Economy growth inflation.
This is the inflation that they have been trying to create for decades. This is a victory for the very economic system and economic policy that Takaichi is sponsoring. It is pretty patently ridiculous to think that the main thing that is like the big, like her real backers, the money men, the real core of like the LDP's power, are going to suddenly accept a shooting them in the head betrayal. Right? Like, this would be a ludicrous betrayal of trying to, like, do what they are trying to do. This is my kind of, like, this is my general hot take about the situation in Japan, is that Japan does not have an inflation problem. Japan does not have an immigration problem. Japan has a bad jobs problem. Japanese jobs suck ass. That is the problem facing Japan. Japan has wage problems and job quality problems, and these are a problem of the employers being assholes who have successfully squashed labor organizing. It is not a problem that can be solved by making inflation lower.
Yes, it just simply can't. It just simply can't, because it's not going to do, for one thing, it's not going to do anything for any goods that people want that are not from Japan.
Yeah. I will say, Quincy, I have talked to people who live in Japan who want there to be more immigration and lower inflation. But you are also correct. A lot of people are doing the Southern strategy thing. That is also happening. And I'm going to get to that in a second. The other part of this problem is that they're looking at inflation. If we lower inflation, if we kick out the foreigners, that will get inflation back down to 1995 levels, which again is as we have said here, the reason why inflation was so low back then was because the Japanese economy had completely stalled out, and it's actually a miracle of good governance on Japan's part that the economy merely stalled out and didn't implode. They already did a goddamn miracle of like not sinking when that was going on. That's already incredible.
That is an actual economic miracle.
Yeah, that
right?
is
almost as much the one that brought Japan fucking onto the world stage in the first place after World War
frankly,
II.
I'm more impressed with it.
Right in the 80s.
Frankly, I'm more impressed with it
it is frankly more impressive.
Yeah, I've seen other countries do that kind of explosive growth, and that's kind of like hard to replicate. But like, yeah, it's them surviving it is incredible.
Zambia,
Nobody else has done it. Nobody else has done that. Nobody else has done 30 years of zero growth and not only like survived but thrived. Japan is a wonderful place to live. As countries go.
It seems to be one of the, like, I would put it easily up there. So I've been to a lot of places. Japan, from the sense of civic infrastructure, is easily in the top 3. Yeah, maybe even the top 2.
It's like,
right?
Yeah, no, it's like Austria.
I'm comparing this to countries like the Netherlands.
Yeah, the Netherlands and Austria and stuff like it's phenomenal.
Their entire industry is civic infrastructure. That's like literally all they do, right?
But yeah, so inflation is on the question of the foreigners. The other thing is, she's not going to kick out the people who voted on, as Quincy is predicting, about the foreigners. I gotta talk to some of these people. Admittedly, I might be misunderstanding Japanese levels of politeness, but they talked about me and Mikks as being the good kind of foreigners that they want because we're fucking white and speak mediocre Japanese. And are classy. The foreigners that they seem to want to get educated. They seem to want to get rid of the Malaysian and Vietnamese and Indonesian Muslims
and the
Chinese who
really want the Chinese out.
They do want the Chinese out quite a bit. And here's the thing. Here's a big reason why they're not going to get rid of that shit. Is if they get rid of all... Japan has a very small number of immigrants. Japan has 2% of the population as immigrants. That's tiny. That's so small. For just to give people a sense of like where that lies, the United States is about 16% of Americans were not born in the United States. And we're actually on the low end. The US is actually relatively low. The US feels like a high immigration country, but it's just like the US is just huge. The US is about 16%. Most of Europe is about 30%. And the really high immigration countries are 60+%.
Yes.
With a special holdout for the number one king of immigration. Do you know the number one king of immigration? This is a good trivia question.
I actually do not. This is not my specialty.
That's fair. You might know because it does involve one of your specialties. It's the Vatican.
Oh, of course, yeah.
100% of residents of
the Vatican. Yeah. No, what? I'm sorry. I just wasn't even like. I wasn't even thinking about like places.
Yeah.
I like about organizations.
Yeah.
I was thinking about literally like which European country is this thing?
It is a country. It does have borders.
The Vatican is a country, but it's a country in the political sense, not the logistical sense.
It has land. It's just a very non-function. It's a microstate. It's a country that functions in very specialized ways.
It's a city-state.
Yeah. But yeah, it's the Vatican is the most of the countries that are like 60+% are like Kuwait. Right, it's the Gulf states are like the super high immigration states.
Malaysia also as well, actually.
Yeah.
Like a lot of Malaysian states and a lot of
it's like small wealthy countries that do have lots of worker visas are the ones that are breaking 50%. Yeah, UAE, Qatar, Kuwait are like 60+%. Like those are like the ultra high immigration ones. Japan is very low. Japan is very, very low.
Like they're low to a point where it is my personal bet. Right, as a foreigner who wishes to move to Japan, right, it is my personal bet that within my lifetime, Japan will we'll see some sort of reversal, or at least a shift in wanting immigration.
They need immigration. They need it. They absolutely need it. The big problem is the healthcare system.
Yes.
Japan needs Filipino nurses even more than the US does.
Yes.
That's the big problem. If people living in Japan today want to have a retirement where like they get to go to the doctor more than once a year, which you kind of want to do when you're over the age of 80, they need to completely change their immigration. Like they need to completely change it, because even if every Japanese woman started having 5 babies today, I don't even know if that would be enough.
It probably wouldn't be.
Like
what they really need is they need people coming in who are over the age of 16 and are going to go into medical professions.
And the thing is like this is like what the Philippines does as like a primary business, is exports nurses.
Yeah.
Like it's like,
yeah, pretty much.
This is like the Philippine economy is we send nurses abroad and they send remittances home.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like this is like, it's like that animation studios for some strange reason, and like clothing manufacturing is the Philippine economy. The ability of people to, I mean, it's like I said, I mean, this is my thing. Japan could in fact completely self-destruct.
It could completely self-destruct.
Japan could completely implode. I think that, so where I'm going with this though is that I don't think that the Takaichi government is going to clamp down on this type of immigration that a lot of her followers want, because it's not just the healthcare system, it's also manufacturing.
Yes.
And this is something that us in America kind of might not really think about very hard, because America has an extremely diversified economy that is primarily service sector. The U.S., Japan, a huge percentage of Japan's like entire government, entire economy is cars. Automotive exports are a huge percentage. Toyota's a big deal.
Honda is too.
And they need people from the Philippines and Vietnam and Indonesia and Malaysia working in those factories because they don't have enough Japanese people to do it under the age of 50. Japan, California's food production is absolutely outrageous. Yeah. Both animation studios and clothing factories are a lot of people doing very repetitive things. I don't know. I don't entirely know, and I don't know, Theo, why nurses became such a major Philippine export. I don't really know. I had Cavalier on here, who she lives in the Philippines. She is a Filipino artist, and I had her on, and we talked about it a little bit. Not that specifically, but one of the things that we did talk about was, why does the Philippines not, actually really specifically, why has only Thailand managed to like do as much food exporting, cuisine exporting, really specifically, not just food exporting, but cuisine exporting? Why, I've had Filipino food. Why doesn't the Philippines have a similar program? Because Thailand has a deliberate program of exporting restaurateurs.
So I can answer a little bit about like the Philippines.
I will say that I'll just say it about I'll give Cavalier's answer was very funny, and knows that Philippine food is not that good. Which is really funny.
I mean, that sounds like something a lot of people that we know would say about their cuisine when it is praised, right? Their country's cuisine. But yeah, I was gonna say with the nurses thing, by the way, right? So this is not like a very extremely deep answer to this question, but I can tell you part of this is because in like the early 20th century, there was a US-led nursing curriculum that was implemented in the Philippines. So there's just a tradition of this at this point.
It's worth pointing out, right, that the British cuisine imperialism was driven by British cuisine. I particularly like the variation of that joke that I heard from a Pakistani guy of the British destroyed the world to get their hands on spices and then don't even have the dignity to use them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've always liked that one.
That one's really good.
Yeah, it's my second favorite joke about British imperialism. After one I learned
Which is
from
your favorite?
my favorite one I learned this one I learned from a girl from Kolkata was how many British does it take to screw in a light bulb?
I'm so bad at these jokes.
Yeah, it's okay.
Like,
It's
I'm
okay.
not
It's
even
okay.
gonna try to guess. Yeah.
3. 1 to tell an Indian guy to screw in the light bulb, a second to point a gun at the Indian guy, and a third guy to write a history book where the Indian guy doesn't exist.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Speaking of which, that is actually the target demographic of the ideal immigrant to, I think, the majority of conservative Japanese, right? Is the educated Indian guy.
Yeah.
Specifically the educated Indian guy who already speaks Japanese. That seems to be like kind of the ideal immigrant, in the same way our idea in the US of like the ideal immigrant is like the hyper technically competent Japanese, Chinese, Southeast Asian person, right?
With the complete crack shit vote for no, we really want like the British banker to immigrate here.
Yeah.
Which, like, there's not zero Europeans who immigrate to the United States, but it's a pretty small number.
It's what's crazy to me is that a lot of them are Germans, right? Like, there's a lot of Germans who immigrate here, and they seem to be a pretty targeted minority by some of the immigration officials.
Yeah, it's very weird. It's very weird.
It's very weird.
I had this conversation actually with somebody today who was asking about going to Offkai who was not American, and I was like, I honestly can't recommend it, like, especially if you're not white, because like we're still like arresting and chaining up like white people for like 6 weeks. Like
I was recently, when coming back from Japan, I was separated from my traveling companion in San Francisco airport for 10 minutes while they questioned her about things that I knew the answer to and she did not.
Yep.
I was pretty mad about this.
Yeah.
I was like, I wrote to the airport and told them that this is fucking unacceptable, especially because I filled out a whole bunch of fucking paperwork specifically so this would not happen. I pre-vetted all of this shit with you guys. And you do this shit anyways, get your guys on with the fucking program. I am rich, I will sue you. This is what always, every time she visits the country, this is what always, by the way, gets her out of trouble with like getting bugged by the immigration authority. She gives them my address and she says, look it up, it's the only house on the street.
Yeah. But yeah,
every single time it works.
But yeah, to finish off the thought on Japan, the people who are voting for Takaichi on the belief that she was going to stop the boats and kick out the immigrants are going to be disappointed, because the only types of immigrants that they really have the option of punching down on are people like Mikks, who are not doing anything economically critical. Because if they go after the people, if they go after the factory workers and the fishery workers and the hospital workers from the Philippines and from Indonesia, the entire economy will fucking collapse. So that's pretty unacceptable. And the other group that they want to get rid of, that they can get rid of, is going to be rich Chinese guys who have moved to Japan, I think largely for the better civil liberties.
That's part of it, and the other part is if you're a rich Chinese guy, you live like a literal king in Japan.
Yeah. I have a really strong suspicion that a fairly large percentage of the Chinese immigrants, not nearly all of them, I suspect a pretty large number of them are gay.
No, this is, I was going to say, if you did not mention this, a huge part of this is gay people. Gay men specifically. I know 2 quote-unquote couples who live in Japan, who are Chinese, and they are not a gay couple. They are a married man and a woman like a heterosexual marriage. They are both gay.
Yep. Good old
This is a
lavender
sham
marriages.
marriage.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a sham marriage. It exists so that one of them can get in on the other one's work visa.
Mm-hmm.
And they are just friends. They are allies, right?
Yeah.
And they are there because of the civil liberties. Two different groups that do this, right? Right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
because one thing that I've been doing, of course, as a gay man, it's fairly important for me to have my pulse on my finger on the pulse a little bit in terms of like, okay, do I have to not say I'm gay in this country?
Yeah. It's one of those things.
That's kind of an important factor.
It's actually kind of interesting that the Japan has a reputation for being pretty homophobic, which I think is realistic, right? I think that's pretty realistic.
It's realistic, yes, but not as much as
there are other countries that are much more homophobic.
The hyperbolic people on like Japanese Reddit, for example, they act like it's way worse than it is, as far as I can tell. Talking to actual personal acquaintances that I have made through specifically seeking out knowledge on this, they say, no, like, yes, there's some shit, but also most of it is just people not wanting to talk about sex in the first place. A lot of it is literally just like, if you don't really care about making this part of your quote-unquote identity, you're not going to have as many problems as somebody who for whom it's very important.
I'm gonna take a brief moment to say I just shouted out Dulcie. Folks, check out if you are here to have like a relaxing time. Dulcie is a very good alternative when I am not live. Dulcie does ASMR streams that are very relaxing, and they are very like fantasy roleplay oriented. Very like you are at a nice tavern, you are at a nice hot springs. I like Dulcie quite a bit. They are a good streamer and a sweet bean, as they say. And thank you for the hand exercise workout and trying to make sure that I'm doing them on screen so you can see that I'm in fact doing them. But yes. I mean, so I guess it's like where I was kind of going with this, just that like,
oh yeah,
I think it would be fair to say that basically every country on the planet is pretty homophobic.
Yes.
And it is a spectrum of how limiting is that if you are a gay person.
Yes.
How limiting is that? And it is one of those things that, like, as an American, the fact that Japan doesn't have gay marriage is something of a shocker, right? Because
it's something of a shocker.
I'm used to thinking of the United States as a homophobic country, and Japan as a country that is generally socially nicer. Just generally a nicer country to live in, and I think that the US legalizing gay marriage was a very important step on us being a more civilized and healthy nation. And the fact that Japan, a country that I think of as largely being more civilized, healthy, and pleasant than the United States, doesn't do that is a little bit of a head scratcher to me. But they don't.
I mean, I can give you some of the reasoning for it.
I can understand the logic for it. I shouldn't say the logic. The history. I'm not surprised. Ultimately, it's just like I said. I have one set of preconceptions running headlong into like other data. That's what's going on here.
I mean, the genuine truth about this is that it's the fucking weird Shinto brain rot about having children. Is what like undercuts all homophobia in Japan is just undercut by this, right? It is all just undercut by this. Japan has a long homosexual fucking series of traditions. They are quite important to a lot of things in the history of Japan, Japanese arts and Japanese culture. But most of what I have learned about this is quite ultimately fairly heartening to me. Because what it comes down to for me personally is that I don't have to fucking change anything.
You can be gay, just make sure you marry a nice girl.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, so first of all, we have Nagi in the chat.
Hi, Nagi.
Hello, Nagi. Yes, doing? Nagi, I am painting miniature. I think this one's turning out okay. I think this part turned out pretty good.
I think that turned out really good. Yeah.
Other than that, I'm kind of mid on what I did here. Your schedule is ruined. Powerful.
Nagi, you're sick. It's okay, Nagi. It is okay.
Nagi has done a lot of my painting coaching for the people who are
Yes.
watching. Nagi, smart stream, Snake.
She's also my little sister. Hi.
Yeah. Yeah, but she's been quite helpful on this front. Yes, that needs to get cleaned up back there. But yeah, I think that it like different countries have very different levels of how big. How am I feeling about this Roman? Okay, so I will say that after having gone to historical Romans and back to these conquest necromantic Romans, the thing that is hitting me is that the armor on these... It's starting to bother me that the armor on these guys makes no goddamn sense. The armor and shields on these were clearly invented by like just a total fantasy nerd who didn't really think about real materials. So I can't figure out how I'm supposed to paint different parts of the miniature because it's just like, these are just nonsense. What are you talking about? This is all designed like it's supposed to be like horn or bone, but then it like curls back up into here like it's cloth, but it's way too thick to be cloth. Like, what are we talking about here? This is nonsense. I'm bothered perpetually by the fact that this is
there are zombies out.
There are zombies, but this is a fantasy setting. These are people who killed God. It still bothers me that the armor plates are directing potential blows inwards as opposed to outwards. That's
God,
annoying.
You are just such a something awful fantasy fan. It's so...
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, because
actually,
because
right?
I'm painting it, it's very apparent. Like, it doesn't, like...
Yeah, no. I think the complaint of how the fuck am I supposed to paint this is a good one.
Yeah,
I agree with that criticism.
Yeah.
Right? The main thing that I always have taken about this particular faction's style, right, is that they are I always thought that since they're fucking zombies, the armor was supposed to be more decorative than it was actually functional. Right?
Well, at some point it was supposed to be protecting a live person underneath it. Right? That's why I'm okay with the fact that the armor is in terrible repair. Right? If this was like a live Roman who had just like giant holes in their chainmail, I'd be like, what are you talking about?
I mean, my thinking is like, okay, you have a fucking necromantic army, you dress them up in like decorative armor to like style on people, right?
Yeah.
Like
but like I said, it's I can't tell what things on this are supposed to be like metal straps versus leather straps is like a big part.
What are these studs supposed to be? Is this where you plug it in? Like, is this where you put in your headphones?
What is this?
Like,
what is this? I don't even know what this is. Yeah. Like the fact that the shields are very elaborate on the front, I'm not really bothered by because that is supposed to be kind of directive. Painted how it looks cool. I mean, that's the problem though, is that like I'm such like a form follows function guy that like I think it looks cooler. They're really big snap buttons. That like I have trouble feeling like it's cool if it feels like it's just like random nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, I actually agree. I think random nonsense can be cool.
It can be.
I don't think it's necessarily the coolest thing. It can be cool, but it has to be... the point has to be that it's random nonsense.
Yeah, and I'll say, like, there are places where it's like... some of the decisions that are designed to be just cool, I'm deeply unbothered by, right? Like this sword... This like forward inward curving sword.
The weird Kopesh sort
The weird Kopesh thing.
It's based on the depiction of harp, right? Harpe.
Yeah,
or however that's fucking pronounced, right? That's clearly what it's based on. The Scythe of Kronos, right?
Yeah.
Which is associated with the murder of Medusa.
Yeah. The Romans use straight swords. I don't care.
Yeah.
Kopeshes look cool.
Yeah.
Kopeshes look cool. These guys are supposed to be kind of more Bronze Age-y. That's fine. That's fine.
I mean, this is a real like thing that existed in the Roman the Roman and Greek, what's it called?
Cultural milieu.
The iconography.
Right? The iconography. It's part of the cultural milieu. It's fine. It's fine.
One of the most essential things in fantasy is to take things that are iconographic historically and make them literal.
Yeah.
Right? That's like a thing that we do.
Yeah. But like I said, like the things that are, and again, some of it's just like these greaves are like clearly way too large. Like these greaves are going up into the bottom plates, so like you can't actually walk in this conveniently. You're going to be kicking yourself as you walk. And I do understand that some of these are compromises, right, to like the fact that you're doing a miniature. Like this sword is way too thick. Right, like massively too thick. That's just a compromise to like the material process of working with plastic.
Sometimes you gotta bout a stylism for the sake of like
visibility.
It look good from a distance.
Yeah. The crest is enormous, and that's like whatever, right? Like it looks cool. I'm fine with that. It's like I said, it's the downward facing plates.
The lack of direction, because the Lemelar here does look like it's like supposed to be like a fucking brigandine.
Yeah, it's this weird thing where he's like. This is a strange piece of armor where it's like framed scale mail is weird.
Yeah. I've seen this before, but it's been like Persian.
Yeah. And the bigger problem with it to me is you have plate armor.
Yeah.
Why not wear plate? If plate here, why not plate there? If plate here, why not plate there?
Yeah.
And I mean, the proportions don't bother me too much.
I do think the argument that maybe it's like patchwork piecemeal does make some sense.
Actually. Yeah, and I'm not really that super bothered by most of this. The proportions being off is not really a big deal. This is a thing that happens a lot with like all miniatures. Is that all it's called heroic proportions.
Yes.
And even like pretty accurate World War II miniatures will use heroic proportions where the hands and head are huge. Relatively speaking,
it's kind of necessary.
It's kind of necessary. Having seen true proportion miniatures, they are hard to read from a distance. They are actually harder to tell apart from a distance. There's things that I am fine with. There are things that I'm nitpicking because they're.
No, but I think the framing of how am I supposed to paint this?
Yeah.
Is a pretty valid one if you're trying to emulate what is like canonical to the world. Right?
Yeah.
I'll say. One of the problems with Conquest, like I said, is that they kind of go for the low-hanging fruit.
Yep.
And by this, I also mean visually, they're kind of just like, this should give the impression of being kind of like this. Right?
Yeah.
This is, if you do not think about it too hard, this is a cool Roman-ish, ancient civilization zombie guy from like a society that probably had like a good military and like a senate or something. Yeah. Right?
And here's something we'll back out to the visual design because it's something that you tend to care about quite a bit. Different miniature lines and miniature games have different strengths and weaknesses to how they make their miniatures. And Conquest made a decision that I think is pretty good that these guys are not actually 28 millimeter. These guys are like 35 millimeter. These guys are like Primaris size. And this is a decision they've made across the entire line. And it's because you can just make them more detailed. You can just make them more detailed and they don't look so squat as actual 28 millimeter ones do. And a strength that they have.
It's surprisingly detailed, even if the detail isn't all that interesting to look at, right?
Yeah, I think that some of it works fairly well. There are parts, again, that I'm nitpicky about. A thing that they are quite good about. There are a couple of things that in a miniature war game that I think you should be communicating. One is that people should be there should be faction coherence.
Yes.
And two, there should be role coherence.
Yes, this is very important in the design of a game with set pieces in general, right? Whether those be figures, miniatures, or like character models in a video game.
Yep.
This is a deeply, deeply, deeply important thing that I imagine, like, I mean, I am an amateur game dev, but I imagine that people who are actually quite good at this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Have a good night, Hidaka. I was just saying good night to.
Good night, Hidaka. It's always good to see you. Hidaka.
Dr. Hidaka. But yeah,
what I was basically going to say is it's really, really, really important to have coherency from a perspective of both. What is this? Like, can you recognize it? Can you recognize it by its own, on its own, or do you need context for that? Right.
And so this miniature, I think, is actually pretty successful at a couple of things. Right.
Yes.
This is a foot slogging designated casualty, right, for a faction of off-putting otherworldly undead. Okay, these are this is a faction that is something of a bad guy faction.
I would say, aren't they kind of like corporeal though?
They are corporeal. They are corporeal. There are non-corporeal. They do have some non-corporeal. These guys are pretty fucking corporeal. But they are supposed to still kind of come across as like, again, this guy's a zombie functionally. This is the dead walk. Yeah. Right. This is
what.
And
what I am comparing it to is like the Spires, who are actually really fucking otherworldly.
The Spires are actually otherworldly. Because they're some of the other
favorites, so.
Some of the other Old Dominion things are more otherworldly, such as the like fallen divinity. And
they have liches and stuff.
They have actual ghosts, right? Like that's a fact. That's a unit. They have ghosts. They have ghosts. They have a dead god that they have enslaved. Which is so cool sounding. I actually think the miniature for it's not very good. It's like my biggest disappointment in Conquest is I think that the fallen divinity model is kind of dumb looking.
I genuinely really wish that I always forget their name, the Roman guys, Old Dominion, right?
Yeah, Old Dominion.
Old Dominion is very close in my opinion to extremely good. It just needs like a little bit of an injection of fucked up old Phyrexia. Or something like that. I think more fucked up.
And I think that they've put themselves in a kind of the Theopractor is pretty good on that front. That's probably the best of their like bigger centerpiece models.
I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Where they are in a pretty constrained point where between the Spires and the Dwagom, there's room for doing something that looks like old Phyrexia and still not like it is one of those two factions is pretty tight.
I mean, I mostly just mean that they need to intensify how fucked up it is.
Yeah.
It needs to be more warped and uncomfortable, and it needs to be less a guy wearing armor, but he's a zombie.
Yeah, well, these guys are functionally designated casualties, and this is there are a couple things this is meant to communicate, right? These guys are, despite the fact that this is like bigger than the Space Marine, this is the size of like a Primaris Marine.
Yes.
This is still small in the scale of Conquest. Like in the scale of Conquest, this is
Conquest
a guy.
Has very big models, which is one of the coolest things about.
Yeah.
Like all their models are like the size of the Gargantuans from Warhordes.
Yeah, they're like
right?
like it's great. It's
which
great.
Is Iron Kingdoms.
Yeah, it's great. And it's so it communicates well that it is a member of this faction, right? There's a fairly unified design language across the faction for these old Roman guys, which is important. There's pretty decent faction coherence, and there's pretty good role coherence. This guy is supposed to not be that threatening, but be tough. Those are like the features. This is a guy who you can look at that this guy is going to be slow and he's going to take a while to kill. But he is not going to just murder the shit out of you in return. Which there are units in Conquest that do a good job of conveying, like, oh, this thing is terrifying. This thing is going to murder me. Including inside the Old Dominion, right? Like bone golems are much scarier looking. And I think that's a success. I don't think it's pure success, right? Like I'm kind of with. I think that not. I think that having a kind of range of fucked upness is valuable, and
you gotta have things that are more normal.
Yeah, you got a really important part of like the sort of dream and sell point of Conquest is that 100 kingdoms and city-states lists are in fact viable because those two factions are just brave humans for the most part.
They're boring as fuck. Yeah.
But they need to be there, right? Like,
I mean, I would argue that
I don't know if there needs to be two of them, but
yeah. Okay. The way I would put this, right, is yes, but here's how you do it, in my opinion, right?
Mhm.
My opinion is, here's the problem with 100 Kingdoms, okay?
I think 100 Kingdoms are
It's
worse than
fucking
City States, but yeah.
dudes.
Yeah.
It's you know, like, it's like brave, knightly white dudes.
Yeah.
Be weirder than that. Make them fucking Yoruba.
I do appreciate that. I do think City States is better because City States is once again primarily brave humans with sticks, but at least they have like clockwork monsters and titans and minotaurs on their side as well.
See, yeah,
I think that helps.
my general opinion is, okay, you want to have your vanilla humans, okay? Sure, fine. Just don't make them fucking Central Europeans or like British. Make them some other culture. Make them.
I would
Japanese.
appreciate that. I would appreciate that as well. Also, yeah, have a good night, Theo. Have a good night. I actually think Spires have been displaced as the most fucked up looking faction, Nagi.
Yeah, I think it's what's it called, right?
Yeah, I forget the name. The new elf faction.
Yeah, the new elf faction is really fucked up looking.
Yeah,
they're pretty cool. Actually,
they're super cool.
I kind of really like them.
They're super cool.
See, if I will admit to being a fucking stereotype. Okay,
yeah.
If you had put the Nords and the dwarves, the Dwemer or whatever the fuck they're called, right, Dwagon together, right?
Yeah.
That would be the faction I would play.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Because I'm gonna be honest, their dwarves are cool as fuck looking.
Oh, they're cool as fuck looking. They're former slaves of the gods who are in rebellion. They have themselves. Yeah, their equivalent. Their artillery is the based miniature dragons that they ride into battle and that spew fire at their bidding and are like covered in chains also, and like bolted together.
Associating dragons with dwarves.
Good.
Chef's kiss.
Good move.
Chef's kiss.
Good move.
Do it more. Do it more. Stop not doing this. Stop making elves the thing. Fucking read classical mythology, please. Understand that Fafnir was a dwarf who turned into a dragon. Please understand this. Please understand the reason why the dwarves in The Hobbit go to steal gold from a dragon is because dwarves are associated with dragons in mythology. Please, I beg you.
And it feels so intuitive. It's actually kind of weird that it's not like the super intuitive.
Gold, money, smithing, fire, mountains.
Yeah, they are both competing over hoarding gold in giant underground vaults.
And they're the kind of thing that should be on a goddamn metal album.
Yeah.
If that's your thing, right? Like fucking dwarf riding a dragon, right? There. Yeah. Fucking there's your power metal album cover.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
No, it's but yeah, I make them Dutch.
Make them Dutch, yeah, I'd be fine with that.
It is so funny to me have confirmed over and over again that the joke about the Dutch hate the Dutch language.
Yeah.
I think they went to bed, but he went to bed hours ago. Jim's from the Netherlands, and I asked him about this, and he's like, "Yeah, absolutely. We hate our language. We hate our mother tongue." I think it's deeply funny. I think this is.
But no, yeah, like my go-tos are take some fucking fantasy race that is not elves and make them Japanese as fuck. Right. I don't really like orcs either. I think that can be a little bit like, but I really like Japanese dwarves. I think it's such a fucking stupid idea. Also, it's a really funny historical reference to the fact that the Chinese just called them moi.
Oh, yeah.
Which is like, that was really fucking, that's like always extremely funny to me, but it's like culturally like really coherent, right? Lots of importance on family and honor and tradition and crafting things.
Yeah.
Right?
Dwarves feel like they would get into tea ceremony.
Yeah, exactly. Also, you can just replace the alcoholism with other kinds of alcoholism. Like, you don't like. It's so easy, right? Like, I have this desire to kind of just make a fantasy setting where all I actually do is I include all the normal fantasy races. So there's elves and dwarves and orcs and goblins, and I just use completely unusual bases for each of the cultures.
Yeah.
Right. My go-to for humans is I just make them all indigenous peoples.
That's pretty
think
good.
that's actually like something that's actually pretty cool
Mm-hmm.
as a fantasy world building thing. Like, yes, we're going to base. Okay, so the oppressive human empire is the Comanche Empire, basically, right?
Okay, yeah,
like
yeah,
that
yeah.
sort of thing. Right?
That's an interesting twist on it.
I like humans being. I like going like super Peruvian with it. Actually, like Peruvian ass basic, like historical Peru for humans, right? Like Inca civilization and shit.
Mhm.
I think Inca was Peru, right?
Yeah, Inca, the
Am I
Inca were
crazy?
in modern Peru. Yeah.
Yeah. That sort of shit is like you don't see that very much, right?
No.
Like you don't see this kind of thing as a basis for your, and of course Yoruba.
Yeah.
Yoruba is I love.
Oh,
the
Yoruba
fact
art's amazing.
that the Yoruba wrote stuff down. I love that so much.
No, it's very valuable for us. Yeah,
Yes.
as moderns to have those records.
Yeah.
Human
yeah,
surviving Neo Albania with all the
Neo-Albania,
bunkers.
Yeah.
Let's the question you always have. It's kind of, I feel dumb about this, that like
Mhm.
I am honestly in terms of like tabletop wargaming stereotypes, I am actually an elf guy. I know I'm like very dwarf coded, and like as a personality, as a human being,
But you're a vegan, so of course you're an elf guy.
Of course, I'm an elf guy. Well, it's because I like the tricky bullshit, right? I get a lot of perverse satisfaction out of the
you're the
glass
kind of
cannon.
person who wants to play wood elves in fantasy, right? In Warhammer Fantasy.
If I were to
specifically,
play
right?
Age of Sigmar, which I might wind up doing
Mhm.
mostly as an excuse to hang out with Sotek more, it would probably actually be Lumineth.
Which looks pretty cool.
Uh,
What?
Lumineth, the High Elves.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I do.
I actually like Warhammer elves quite a bit.
Yeah.
I think Warhammer Fantasy elves are fun because they're just like, what if we took all the elf things from Tolkien and then turned it out to like fucking 10,000 and made them kind of assholes, right?
It was really interesting. This is one of those places where like I had assumed for a long time that there's kind of like an agreement between like D&D and Warhammer in a lot of ways. And I only learned from like a chatter a couple months ago that Warhammer High Elves in Warhammer are like 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
Whereas it's one of those things that throws people off a lot. D&D 3rd edition, the one that people think is the real edition of D&D, elves in that are like 3 inches shorter than humans.
Yeah.
Which I think is fine. I think
they've changed that though. They have changed. They changed that in 3.5, right?
No, in 3.5 was the same. It was they changed it in 4th and 5th.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, in 4th,
okay,
I think,
yeah,
in
because
4th, I
you
don't think they
expect
had
humans-
numbers. In 4th, I don't think they give you
elves to
numbers.
be tall, right? No, my favorite thing about Warhammer Fantasy, right? Like old world, I don't really know much about Age of Sigmar's lore. I think it's stupid, but I also think it's a much better game.
Oh, it's a much better game. Yeah,
it is a much better
as a
game.
person who played Warhammer
Right.
Fantasy Battles back to 6th edition, Age of Sigmar's a better game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mordheim is the best game, though. They should have just focused on that and just expanded it to be.
I mean,
everything.
you know what my favorite one is, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you can you answer? I'm curious if you remember.
Okay. Fuck.
Because you said
Okay,
yes, and I'm
no, I
actually
don't
testing you. If you
remember.
say yes, then I'm going to ask you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's Gothic.
Oh yeah, right. Got
It's
right,
BFG,
yeah.
baby. The dumbest
Yeah,
choice I
yeah.
could possibly have.
Yeah. Right, of course.
Uh,
Battlefield Gothic isn't even bad.
No, it's
Like,
great. It's great. It's
like,
just a very dumb choice
I
because
like
it's like,
that.
yeah, well, I like the one that doesn't have human models in it at all.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair, the fucking ship models are good.
Those human models are great. Yeah.
Warhammer 40,000 ships are cool, like
Yeah.
unironically cool, right? Space Gothic galleons is a cool fucking idea. It will never not be cool, and not even the fucking Nazis can ruin this because this is the one part of the fucking setting that isn't actually Nazi coded.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't figure out a way to make U-boats in space, so
Exactly. Well, they kind of did, but then they gave them to the Tau, so you know.
That's
like,
true. That's true. That's
it
true.
didn't really work.
Yeah, that's true. Battlefield Gothic is not well balanced. It's a great game, but it is not well balanced.
Yeah.
I like that it has momentum preservation. That's a lot of what I like about it. Is that like it's not a game where
You
like
tend to just like really large scale
I like big
tactics
scales.
games.
I like big
Yeah.
scales. I also like games that have weird restrictions on you. And
Yes.
and the restriction in Battlefleet Gothic that like your ships are going to continue moving even if you tell them to stop is a restriction I actually kind of like. It
is actually very interesting, right?
Yeah.
Because they're not spaceships. That's like kind of the point.
Yeah, they're sailing
right?
ships. Yeah.
They are, but they're not, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they're Napoleonic sailing ships. That happen to be in space. Yeah, but yeah, and it's it's the thing I keep on saying about it's Napoleonic warships. You're right that each faction does play like a different era of naval warfare. Yeah, the Imperium ones are very very Napoleonic. I played Eldar, unsurprisingly, once again. I don't know what Eldar are supposed to feel like.
Elves.
I guess. I mean, they.
I genuinely think that they are supposed to feel like the elf ships from the Warhammer, not the Warhammer, the Lord of the Rings tabletop.
I think what they actually, in terms
which
of
Games Workshop also made. So,
I think what they might feel like is actually Greek triremes.
I could see that. That's kind of like the vibe of the Eldar anyways. They're kind of like stoicism coded.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's that they are their goal is to get in close and be highly maneuverable ramming maneuvers.
Mm-hmm. So can I ask why you like elves? Because like
I
being a typical fantasy fan, right, can tell you why I don't like elves and what I would prefer from elves, and most of it is like elves should be weird monsters. That tends to be like what I want, right? I want elves that are like the totally not elves from science fiction settings instead, right?
So I will say that this is a mechanical thing. This is not a like in literature thing. This is a mechanics thing.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
It is. I like high mobility glass cannons.
You like skirmishers.
I like skirmishers. I like ambushing. I like having to care about all of my units. I like. That makes sense for why you'd like Eldar then. That's like all they're about. Yeah. This is the mechanics flowed to it, not the like.
I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which faction you'd like in the tabletop that Nagi and I are developing.
Okay, I'll be interested in hearing.
Sorry, this is important because we're trying to serve a fairly wide audience with this. It's not the elves, by the way. The elves are the Horde faction. That's
fair. Yeah. No.
They're the Horde faction with spellcasters in this setting, right? So they're also not actually elves. They're more like fairies. So,
what do I need on this guy?
Honestly, I think you might like the Demon faction in this setting because they have very important units and are very unit creation ambush tactics focused. So
I also have a bias pretty strongly towards go wide strategies.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of like having like one big centerpiece unit that everything revolves around. It always I always
Me
feel
either, actually.
Yeah, I always feel unnecessarily constrained. And I feel like I'm kind of like it feels kind of like bullshit when I win a game by just like ramming people with my one big good unit.
Not a Necron fan.
Not a Necron fan. I don't hate Necrons. But when
I like Krons a lot, actually.
When I've played Krons, I've tended to focus very big on like lots of like buffing warrior and immortal blocks.
The real problem here is that I can't really like 40k does not have the faction that I want to play.
That's understandable.
Basically,
40k is pretty limiting.
40k is pretty limiting. Dark Eldar are almost the faction that I want to play. Right? Dark Eldar is almost the faction I want to play. Inquisition, for the brief period of time that it was actually a thing, was almost the kind of faction I want to play. I like playing factions with lots of expendable units with special abilities.
Oh, so you want to play like
factions where you shoot your shot and then you sacrifice the pot.
Yeah, you want to play like goblin factions.
Yes. Yeah. Greenskins were what I played in fantasy proper.
Yeah.
And I played night goblins specifically.
I always like telling this story. My faction in Warhammer Fantasy Battles was the worst fucking choice I could have made. Skaven.
Yep, that's the elf-like faction in the new Colossus, which is the thing Nye and I are developing.
Skaven, I should note, Skaven is not
Skaven.
like horrible from a gameplay perspective.
Mhm.
There are two things that suck about Skaven being your main faction.
Mhm.
The bigger one that's really important, and the big reason why, if somebody asks me for an opinion on this, and they probably shouldn't because I don't know nearly as much as like Sotak or somebody like that, you have to paint so many goddamn models.
Yeah, no, Skaven is a horde faction.
Yeah, and one of those things that is not obvious if you're coming from video game land and going into tabletop land is that horde factions are more expensive and painful. They are not beginner friendly. They are the least beginner friendly.
Unless you're allowed to proxy, in which case they are extremely beginner friendly.
Well, and I mean, it depends on how much you care about painting, right? It's like you still are painting like 200 models. Here's the thing. Like you're still painting 200 models. The other thing...
I wanted to play guard, but I decided not to for exactly this reason.
The other thing that
when I played 40K
ass about Skaven is something that Emperor's Armpits just highlighted inadvertently, which is that Skaven memes get really tired.
Oh yeah,
they get the Skaven speak thing gets very annoying after a while. And
it's just man thing.
Yeah,
it's funny because your name has man in it.
It does have man in it. And it's those are kind of like the big downsides. But yeah, Skaven actually weren't that bad for me from like a gameplay perspective. They weren't ideal.
They have like gutter runners and stuff, right? They
have
have
gutter runners, but also I focused on Scryer. Right.
Scryer. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I focused on I had like a gun line kind of strategy. Not a pure gun line strategy, which is like...
Did you use Rattling guns?
I love Rattling guns. They're so good, man.
Rattling guns are so fucking stupid, too. They're so
dumb.
Silly.
I used a lot of Giselles, which is like one of those units that sounded cooler to me on paper, and then actually playing it's like, It's like, it is kind of nice to have, like, from the type of strategy that I like to do, it is kind of nice to have the option of, like, being... The way the Giselles were implemented in 6th edition was that they didn't do a lot of wounds, but they were going to deal those wounds. So it was a functionally guaranteed annihilate a critical enemy unit. It was very, very difficult for an enemy unit of elites, of elite knights or like elite chaos warriors or something to actually ever get into melee combat if you took Giselles in any reasonable number. If they were relying on like big like orc mobs, those things were going to get through. But if you wanted to just delete a block of the best cavalry,
monstrous creatures heavy,
monsters you would just delete off the goddamn board. You just snipe them right off the fucking board. Somebody who's really reliant on a giant of some kind, or a dragon, like they are not getting that. That thing is going to get very little done.
Yeah, this was the enemy of lizardmen, basically. Right, like lizardmen love their monstrous cavalry.
Yeah, it's and it's worth saying, like, the faction that I jive with the most out of any, and this is, like, the big thing that's lacking from 40K and from Fantasy, is that they don't have factions that are good at doing, like, objective play. Because there's not really, like, there's not a lot of objective play. Like, objective play in 40K is you kill specific units and you push the enemy off of the central zone.
Yes.
They're changing in the next edition, but I don't know how interesting it's going to be. But in Infinity, my favorite game, objective play usually means pushing buttons.
Yes.
It usually means pushing buttons. And hello, Miss Mochivus. Hello, Miss Mochivus. Good morning, my dear. The main kind of and so the faction I really like in that is Hawk Islam, because Hawk Islam does all of these things I really like. Hawk Islam has, if you want to delete a specific single enemy unit off of the board, and it's not a tag, it is not a mech. If it's anything less than a mech, if you need to delete a specific commander or support unit off of the board, Hawk Islam has the best tool for doing that, and I love that. I love that. I love the Fide.
Question. Yeah. I have a question specifically about Infinity and your love for Infinity, right?
Yes.
Do you think that a significant part of this is that it actually lets you play the game plan that you actually really want to play?
That is, I think, a big part of it, yeah. I do think that's a big part of it. Yeah.
I was wondering.
I think that's a big part. I think that it allows, again, like I really like Infinity. I do agree with you that there are significant ways that it can be improved.
I hope it improves. I
hope
think
it
this
does.
sort of criticism from idiots like me
Mhm.
are necessary, unfortunately.
Well, and I
for
hope
these
that
things to
other
improve.
people make some iterations on it that are interesting in the future. I
Yes.
hope that other people don't just look at Infinity and go, "Well, I can't make anything because Infinity is so good and already exists." I hope that other people look at it and go, "Okay, hold on. What
Yeah,
can
I
I
mean,
do?"
I've been studying Infinity a bit for my own purposes, right? It's not going to be any like nothing that I do is going to be anything like Infinity. I am really, really deeply uninterested in making a cool science fiction action game.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like I am very deeply uninterested in making something that's like kind of safe like this, right?
That's fair. That's very fair. That's
Um,
very, very fair. I think that's.
But I think that of things that exist, Infinity is one that I'm pretty happy exists.
Yeah.
I think it's pushing some stuff forward in a good way. I just wish it could push stuff forward in a good way. We're also having like Maverick visual designer energy.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Right. I always wish everything could look more like something that I've never fucking seen before. That it's okay. I want everything to be blasphemous. Okay, that's my standard. My standard is everything needs to look like it was created by somebody who has spent like 40 years studying this art form, and then done something completely fucking insane with it. Right. That's what I tend to want. Right, and I know it's a bit much to ask, especially for like a miniatures war game, which has to actually sell models.
Has to sell models, and I think it's primarily made by wargaming nerds more than like.
Yes. The biggest problem in the wargaming space, by my measure, is that there are not enough people who are interested in this as like a form of narrative storytelling. There are a lot of people who are interested in providing the same theme park rides in a slightly different way that's more appealing to a slightly different group of people.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Right?
Yeah, there's war games are trapped, right, by the fact that like you need to have some way of creating an infinitely repeatable context for everybody to be killing everybody.
Yes. Which isn't even hard, in my opinion. Like, from a narrative perspective, that's not hard.
Mikks is extremely aware of
What's
Kingdom Death Monster.
I am extremely aware of Kingdom Death Monster. My opinion on Kingdom Death Monster is that the monsters are cool and I hate everything else about it. And Nagi likes it because she's a fucking little freak pervert. But
yeah, she likes the TNA now.
Yeah. But I'm a big fan of the monsters. I think there's some really cool monsters. I think when they bother to give characters proper armor, it actually is pretty good. They have some pretty good designers working for them. They just constantly shoot themselves in the foot by being horny when they really don't need to. When it's not even like a good aesthetic, right? Like it's like we're not doing Conan the Barbarian here, right? Like if you're gonna do everybody's a fucking like super hot supermodel wearing like skimpy clothes, actually do it instead of this tee-hee shit you're doing. Like fuck off. Like
no, we did Monster Hunter. But yeah, I love doing the objective play. I love the way that I lost very badly in my most recent game of Infinity. But the game before that, I lost it in a way that was pretty uninteresting. And me and the guy who played, we did a postmortem, and part of our postmortem was that the mission that we chose was just kind of bad. Just probably the worst mission in the current season. Crossing lines.
It is pretty cool that Infinity is mission based, right?
It is
That's
mission-based,
one of the
yeah.
things that I'm studying myself for like building strategy around like this sort of thing that doesn't feel repetitive or boring.
Yeah, I think that's worth.
And doesn't need to be highly seasonal. This is my biggest criticism of Infinity structure. I do not like seasonal structures for competitive games. I do not like them. I think that they are commercial.
Okay, fair enough. I always read the seasons as a just kind of a writing structure for getting rid of missions that you don't like very much and replacing them
I
with
think
ones you think are more
that
interesting.
might be a way it is utilized.
Mhm.
But what I will tell you is I have a pretty strong opinion on seasonal structure in games, right?
Yeah. As a classic Diablo
is-
player, yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
I think that the problem with seasonal structure is that they are in a mission that you cannot keep your audience. That you are not trying to make something that is actually... You've given up on making something evergreen.
Yeah. Okay.
And that you need shiny new things to draw your audience in. Oh, it's all changed. Oh, it's all changed. And for some reason, a seasonal rotation or a block rotation, like in card games, is not good enough for you. You for some reason can't just say, okay, we readjusted the rules and we rotated some things out and rotated some things in, right? We reprinted these units so you're allowed to use them again in this season, right? Or this what's the fucking term? This what the fuck is it called?
I don't. You're gonna have to give me more. Do you mean in Magic the Gathering? Because I don't know.
This rotation is the actual term that they use in card games, right? I don't know why it was skipping my mind, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So like, I think rotations are extremely healthy for competitive games. I think that they are, in fact, almost essentially necessary for competitive games that aren't fighting games, right? That aren't like fighting games or MOBAs or like the reason why, however, strategy games, right? Why people don't just play and I know some people do, but why people don't just play the same strategy game forever and why there's like new versions of the game released is to stand in for seasonal rotation, right? It's to stand in for this rotation of like, okay, these cards out, these cards in, right? These pieces out, this pieces in, this keeps the game fresh.
Yeah.
The issue with seasonal rotations where it's content-based rotation, right? Or content-based like replacement is, I think, the good and safe way to use this, right? Is to do exactly what you're suggesting, right? That's like the optimistic, positive way to use a season, which is let's get rid of the stuff that people don't like and put in the stuff that people do like. More stuff that people do like, right?
This is actually a place where I'll give Infinity even more credit, actually, which is they will also take out stuff that people do like and they just tell them to fuck off, which I really appreciate. They're just like...
But here's the problem, right? I feel like this needs to be a process of refinement and testing, right? The way that this works... See, that this is actually like something that I will give them credit for that because I think that's kind of cool to do. Tell them to fuck off. Yes, absolutely. Please do.
Yeah.
But
we thought this was a bad mission.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
It's no, please. It's your stream.
Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. I want to hear your thoughts. That's
okay.
Go. Yeah.
My thoughts on this specifically are: the point is to make a game that is good.
Yes.
I stopped myself from saying what I wanted to say, which is that is immaculate.
Yes.
Because it is my philosophy, for those of you who do not know me, that your goal as any sort of creator should be to create something that is above reproach and then stop forever. Right? And just allow it to be this perfect testament to mastery of the craft.
Which runs afoul of a lot of people's creative vision, including, for example, mine. Right? Just
yes.
This
runs afoul of almost everyone's creative vision because it's not how a person who is creative really thinks. I am unusually willing as a creative type to stop because I am not really driven by wild creative impulse. I'm driven by the desire to say a specific thing in a specific way to a specific group of people. Right? I am as a artist, my desire is to fill a empty space in the public discourse. When it comes to games, however, I think that your goal should generally be to make the game more of the stuff that people like about the game that makes the game cool and interesting.
Okay, yeah.
And the problem with seasonal rotations that take stuff out that people like is that you're not necessarily doing that. If you are arbitrarily saying we have to change everything every X amount of time, What if it's good, though? What if what you have is good, and changing it makes it worse?
Yeah.
Right? This is a... You know where this is a huge problem?
Let's hear it.
MMORPGs.
Ah, yes. We're going into your genre, so I do understand a little bit more.
My major genre, yeah. The genre I objectively know more about in gaming than anything else, right?
Yeah, even more than
I'm not
fighting.
going to go on too long about this, right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to go on too long about this. But one of the number one things that people complain about in their MMOs is, oh, they changed my class.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times it is quite arbitrary because MMOs like World of Warcraft, for example, feel the need to endlessly expand themselves.
Yes.
So a game I will give a lot of credit here, even though I will not give it a lot of credit in very general terms, is Guild Wars 2.
Mm-hmm.
Because Guild Wars 2 decided fairly early on, we're not increasing the level cap. We are going to add more options instead of more power. And they didn't perfectly stick to any of this, but we are going to have a lot of horizontal progression, and you can do all the content whenever you want, and it's still relevant. And a lot of our big rewards are going to be cool aesthetic things that you get and can use to customize your characters.
Mm-hmm.
Extra mounts, that sort of stuff, right? And this works pretty well. World of Warcraft runs into the problem when you have to increase the power level of the characters every single fucking expansion. You're gonna pretty quickly get to the point where your characters are too fucking powerful.
Yeah. And
right?
it's it's a problem that happens very early in WoW's history, right? That like content that was meant to be really interesting and challenging becomes incredibly trivial very quickly.
Yes, this happens in legitimately the Burning Crusade.
Yes.
The Burning Crusade is when I could easily say that World of Warcraft becomes about gear level, right? And I think the Burning Crusade is still strong structurally, as is like Wrath of the Lich King. Quinze, yes, quite similar. It's a little bit more pointed though. Imagine if you were playing like, do you play any competitive games? Any of you in chat, Quincy, any of you play any sort of like competitive long-running game, League of Legends, of Street Fighter, anything like that?
Overwatch.
Apex. Yeah.
I'm sure that some of them do. I don't know all of my game taste of all of my viewers.
Well,
I know Emperor's Armpits. I don't think he particularly
we'll
does.
use hero shooters as an example, because hero shooters are very popular, and people know how they work.
Yeah.
Right? So in a hero shooter, you play a character, and they have like 4 abilities and an ultimate or whatever, right? Just like a MOBA.
Yeah.
And they have like a gun, and they have like basically a moveset, like in a fighting game, right? So imagine if every time there was a major patch for the game, they added completely new equipment that increased your damage, and then every time there was a major update for the game, they gave you 3 new abilities.
Yeah.
And they just kept doing that forever. And then eventually they went, wait, shit, now our characters have like 45 abilities. That's too many. And then they took all those abilities away. And then they started doing it again. That's World of Warcraft.
Yeah, it is. It is.
The genuine problem with World of Warcraft is that they should have decided a long time ago to switch to a horizontal progression method. But that doesn't work for Warcraft's primary vocal audience, the hardcore raiders, who whine and cry like bitchy little babies whenever their game isn't constantly about getting stronger.
It is pretty dire. The hardcore,
really frustrating.
The hardcore WoW player is a creature. Is a creature,
yes.
Yeah.
They're even more of a creature than they used to be because of one of the best systems that they've ever added to the game, which is the time attack dungeon modes existing, has just made them even more of a creature because it has like justified a lot of their obsession with parsing and DPS numbers.
They love that parsing, baby.
Parsing sucks so much. It should legitimately, like, there should be a measure taken to make it like persecutable by law to parse in MMORPGs. for any purpose other than self-improvement.
Nagi, the part that I find really most fascinating about the WoW community is not just that there are people who are competitive about WoW, but that there is an entire highly competitive marketplace of being a professional World of Warcraft complainer.
Yes.
That's the one that really gets me. Okay.
I think it looks pretty good, by the way.
I think it looks pretty good. I think I could gnaw on it a little bit longer, but I've basically spent 2 streams on this guy. I can see places where I kind of fucked up, and my underlying core technique I think was a bad move.
You just don't like the pre-wash screen.
I don't like the pre-wash. Yeah. I don't like doing the pre-wash. I don't like it at all. It does not jive with how I like to paint. It does not.
Once again, Nagi is right about funny plastic man.
I think it's better to work from the base coat and then add detail from there. Work outwards from the details, not try to like predict where I'm going to want details from the jump. And I think I am very tired, and I think I am done.
Okay.
I
think we had a pretty good discussion.
We had a very good discussion. I think this was
fun. Yeah. Had a really good time.
As a very quick note for folks, I have one more stream this week. It is not going to be here. On Friday, that is tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. So a little bit earlier than I usually stream. I am going to be at Sotex. We are going to be board gaming. I don't know exactly what board game we're going to be doing. The fact that nobody has made a decision makes me think it's probably going to be Spirit Island. Because that's the one that I think we all know how to play. I know that it's going to have it's going to be a pretty big collab, which is part of the reason why I didn't want to have it on my channel. Sotek, Gingivitis, I think Jack Nyko, definitely Inari. So there might be one or two more people. So it's going to be fairly big. Again, I suspect it's going to be Spirit Island because Spirit Island scales up to like 8 people without too much trouble. And me and Sotek know enough that we can teach everybody else what to do. And also, again, nobody actually made a decision. Nobody said, like, we're definitely playing Uno. Like, so it sounds like we're probably going to go with the one that we don't we do not make decision on. All right. That is the end for me. I do have a couple of potential raid targets. Actually, quite a few people are live. This is crazy. It's
pretty weird for a Thursday, actually.
Pretty weird for a Thursday. Quite a few times when I have raided out the last couple of weeks, I have been like the only person I knew who was still alive. And so, wow, yeah, my following it's like 12 people that I'm following are currently live. I'm just gonna call up my, because I don't think anybody who I know who is streaming anything model or art. Yeah, it looks like nobody. There are quite a few people streaming Tomodachi Life.
Yeah, it just came out or some shit.
Yeah, it just came out. Sui is, for example.
Yes.
Grimmy
is playing Okami.
Yes, she is. She's who I rated last stream.
I see.
So I do like to mix it up a little bit more than twice in a row. That always feel weird. Okay, I have rated Grimmy this week. That was Grimmy is. I don't know if people have seen what Grimmy is doing these days. Her
good things, honestly.
I don't know how to feel about streaming, like taking Ambien and then continuing to stream. That's that scares me. It scares me a little bit. So when was the last time I could raid Uji? She is doing Dark Souls.
Oh dear.
Yep. Dark Souls 2.
Dark Souls 2, the one that is beloved by Europeans because it resembles the Dark Eye.
I mean, the difference between apparently she's good at Dark Souls. I have made the joke before that that Uji is the exact opposite from Nagi. Nagi hates parrying and is mad all the time, and Uji loves parrying and is happy all the time. Which I think is pretty funny as a contrast. Ozzy is live. I don't get to raid her very often. When was the last time? Oh no, I raided Ozzy fairly recently. Let's see. Ronan might be who I go with. I haven't raided Ronan in a while. Ronan is going insane. Ronan has been rewarded in the most insane way possible. I don't know if you saw this, but Ronan Hostoria is a good friend, and she's been a huge help in my streaming career. She noticed me when I was at like 3 viewers and promoted me to her channel quite a bit, and I'm very, very grateful to her for this. It's entirely possible I would have given up on streaming if not for Ronan. Ronan has a completely insane, disproportionate obsession with the game Grime.
Yes, she does.
Yeah, she's in the credits to Grime 2.
Yeah.
And they didn't tell her,
which is pretty cool. Yeah, which is pretty cool.
It's pretty cool. I think we'll go with Ronan. I think we'll go with Ronnie. But yes, I will be tomorrow at Loremaster of Sotex, and then after that, probably next stream is Monday. I have been doing 4 to 5 streams a week for the last couple of weeks, and it is coming at the expense of my ability to do my other job. I need to carve out a little bit more time for myself, or for my other job. I think is where I'm at.
Need a little bit of quiet.
Need a little bit of quiet. Well, not even quiet. I just need to reorient my time a little bit. I will be nice to Ronan this time. If you want to be mean to Ronan, I think if you understand what I'm talking about, you will know. But I will be nice to her this time. I'm usually mean to her when I raid. So that's one raid message. This is the slightly nicer raid message. And let's go say hi to Ronan. Can I spell Ronan correctly without looking?
2 N's at the
I
end
can,
of it.
yes. 1 N, then 2 N's. 1 N, then 2 N's. Okay, folks, thank you for sticking by with me while I did some very clumsy painting. This was a lovely stream. We will be back again on this channel Sunday if I really feel like it. More likely Monday for the calligraphy stream. But yeah, I'm probably gonna go down to probably 3 streams next week. I might change my mind on that because I really like streaming, and I get a lot of joy out of it. And it allows me to both do something I enjoy and feed my weird workaholic brain. Okay. Have a good night, everybody. And this has been me. This has been Mikks. Thank you all for joining us.
Hi, I'm Mikks.
This is Mikks. He does similar streams to this, but in the morning.
But in the morning, when I don't get ambushed in the morning by random bullshit like today.
Yeah. Yeah, Thursday.
So,
yeah. All right.
Thursday's my normal stream day. Did not stream today because I woke up and I had to do errands, and then it was really hot and I wanted to die. So I just didn't. But you have given me the opportunity to babble about shit.
Yes,
so
no, of course. I give you an outlet for
your
your opinions. Your opinions build up in your brain like gas, and will explode.
Like a tumor, really.
Yeah, they'll explode if you don't. It's like a septic tank.
Basically.
Yeah.
My brain is basically a septic tank. It's true.
They've rated out. We're done.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Going to end the recording now, and